Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Fled with Hero Secrets. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mystic is starting to think she may have made a mistake. Actually, that's a lie. She'd started thinking that a while ago, but it really seems to be hitting home at this moment. There's nothing like sprinting away from a local branch of the Hero Public Safety Commission with a thumb drive full of damning evidence that makes you think, hey, I think I effed up. If that wasn't enough to hammer the feeling in, then the close pursuit of two of the most accomplished underground heroes in the country certainly is. Thankfully, when it comes to sprinting, she has the advantage. Her quirk recharges best if she's moving, and boy is she moving. She releases bursts of energy from the bottom of her feet with each powerful springing stride forward, throwing cautious glances behind her every now and then. The last thing she needs is to lose sight of Periphery. He's not close enough to activate his quirk yet, and she'd like very much to keep it that way. Scratch that. As she nears the more populated streets of the city, she realizes that the last thing she needs is to give the merciless heroes behind her access to civilians to hold as hostages. A few weeks ago she would have dismissed the thought, would have declared that they were heroes, they wouldn't harm civilians. Now though? Now she knows the truth. Hero is not the right word for the ones hunting her. Can she go so far as to call them villains? Semantics aside, the fact remains, she can't lead them into the streets. A sharp turn down a rundown side street will take her the long way around, and alleys became quick allies. She's gotten lucky so far. The hour hovers in the space between afternoon and evening, a faded hue precipicing the release of hundreds of salary workers. She doesn't have much time. She needs to find a way to lose her pursuers and lay low, maybe get to Toshi from there. Locations of a handful of safe houses flash through her mind, but her escape plan jolts to a stop when she tears into the next alley because… No, Diamenet. There's a boy. He can't be older than 11 or 12, and why is he here of all places? Why an alley, why now? It doesn't matter. It can't matter. What matters is he's here. She's got two viable choices. She can grab him and keep running, or she can hide him and fight. She's got enough time to do one or the other. There's a third option, of course, one that doesn't even cross her mind. She could just keep running, leave him behind for her pursuers to find. If she did that though, well, she wouldn't be much of a hero. There's a sudden burst of movement at the entrance to the alley that Izuku is in, and he's not sure what to expect. It can't be Kakin or his lackeys. Izuku is pretty far away from his school and the park at this point. And it's too early to be the men that frequent these back streets at night, with a look in their eyes that make him want to curl up and pretend not to exist. There's no way it's another cat. All the strays that know where Izuku feeds them are here, and the movement is too big for that. All of this runs through his mind as he tracks the movement and looks up, and he's definitely surprised. The number 3 hero Mystic is not someone who made his guest list. She isn't in her hero costume, but it doesn't really take a genius to know it's her. With pink skin, bright teal hair, long pointed ears, and glittering purple and pink scales dotted in clustered patterns over her skin, she's pretty distinct. So yeah. The first thing Izuku notices is that he's looking at one of his all-time favorite heroes in the alley where he comes to feed stray cats. The second thing he notices is the way his stomach suddenly twists sharply and his eyes snap to look behind Mystic against his will. Someone is chasing her. If the hero is surprised by his reaction, she doesn't show it. Instead, she runs to him and presses something into his hand as she pulls him to his feet. Izuku's eyes are still glued past her. They're coming. A hand cups his face and forcibly turns his head until green eyes meet purple, both glistening with tears. I'm so sorry, sweetheart, but I need you to take this, and I need you to hide, she says urgently. When it's safe, you need to get to Detective Tsukauchi. Tell him Izuku can't let her finish. They're too close, not enough time. They're coming, he interrupts, throat constricting until his voice comes out as a hiss. Mystic looks frantically at the alley entrance and swears, then turns back to him. Tsukauchi, she repeats, and then she grabs him and lifts him with ease. a burst of energy from her quirk rippling over her arms as she throws him up at the shortest of the buildings lining the alley. He twists in the air and catches the ledge of the roof, scrambling over it. Desperation and fear tells him he should run. Instinct and his quirk tell him that would be suicide. Any movement right now will certainly catch the attention of Mystic's pursuers, and her efforts will be for nothing. So he ducks low and angles himself so he can just peer over the edge. Mystic is already running for the other end of the alley, leaving cracks in the pavement behind her from the explosive force of energy powering her legs. For a moment, Izuku can only focus on the fact that he's a coward. Mystic is putting herself in danger by stopping to hide him, and whoever is chasing her is obviously bad news. If they get her, it will be his fault. He really is as useless as Kaken, and everyone always says he is, and now he's going to get his second favorite hero killed. For a brief second, he almost entertains the idea that he should go back down and help her. Almost. That idea is whisked away the second two figures dart into the alley, and even from the roof Izuku can feel a wave of cold, isolating fear. Izuku had read about killing intent once, on one of the forums he reads when his mom isn't home to catch him. He remembers how, at the time, he didn't understand how someone could feel another person's intention to kill, how someone could paralyze a whole crowd of people just by being. He understands now. He isn't sure if he's even breathing anymore, and he's not sure when the last time he blinked was. He feels a painful, crushing pressure on his jaw and realizes that he's got his hand clamped over his mouth, instinctually stifling any noises he wants to make in response to the fear drowning him in waves. For a moment, he feels his heart lurch with hope. Mystic is almost to the end of the alley, and Izuku knows there are a few corners she can dart around if she makes it. He's always been fascinated by the way she uses her quirk to move, and seeing it relatively up close is no different. Small clouds of magenta sparks burst from under her feet as she runs. What scales he can see rippling with the same color as they gather and store the energy she generates from moving or from impact. Right when Izuku thinks she's going to make it out though, her movements slow dramatically. The crackling energy fades and her legs move through the air almost like she's trying to run underwater. Izuku's stomach twists, and before he consciously has the thought, his eyes snap to look at one of the figures who ran into the alley just seconds before, the woman. Her hand is raised towards Mystic, fingers splaying out wide as she saunters forward. There's a glow on her palm, and as Izuku looks closer he can make out the color and shape of the glove. He stifles a whimper because he knows who this is. Quirk that slows a target down, taller than average height for a woman, silver hair with a blue sheen, deep rust-color gloves with the opening on the palm. This is Torpor. Her quirk is particularly well suited to counter Mystic's. She can keep her from moving quick enough to replenish the energy stored in her scales, but if Mystic can break free from the field she can use the close quarters of the alley to her advantage. She hasn't lost yet, there's still a strange flicker and a man that seems to move like static in a jagged but clear pattern around the two women getting closer and closer, and Mystic's eyes can't seem to focus on him, not while she's in Torpor's field. Periphery. Unless Mystic can get a solid glimpse of him, he can keep warping in the corners of her vision, and if she can't see him she can't hit him, but he can hit her, and if she can't hit him then. Izuku understands now. Why Mystic made him hide, why his quirk has him so on edge, why it's been like that since the second he first saw Mystic. These aren't villains that circle the hero and close in on her. This is an underground hero duo known on the forums as a pair who ruthlessly take their targets out fast and who have mastered close-quarters combat. Izuku wishes now more than ever that the people had been wrong, that his own analysis had been wrong. It hadn't. It's clear that Mystic isn't planning on giving up without a fight, even if she knows the odds as well as Izuku does. She breaks free of Torpor's quirk after an intense struggle and throws a ball of energy at her with what little she has left stored. Izuku is pretty sure that Torpor's quirk only works on living things, because she doesn't try to use a field to stop the blast. Instead she dives to the side to avoid it, and Mystic uses those few precious seconds to snap her head around until she spots Periphery. The close quarters makes it harder for him to stay out of sight. Mystic slams her feet a few times to get some energy built from the impact and blasts Periphery back with a powered kick. Torpor is back up though, and she slows Mystic down with another field as Periphery recovers and slips back out of view. It's at this moment that Izuku wants to bang his head against the roof in frustration, because he realizes he has a phone. He probably can't get away with actually speaking to the police, but maybe if he calls they'll trace the call. Maybe. He wedges a hand down to yank his phone out of his pocket and reluctantly dips his head away from the fight to unlock his screen, and his stomach drops. There's no service. There's definitely usually service here. He knows because he often sits with the strays and watches videos on YouTube. Helplessness burns through him as he watches Mystic break free again, and this time she dives and rolls behind Torpor to deliver a brutal kick between the woman's shoulders. It sends her crashing into the alley wall with an echoing crack that leaves a trail of blood down her face. Izuku guesses Periphery's next move right as Mystic does, the hero following the momentum to pivot and connect her knuckles with his jaw in a crippling energy-fueled punch. Periphery stumbles back, broken out of his quirk, but before Mystic can follow up with another attack, Torpor's hand closes around the back of her neck and she seems to freeze in place mid-strike. Izuku knows what comes next, but it still feels like his mind is under Torpor's quirk as it takes him several seconds to realize that the glinting metal plunging into Mystic's stomach is a blade held by Periphery. He only manages to squeeze his eyes shut after it's buried twice more in her chest and finally in her throat. He's trembling violently at this point and he's grateful that he's lying flat on the roof out of sight. Izuku is a smart kid, putting it mildly. His quirk makes learning almost effortless sometimes. So rationally, he knows how much blood is in the human body. But seeing it is something else altogether. There's so much blood. He feels hot tears sliding over his knuckles where his hand is still, thankfully, clamped over his mouth. His mind finally starts to put together the fuzzy sound of voices from below. He dazedly lifts his head to peer down into the alley again. "Beach got me good," Torpor hisses, touching a hand to her bleeding temple. Periphery gives her a cursory glance and snorts as he returns his eyes to Mystic's body, crouching down. "Yeah, well, I got her better," he drawls, and begins to rifle through Mystic's clothes. Pockets, between layers, even in her shoes. When he clearly doesn't find what he's looking for, he rifles under them. Izuku knits his brow and wonders what he's looking for. His hand tightens around the object in his free hand, around what Mystic had pushed into his hand when she first arrived. "Hurry up," Torpor snaps as she paces the alley. "We still need to move her." Periphery doesn't answer, silent for a long moment before he rises sharply. "It's not here," he says lowly. Izuku shrinks down, heart clenching at how cold the man's voice is. Torpor stops pacing and turns to face him. "What do you mean it's not here?" Do you think I mean," Periphery hisses, crossing his arms tightly. "Beach must have stashed it somewhere. Or passed it off. Check for dead drops. She veered this way for a reason, and she should have been out of the alley by the time we caught up. It's either here or," Torpor's eyes darken. "Or she handed it off and whoever she gave it to has had plenty of time to get away," she finishes roughly. "DM it." Izuku carefully shrinks back and lays flat on the roof, keeping an ear trained to listen, chest rattling with his panicked breathing and hammering heart. There's silence for a while as the two search the alley, or at least Izuku hopes that's what they're doing. The thought of them deciding to check the roofs crosses his mind and his stomach flips. He swallows hard and tries to keep calm through the nerve-wracking quiet. He jolts when a sharp ring cuts through the silence, and for a moment he forgets that his ringtone sounds nothing like that. The only thought he has is that his phone must be ringing and he's going to die. A voice below is the one to answer though, and Izuku tries desperately to calm his pounding heart so he can hear through the roar in his ears what's being said below. His head is starting to split from how much he's crying. Confirmed, Periphery's voice rises up to the roof. She's down. Secondary objective is proving difficult. There's a long silence and Izuku hears what he thinks is quiet swearing before Periphery speaks at normal volume again. Understood. A louder swear this time, and Izuku guesses that he must have hung up. Let me guess. Torpor heaves a sigh. If we come back without a lead on the drive, we're dead? Very, Periphery confirms. Choked by our own intestines in case you were curious. I really wasn't, Torpor snaps. F-. Did she give you a drop location for the body? Yeah, I'll send you the coordinates, Periphery hums. You move her, I'll fan out and see if I can trace whoever she passed the drive to? Torpor doesn't respond verbally, so Izuku assumes that she must have nodded, because the next thing he hears is the woman hissing insults at Mystic's lifeless body. Part of him wants to peer down into the alley again to see where Periphery is, but he can't bring himself to take the chance. The Periphery happens. To look up, he'll be seen now that the man is on edge. Where are you going? Torpor sounds a bit strained, and Izuku tries not to think about why. Up on the roof, I need an idea of where her accomplice might have run off to, Periphery responds, and Izuku barely manages to stifle a panicked sob. He needs to move now. He turns his head to look behind him and feels dizzy with relief when he sees what he thinks is a generator, maybe some duct work. He's not really sure. All he cares about is that it's somewhere to hide. He presses himself flat and army crawls as quickly and as quietly as he can, reaching out to grip a pipe and pull himself behind the maybe generator, ignoring the scrape of the roof on his belly. He peers out from behind the machinery and sobs silently when he sees Periphery on the building across from him. He's not sure who to thank for his luck that the man didn't choose to climb to the same roof as him, but he knows he should thank someone. He tucks back behind the probably generator and hugs his knees tight to his chest, burying his face down to muffle his crying. He's careful not to lean against the machine, worried that his shaking will rattle the metal enough to catch Periphery's attention. He can hear the man talking again, saying something to Torpor, but he can't bring himself to listen anymore. The next time he peers out, Periphery is no longer on the roof across the way. He can hear Torpor talking to someone, but the voice that responds isn't Periphery's. Izuku chews anxiously at his lip and decides to take the chance. He carefully crawls back over to the edge and peeks down. There's a car parked at the entrance to the alleyway now, and a woman that Izuku doesn't recognize slamming the trunk closed. Mystic's body isn't in the alley anymore, so Izuku can take a pretty good guess that they've just loaded her into the trunk. Both women get into the car before Izuku can really catch what they're saying, and he's a bit distracted anyways because the blood is gone. All of it is just gone. The car pulls away, Periphery is nowhere to be seen, and the blood is gone. Izuku is left alone on the roof, and though the sounds of the city echo around him, he feels smothered by a deafening silence. The evidence may be erased, but Izuku knows the truth. The number 3 hero was murdered, and whatever they killed her for is in his hands now. Izuku stays hidden on the roof for a little over an hour before he dares to move. He's gripping the small drive hard enough that it leaves his palms stinging, and he's pretty sure he hasn't stopped shaking since Periphery left. He knows he needs to move eventually, needs to get off of this roof, needs to. Tsukauchi? Mystic said he needed to go to Detective Tsukauchi. Izuku doesn't know who that is. Obviously. He doesn't really hang out with detectives in his spare time. But he assumes that he can find him at a police station. Which one is another question entirely. Should he climb down and go to the nearest station? He should not do that. Periphery is likely still in the area, and if he has eyes on this alley he'll definitely notice someone leaving and going to a police station. He should try to get inside from the roof and take the long way home first. Look up Detective Tsukauchi. Make sure he isn't followed. Then go. Then go, then go, then go, then go. He presses his hands to his face, fingers digging into his temples, trying to stem the spiraling of his quirk before he goes too far. He can't afford to right now, he'll get lost in his head and lose too much time. Right now he needs to dot something. He's supposed to be doing something. The roof, he needs to get off the roof. He can't climb down, he needs to get inside the building and go from there. Soon. He shifts to his knees and stiffly pushes himself to his feet, and begins to stumble towards the nearby door. Only when he's halfway there does he remember that he should probably be crawling, but his stomach isn't twisting and his head doesn't snap in either direction against his will, so he's pretty sure he's safe. Although it's entirely possible that he's too disjointed from his body to actually register what's going on. He feels each step well after he's taken it, and he's having a hard time grasping that the hand reaching for the door is his. Relief cuts through when he meets no resistance and the door swings open. Izuku darts through and slumps against the wall as the door closes behind him, squeezing his eyes shut against another wave of tears. Even with the impressive records he and his mother set with crying, today has been a new precedent. It takes some time for him to come back to himself, to feel the way his legs shake and his chest aches from the 2 shallow breaths he's taking. He tries gasping in some deeper ones and goes over his plan again. He's going to take the stairs all the way down to the 1st floor, and then he's going to Maybe he should try to figure out what building he's actually in first. He hopes it's residential. That would make this so much easier. He'll figure that out, then go to the 1st floor, and then he'll exit and walk the long way home. Do his best to blend in with whatever crowds there are now that the streets are populated. Izuku pushes off of the wall and turns to look down the mildly lit hallway. It's quite short and there's another door at the end, which he assumes leads to a stairwell. His phone won't be much help in identifying the building without service, so he'll just have to go down a floor and see what he finds. He feels a pressure in his head as he walks through the door and begins taking each step down slow and not so steady. His quirk is still buzzing from the anxiety, shock, and quite frankly, grief of what he saw. Usually his quirk is his go-to coping mechanism when his anxiety flares, but right now he needs to keep it down. Izuku puffs his cheeks out and expels a harsh breath. Of all the days to skip his morning suppressant. He stumbles a bit when he tries to take a step down and there are no more steps, his feet instead scuffing on the landing he's just made it to. Izuku squeezes his eyes shut and exhales in a deep breath before stepping through the door to see what awaits. He feels boneless with relief when he's greeted with the familiar sight of what are clearly apartment doors. Normally Izuku would be nervous considering this isn't the best part of the city to be in, but right now a residential building is a gift. It would have been much harder for him to make it out unnoticed if he were in a commercial building. As it is, Izuku only encounters a handful of people on his way down to the main floor, and only one of them really spares him a glance. Izuku's quirk doesn't register the man's gaze as anything other than vague curiosity, so he tries not to worry. The pressure and buzzing of his quirk and anxiety spike again when he reaches the lobby and approaches the doors that lead out to the street. It takes all of his willpower just to get through the door. He checks his phone as he begins his walk towards home and still has no service, so he doesn't know if Mom has tried calling or not. It's Thursday though, and she works late on Thursdays, so hopefully he hasn't worried her. He doesn't want her to be too busy to use her phone, doesn't want her to have that stress, but he hates worrying her. Sometimes Izuku wonders if that's all he can ever do for his mother, is make her worry. Izuku loves his quirk, loves the way it helps him see and know things that no one else does, loves how it gleefully picks apart the puzzle of input from the world around him and presents him with answers, solutions, patterns, predictions. But sometimes well. He doesn't always ask his quirk to do that. He actually can't ask it to, or at least he hasn't had much luck asking it to. It just does it. As far as he knows he can't turn it off either, hence the suppressants. And, sometimes unfortunately, his quirk works best the more input he has. The more familiar he is with a setting or a person or a situation, the more his quirk tells him. He's obviously more than familiar with his mom, their home, their life. So it's not uncommon for his quirk to remind him that he seems to be his mother's primary stressor. The common denominator in all of Mom's problems is him. When he was little still, he remembers how her smiles seemed to reach her eyes more, how the moments when she was truly happy were far more frequent. By his 5th birthday, when there was still no sign of a quirk, those genuine smiles and pockets of happiness came less often. He remembers the doctor appointment, being told that he should have a quirk, but that it might be invisible or needs specific conditions to activate. It wasn't long after that day that he started coming home wearing the evidence of how unkind other children could be when they weren't taught any better. Or worse, when their cruelty was met with encouragement, disguised as ignorance or patience from the adults that should have been teaching them better. It got worse after Izuku told his mom that he was a boy, not a girl, and he told the other kids too. He was blinded by the love and acceptance he got at home. It was a mistake to expect the same from the other kids, his teachers. He thinks that's when his mother's worry began in earnest, when it became the core of their lives, replacing an easy warmth in their home with frayed nerves and a bone-tired ache. Things got better at first the summer of his 7th birthday, when the Bakugas moved in nearby, when Izuku met Kaken. That was the best summer of Izuku's life. But that friendship only lasted so long, Not that Izuku can blame Kaken for turning on him when they got to school. He understands, but that doesn't make it hurt less. Not long after that, Izuku learned to hide his physical injuries behind clothing, a carefully placed hand, or quick and clever trips to the bathroom before his mother could see. Mental and emotional injuries he hid behind gentle smiles, reassurances, a careful shy demeanor complete with curling in on himself to take up as little space as possible everywhere but his own room. Now of course, with the assistance of his quirk, he knows he isn't fooling her. He recognizes her probing questions, catches grief-stricken worrying eyes that follow him and beg for honesty that he cannot give. It was 3 years ago when they finally discovered his quirk, just after his 8th birthday. It started with an intense pounding pressure in his skull, and by the end of the day unrestrained input was assaulting his senses. He could do nothing but spiral, sunk and anchored to the floor of the living room for his mother to find when she returned home from work. He doesn't remember much of the visit to the hospital that day. Later his mother would tell him that she called his uncle Hisashi, begging for his help, and he'd explain that he and Izuku's father had a younger brother who died long before his mom met his dad, and apparently Izuku got his quirk, or something like it. The doctors had urged his mother to get him on very mild quirk suppressants from that point on to help control his quirk. Apparently it was the only way his uncle who shared his quirk could function. Izuku remembers how he'd hoped having a quirk would make things easier for them, would ease his mother's worry. It hadn't. It didn't matter that he had the quirk registration to prove it. Half of the kids at school and even some of the teachers thought he was lying, making it up. Those who did believe him, like Kaken, were quick to make it known just how useless they found his quirk to be. Kaken especially when he learned that Izuku had to take the quirk suppressants to manage his quirk properly. Seriously, Deku? You're so weak and useless you can't even handle your dumb quirk? There's no way you were going to be a hero quirkless, but this is even worse. You can't be a hero if your stupid quirk f's with your head. So yeah, not much had changed for him after he got his quirk, and his mom just ended up with more to worry about. The quirk suppressants, the fear of Izuku being overwhelmed by his quirk like his dead uncle, dealing with the teachers that called to inform her that her son was faking a quirk for attention, getting them to realize he wasn't faking, and then dealing with the same teachers later calling to inform her that Izuku was becoming a problem child in class. According to his teachers, Izuku's quirk was having a detrimental effect on the other kids' ability to learn since he learned too fast and knew too much. They also expressed their concerns about Izuku cheating. After all, if his quirk worked based on input, then a few quick looks at other people's work is all he would need to cheat. It reminded Izuku of the calls they made after Mom finally got his name changed in the school's records, after he was finally allowed to switch to the boy's uniform. Calls to double-check with his mom that she was aware of how misguided her child seemed to be. Izuku knows that isn't what they called him, but he's learned not to torture himself by ruminating on what was actually said. It was hard enough hearing the voicemails. Izuku loves learning, but it's not exaggerating to say he hates school. He's distracted from his thoughts about Mom and her worry as he starts to recognize landmarks and realizes he's a few minutes from home. Everything up until now has been normal. Besides the roundabout route he walked to get to the station, it was his standard train ride home. He's heard nothing from other commuters about Mystic, so he doesn't think her body has been found yet. He can't decide if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Will this Detective Tsukauchi guy believe him if he says he saw her murder but there's no report of a body? He begins the climb up the stairs of his apartment building as a renewed feeling of dread pools in his stomach. What is he going to do if the detective doesn't believe him? Who is he supposed to go to? They never teach you these kinds of things when they're telling you what to do in case of emergencies. If it's a villain attack, you call the police or a local agency. If it's a disaster or everyday crime, you call the police or a local agency. If your life is in danger, you call the police or a local agency. No matter what, if there's trouble, a hero will come. Who are you supposed to call when it's a hero who's committed the crime? Izuku shakes his head to clear that thought away as he fumbles with the key to the apartment, stepping inside and quickly closing and snapping the lock back into place. Mystic seemed pretty insistent that he go to Tsukauchi, so he'll just have to hope the man is trustworthy. Struck by an unprecedented amount of paranoia, Izuku slips through the apartment and pulls curtains closed, And once he's in his room, he twists the locks on his windows and his door. He sinks into the chair at his desk with a heavy thump and opens his laptop. As the computer powers up, Izuku uncurls his hand and looks down at the drive practically embedded in his palm. Beneath the fear and dread, he can't help the small spark of curiosity. Something on this drive was worth killing someone over. Not just anyone, and not just any killer. Something on the small device sitting in his hand was enough to drive 2 underground heroes to kill the number 3 hero. At first, Izuku simply reaches to set the drive on his desk, intending to search up on Detective Tsukauchi like he originally planned. But before the smooth metal leaves his palm, he falters. His eyes are drawn back down against his will. He should write it all down. Everything he saw, everything he heard. Sketch the killers. Add it to the drive. Make a copy, at least one. He's pretty sure he's safe, at least for now, but that might not be true once he goes to the detective. Even if the man can be trusted, the drive could still be lost back to the ones who covet whatever is on it. He needs a backup plan. Backup. Okay. Izuku hisses with a sharp shake of his head. Okay. I'll do it. He shifts in his seat and leans forward with purpose, a big breath rattling in before he connects the drive to his laptop. He's not sure why he's so surprised when nothing beyond the usual happens, just a folder opening to show the files. Maybe he expected something less anticlimactic, a dozen pop-ups with flashing evidence or his laptop exploding or something. Maybe he's watched too many movies. The files are strange at least. He can't open the majority of them, can't even click on or interact with at least a dozen of them. Is this encryption? Or the result of a quirk? The files he can open appear to be in code, and opening the first is a mistake. The second his eyes take it in, his quirk kicks into overdrive, a spear of pain stabbing behind his eyes as it tries to puzzle out the code. He tries to look away as tears fill his eyes, and finally manages after nearly half a minute, slamming his palm against the screen to hide it from view. He didn't get much, but what he could read. Did that say that Mystic was being targeted before she stole the files? There was a hit out on her? Something about the rankings, about Endeavor and All Might? What did they have to do with this? The buzzing under his skin was back with a vengeance, his quirk unsatisfied by the tiny pieces it had gained from that first look. Despite how desperately he wants to look again, he can't. He shouldn't. Peering through his fingers, palms still splayed over the screen, Izuku manages to close the file, and some of the buzzing fades. Thankfully, he has a pretty good idea of how to satisfy and distract his quirk for now. He opens a blank file on his laptop, closes his eyes, and reluctantly lets himself drift back a few hours. This was a familiar routine, something he did whenever he'd seen a hero fight. He'd sit at his computer, close his eyes, drift back, and just let his quirk run, fingers flying across the screen as he tried to keep up. This time is no different, even though he feels it really should be. What feels like it had taken an hour in reality only takes about 10 minutes, and Izuku can't bring himself to read anything he'd typed. It's probably littered with spelling errors and half-finished thoughts, but it would have to stay that way. He saves the file and copies it to the drive. Next comes the part he dreads even more than the words, but this is just as important if not more. He opens the drawing app on his laptop and digs out his tablet, hands trembling as he connects it and begins to sketch, the lines starting off jagged and uneven on the screen. This too is familiar. He used to sketch in notebooks, and he still does, but about a year ago Uncle Hisashi sent him the digital tablet for his birthday, and since then he'd started adding digital sketches to his hero analysis notes. It's hard to look at the screen as the images of torpor and periphery come to life, so Izuku does his best to hone his eyes in on small details as he sketches them, trying not to see the whole picture. The narrowed curve of a curled lip here, the jagged glaring glint in an eye there. When he finishes, he frantically saves the sketch and barely refrains from slamming the laptop shut, instead slamming his finger down on the mouse to close the window, breath catching in his constricted throat. He feels himself going distant and floaty again, as if he's outside of himself as he closes everything and digs through his desk drawers for empty thumb drives. He pulls out 2 and copies everything from the original drive over to both of them, including his testimony and sketches. All 3 drives are carefully placed on his desk when he's done, and he turns back to his laptop. He'll figure out where to hide the copies before he leaves. For now, he has a detective to find. Shouta checks the time on his phone and isn't really surprised to see that Tsukauchi is running behind. The door to his office is closed and there are no texts from him, so Shouta assumes that he's wrapped up in a call. He doesn't mind occupying himself for the time being, and Hisashi has sent enough memes and cat videos to pass the time and then some. There's a seating area not far from the front desk with a view of Tsukauchi's office, so Shouta settles in and begins the arduous task of wading through the messages from Hisashi. The man's need for attention is insatiable some days, not that Shouta really minds. There had been some time after graduation when Shouta had been alone, had isolated himself, and barely stayed in touch with his friends, with Hisashi, Tensei, Kiora, or Nemuri. He'd worried them, putting it lightly. He knows he did. And he knows how badly Hisashi missed him, because the feeling is mutual. Not that he'd ever admit that out loud again. So if the price of having them back was spending his spare time trying to keep up with the warmest, kindest, loud-mouthed man he'd ever met, well, he can't say he doesn't complain, but he never means it. As he starts up the first of many videos of a trio of kittens, a burst of green in the corner of his eye catches his attention. He lifts his gaze momentarily and takes in the sight of a child, maybe 11 or 12, with absurdly fluffy green hair approaching the front desk. It's a bit unusual to see a child this age in a station, especially this late. But that's not the only reason Shouta pockets his phone. It's the tension in the boy's body, like he's ready to flee at a moment's notice or worse, fight. There's a level of vigilance that Shouta never likes to see in kids. He stands and slowly makes his way towards the desk as the boy speaks. "I need to speak with Detective Tsukauchi," he says shakily, pressed up against the desk with one hand gripping at the wood and the other curled tight against his chest, something Shouta can't identify in his grasp. The man behind the desk sighs. "Kid Dash. It's important," the boy implores, lifting up onto his toes. "I need to see him, you don't understand." His voice cracks on the last word and Shouta frowns. He's been teaching at UA for a little over 3 years now. He's dealt with upset kids before, on patrol and on school grounds. This kid sounds more like the ones he's met on patrol, and it's setting alarm bells off in his head. "The detective is otherwise engaged right now, kid," the man pushes forward. "Let me just get one of the other available officers and we'll dash." "No," the boy wails. No, please, it has to be him, it can't be anyone else. I need to dash." "I need you to calm down," the man interjects impatiently. "Just calm down and I'll get someone to see you." Shouta can already tell that's not going to work. The tension coiled in the boy has only grown and he's backing up now, eyes darting towards the door. Shouta can't help but feel a spark of irritation towards the man for instilling more fear into an obviously terrified child. He takes the last few steps forward and stands slightly behind the boy and to the side, enough to stall him. He lays a hand on his shoulder and gives a gentle squeeze. "Hold on," he murmurs, digging his phone back out of his pocket. The boy's head whips up to look at him and his eyes go wide. For a moment, there's a flash of fear there that sets Shouta on edge, but it's gone just as quickly. In its place is something just as alarming, yet strangely comforting. "There's relief and all?" "Erase her head," the boy whispers. Shouda's brow hikes up and he can't help but stare. He wants to take the time to address the fact that this child knows who he is, but he'll have to come back to that. For now he gives a soft huff in response and dials Tsukauchi's personal cell, lifting his phone to his ear. It rings twice before the man answers. "Ah shit, sorry eraser I dash. Can you come out here?" Shouta cuts the apology off and hopes his tone is enough to convince the man not to waste time with questions. Thankfully, Tsukauchi is as perceptive as always. There's barely a pause before his office door swings open and they both hang up as the detective makes his way over. Shouta nods his head down at the boy. "Kid needs to see you," he says casually, giving the man behind the desk a bland look, just waiting for him to try saying something. Tsukauchi follows his line of sight and frowns at the man, giving him a look that clearly means they're going to discuss this later. And there it is. That delightful spark of anger and annoyance at being outmaneuvered and thrown under the bus. Usually Shouta only gets to see that look from the students he expels not because he needs to protect them, but because he needs to protect civilians from ever being in their hands. Shouta is pleased to find that it's just as satisfying to see that look in the eyes of an adult. In this moment though, the obvious relief in the green kid is probably more satisfying. He sways a little under Shouta's hand and his eyes lock in on Tsukauchi. I have dash, the boy stammers. I have to give you something. And tell you something. It has to be you. Shouta can see the moment when Tsukauchi realizes why he worked around the man at the desk to get him out here. The moment when the pure desperation in the boy's voice registers. Of course, Tsukauchi soothes. I'm here now, you can tell me anything. Okay, kid. A choked sound hitches in the boy's throat and he nods weakly, stumbling forward as Tsukauchi gestures for him to follow, leading him towards his office. The boy glances back at him before they step inside and whispers a meek, thank you. Shouta dips his head in a lazy nod in response and turns back towards the chairs, planning to return to his cat videos and wait until Tsukauchi is done with the kid. He only makes it a few steps before his phone is buzzing violently in his hand in a familiar pattern. An emergency alert from his agency. Shouta's head whips around to see if any of the officers in the lobby have gotten the alert as well, and finds that not a single person is looking at their phones. High priority and high secrecy then. Shouta turns to face away from any prying eyes and pulls out his phone. He opens the alert and feels a stab of burning hot and ice-cold shock course through him. No, he whispers. No, no, no. Not her. The words on the screen don't change with his denial. They just seem to etch themselves deeper into his eyes. He rubs a hand over his face and marches to Tsukauchi's office. It's barely been a minute, so he doubts the kid has managed to work up the courage to say whatever it is he came to say. He feels a bit guilty considering the state the boy is in, but this can't wait. He opens the door. Sorry, kid, he says quickly, unable to spare a glance at him. Tsukauchi, I need to talk to you. Now. It's about Mystic, isn't it? A small voice full of heavy grief comes from his left, and Shouta stares at the boy, mouth going dry. How? He croaks back. That's why I'm here. The child chokes out, tears pooling and sliding down his freckled cheeks. I saw her die. Shouta's arm goes limp at his side and he looks at Tsukauchi, silently demanding that he tell him it isn't true, that this child didn't see his Kohai's death. Tsukauchi's mouth sets in a grim line and he nods. The boy is telling the truth. Well done, sheet. Shouta is beyond happy that the sports festival is finally over with. He knew he was going to get a lot of sheet from the hero students in Class 2B for not taking part in the final round. But he plans on mostly working underground, so giving himself away year after year simply wouldn't be logical. Mostly underground, but not completely, because Oboro and Hizashi are still trying to convince him to form an agency with them. He would be lying if he said the idea wasn't tempting. Still, giving his quirk away on live television was probably the dumbest thing he could do. A good number of the 2B kids seemed to think he was trying to insult them, or that he was a coward. One or the other, maybe both. Shouta is pretty sure they're still sore over losing to him last year. But honestly, he couldn't really care less. As happy as he is that the festival is over with, he will admit that watching the first years had been pretty great. Kiora had really proven herself out there, and Shouta was certain she'd end up with some pretty great internship nominations. Hey Shou. Speak of the devil. Kiora. Shouta pauses, turning to face his Kohai. What's up? The pink-skinned girl beams at him, teeth and scales glinting as she reaches his side. You know exactly what's up, don't try to fool me, she elbows him. We picked hero names today. Actually, so I didn't pick mine during class because I still couldn't think of anything, but then I ran into Zashi between classes, and Shouta groans loudly. Don't tell me, he sighs. Hizashi picked your name too? Yep. She laughs, a skip in her step. All right, Shouta pinches the bridge of his nose. Let's hear it. Let's see if he beat Eraserhead, he thinks. Mystic. Kiora chirps, stopping in front of him to pose with her fists on her hips. Shouta stops short and stares. You've got to be effing kidding me. Kiora pouts at him. You don't like it? It's literally perfect and absolutely the farthest thing from ridiculous, Shouta drawls. How did he go from Eraserhead to Mystic? Kiora rolls her eyes at him. Whatever. You can act all grumpy about it, but I know you love that name. I really don't, Shouta huffs. My mistake, Kiora's eyes glint with mischief. You don't love the name. You just love that he picked it for you. Shouta chokes and stares at her, heat rising to his cheeks. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He demands, eyes narrowing as Kiora takes off down the hall laughing. Hey, DMN her. Dimin Kiora and Hizashi and Oboro for. Making his heart light and bringing a smile to his face. He has a reputation he's trying to uphold. It's hard to remember that as he chases after his friend. Shouta pinches the bridge of his nose and lets out a sharp breath. He should be comforting the boy, this child that saw someone die, but his mind is still whirling with the thought that someone he considered a friend was killed. A lot of people assume that Shouda's preference for being logical and rational must mean he isn't very emotional. But the truth is that he feels deeply and sometimes well. Sometimes Shouda's emotions threaten to get the better of him. Sometimes, Shouta sees a criminal on patrol trying to hurt an innocent person, and all he sees is red. All he feels is sharp rage, indignation, a bone-deep weariness and sadness. He sees a few idiots with the press who ignore perimeters set by heroes and then have the gall to pierce their reputation with unfounded criticism on live television when something goes wrong. Meanwhile, there are other heroes they praise who actually deserve criticism. He sees a body bag and a place in his life that is forever empty, and he is reminded that this system sends teenagers, children, to their deaths. Sometimes, it's so much that it feels like it could consume him. Logic and rationality is a guide. A charms is to keep him tethered, keep him focused on the first step, the second, the next. But right now, logic is just out of reach, and he is in danger of being consumed. And Tsukauchi, he looks almost as wrecked as Shouta feels, and something in the back of Shouda's mind tells him that's intriguing. Midoriya, I need you to give me contact information for your mother, Tsukauchi finally says, voice a bit shaky. I don't feel comfortable moving forward without your guardian present. Because you'll have to use your quirk? Midoriya asks in that small, too young voice. Shouta drops his hand from his face and looks at the kid quizzically, Tsukauchi's expression mirroring his own. Midoriya fidgets in his seat and rubs the tears from his cheeks. Your quirk that I think it's always active? Maybe a mind-based quirk, something psychic? Or a little bit anyways. His brow pinches for a moment and Shouta thinks he sees a slight glow in the kid's pupils, and his head tilts. You don't figure out if people are telling the truth? Shouta huffs softly in shock, a bit of intrigue cutting through his grief. Tsukauchi, bless him, manages a small smile for the kid. That's right, he nods, sounding impressed. That was quite a good guess. Can I ask how you figured it out? He hands Midoriya some tissues and waits patiently as he wipes his cheeks. My quirk, I have done its analysis? Kind of. Midoriya fidgets in his seat again. I call it processor. I saw Eraserhead looking at you after his mouth wobbles. After I said what I saw, and you nodded, and that's when he looked like he believed me. Which means you nodding meant he should believe me, so it makes sense that you knew I was telling the truth. Plus, he points to a small, discreet band on Tsukauchi's wrist. That's a quirk dampener specifically made for mental and psychic quirks. Midoriya's eyes seem to brighten a bit. Those are super rare. That's the kind that lets you choose how much quirk suppression you want, right? Tsukauchi almost unconsciously starts to reach towards his wrist, maybe to hide the band, but catches himself and clears his throat as he nods. It is. Tsukauchi pauses and looks like he's considering something. My quirk can be troublesome in crowds. Midoriya nods and gives a commiseratory hum. And I also need to be careful about when I use it when talking to witnesses, informants, and suspects. That's why I'd like your guardian to be here. Will you let me call your mother, Midoriya? The boy sniffles and nods, and Shouta steps out of the room while they handle that. He walks down the hall and turns a corner, searching until he finds a storage room to step into, closing the door behind him. He closes his eyes and takes a moment to just breathe before he pulls out his phone and dials Hizashi. He's breaking protocol for sure, if Hisashi, Nemuri, Tensei, and Nedza don't know about Kiora yet, but he can't really be bothered to care. They deserve to know. Izuku pulls a leg up and tucks his knee under his chin as he sits and waits for his mom to arrive. He really wishes they didn't have to call her, pull her away from work, worry her, but he understands why she needs to be here. He knows she'll want to be here. Actually, now that he really thinks about it with a clear head, he's pretty sure she'll be upset that. Izuku! His mom's voice carries into the room, and it takes a mere second or two for him to suddenly be bundled up in her arms as she cries into his hair. He tries not to cry with her, but he doesn't know why he bothers trying. He's a Midoriya, and when one of them cries, the other follows. And it's now that he's held in the protective embrace of his mom that he can really let go. He practically wails against her shoulder, shaking violently and babbling incoherently about what he saw. Distantly, he realizes he shouldn't be saying any of this yet, but Detective Tsukauchi had followed his mom in and the office door is closed, so he hopes it's okay. He's not sure how long they spend crying, and distantly he has the thought that the detective has an incredible amount of patience. But soon his mom is gently wiping his face with tissues, and she has a determined pinch in her brow that means she's going to try her best not to cry anymore, so Izuku decides he'll try too. He gives a few soft hiccups and muffled sniffles, and his mom gently combs her fingers through his hair. She's the only one who can ever manage to navigate the unruly curls. "Why didn't you call me, baby?" she whispers. "That detective said you went home first and then came here. You should have called me Izuku." Izuku winces when he hears the pain in her voice, the fear, the slightest hint of disappointment that he knows she doesn't mean to let through. "You saw something scary and dangerous and went home alone. You should have called me." "I'm sorry," Izuku chokes out. "I'm sorry. I didn't. I just wanted to get away, and she told me to find the detective, and I missed my pills this morning." Mom pulls him into a hug again, pulling his head to her chest as she rocks them from side to side. "Oh, Izuku," she breathes out, rubbing soothing circles on his back. "You were just following your quirk." Izuku nods and chokes on a quiet, miserable sob. Mom shushes him softly. "It's okay, Izuku. You're okay. You're safe. It kept you safe. It's okay." "He takes quirk suppressants?" Detective Tsukauchi asks quietly as he moves to sit across from them. Mom combs her fingers through his hair again and holds him close. "Mild ones, to lessen the effects of his quirk," she confirms. "A dose in the morning every day, and an afternoon dose only as needed. He usually has less trouble at home." Izuku nods in agreement, letting himself drift a little now that he feels safe in his mother's arms. He stays tucked against her side, curling into her warmth and fixing his eyes on the floor. "You mentioned that it kept him safe," the detective prompts. "May I ask what you meant by that?" "The way he's explained it to me, his quirk will give him intuitive thoughts? Predictions of what is most likely to happen based on the input he has. Intuition about the best courses of action in some situations. But it can be so intrusive sometimes." Mom frowns and Izuku's stomach knots. "Hence the suppressants," Detective Tsukauchi finishes for her, and she nods in confirmation. "I see. Thank you for sharing that with me. I have a feeling it's going to help give me a full picture of what your son witnessed." Izuku squirms a little and sits up, staying close to his mom. He's pretty sure they have to start soon, and Tsukauchi's eyes flicking to the door is confirmation. "Door," Izuku murmurs softly to his mom as the object in question swings open, Eraserhead walking through and letting it swing shut behind him. Thanks to his gentle warning, his mom doesn't jump at the sudden movement, and she gives his hand an appreciative squeeze. Eraserhead drops into the seat next to the detective, and Izuku gets the distinct impression that he normally wouldn't let himself make that much noise, drop that gracelessly. Both the hero and the detective seem to be taking Mystic's death hard. Not to say that Izuku was expecting them to be indifferent, but there's more to their reactions than he'd expect from the average person. There's a difference between them too, one that has his quirk flickering restlessly, wanting to puzzle the solution out but lacking the input to do so. "Midoriya, if you're ready, I'd like to get started," the detective says kindly, leaning forward in his seat. Izuku swallows the lump in his throat and nods, bringing his hands together in his lap and twisting his fingers together, wincing at the pinch and ache. Eraserhead's brow scrunches and he turns around to the desk nearby, grabs something and turns back. "Catch, kid," he warns quietly, and then tosses the unknown objects to Izuku. He fumbles to catch them and blinks at the pen and small notepad in his hands. The gesture is small, but oh so kind, and Izuku has to quickly wipe away a few stray tears. He repositions the pad and pen in his hands and begins to sketch something shapeless, the motions soothing his nerves. "Thank you," he whispers. Eraserhead just nods, but there's a brief moment of softness in his eyes that Izuku catches. He keeps aimlessly scribbling on the paper as he turns his attention back to the detective. "Okay, Midoriya," Tsukauchi says gently. "Do you want to just start from the beginning and take us through what happened?" Izuku scribbles darker lines in the paper. He doesn't want to, not really. But he knows he needs to. So he nods. After school sometimes I stop by Fukuda Park. And Izuku sighs as the words get tangled in his mouth, trying to figure out how to explain that he spends time in alleys with stray cats without worrying anyone. There probably isn't a way. There's some alleys near there that have cats. I like to sit with them and feed them sometimes. Mom sighs next to him and murmurs what's probably a soft, "Oh, Izuku." He keeps going. "So I was there with the cats and she mystic. She ran into the alley." Eraserhead frowns deeply and looks at Tsukauchi. Tsukauchi tilts his head and nods slowly. "I know that's not where you found her." Izuku digs the pen into the paper, not caring as it tears through. "They moved her." Eraserhead's eyes close and stay that way for a long moment, while Tsukauchi sighs. "I apologize, Midoriya. We don't mean to imply that you aren't telling the truth. You know I can tell that you are." Izuku nods. "It's okay," he mumbles. "So, she ran into the alley, and she gave me the thumb drive that I showed you before. And she told me that she was sorry, that I needed to hide, and that I'd need to find Detective Tsukauchi." Izuku lifts his eyes from the paper to look at the detective, voice dropping to a soft whisper. "You." "Me," Tsukauchi confirms, just as softly. He rubs a hand over his face and sighs heavily, and then he gives Izuku a small, sad smile. "You're very brave, Midoriya." Izuku's mouth trembles and he shakes his head furiously, squeezing his eyes shut against more tears. "I'm not," he chokes out. "I'm not. I didn't do anything. They attacked her and killed her and I just watched and dash." Hands grip his shoulders, and green eyes open to meet gentle dark ones framed by long black hair. Eraserhead squeezes his shoulders and doesn't let him look away. "It's cold and cruel, but there is nothing you could have done," the hero says matter-of-factly. "You are a child. You have a non-offensive quirk. It was not your job to save her. It was your job to hide, to find Tsukauchi and to bring him the drive. Even that was asking too much of you." Eraserhead's jaw twitches. Mystic knew that. That's why she apologized. She knew it was too much to ask. You did exactly what you needed to despite what you saw. Bravery isn't always loud. It's not always an act of heroism. Sometimes bravery is surviving, kid. Finding a way out when there shouldn't be one. Sometimes that it's just doing enough. A hand leaves his shoulder and ruffles his hair. "You may not think you are, but you're a brave kid." A few tears finally break free and slip down his cheeks, but that small, caustic knot that's been sitting in the pit of his stomach since the second mystic ran into the alley finally begins to loosen as Izuku takes in Eraserhead's words. He still doesn't feel very brave, but the hero is right. He did enough to make it here, and that should count for something. Izuku sniffles and rubs his cheeks dry, nodding to Eraserhead and getting a nod in return before he shifts to stand and returns to his seat. Awareness of the rest of the room comes back to Izuku then. Detective Tsukauchi's sad smile. Izuku wonders if he's so good at sad smiles because he has to have them more than happy ones, and Mom's gentle hands rubbing his back. "Do you feel all right enough to keep going, Midoriya?" Tsukauchi leans forward again, eyes soft with concern. Izuku takes a deep breath and nods, determined to make it through. He flips to a fresh page in the notebook and looks down to sketch again. "She threw me up on the roof of one of the buildings lining the alley," he murmurs. "Which is kind of scary now that I think about it. I didn't then though. I didn't have time to get anywhere after I landed. They would have seen me. So I laid flat and stayed close enough to watch. Mom inhales sharply and wraps an arm around him. Baby, why didn't you look away? Her voice wobbles, and Izuku leans into her. I couldn't, he shrugs meekly. I couldn't just not know what was happening. I was thinking, what if one of them saw me and started to climb up? Or what if she beat them but I didn't know? Or not like here now. What if I was the only one who could see who did it? There were too many reasons to watch. I hate to ask this, Midoriya, but how much did you see? Tsukauchi has his own pen and paper out now, taking notes as Izuku speaks. Everything. Izuku barely breathes the word. I saw everything. There were two of them, and I didn't recognize them at first. Mystic almost got away, but then Izuku stops and wonders what he's going to do if they don't believe what comes next. He chews at his bottom lip and fidgets. Your quirk, that you'll believe me, right? Izuku looks at the detective, imploring him to agree. To promise that he'll believe him. Even without my quirk, I can think of no reason for you to lie to us, Tsukauchi soothes. I'm here to hear what you have to say, Midoriya. Izuku's mouth pinches in a small frown, because that's almost what he needs to hear, but not quite. Kid, Eraserhead's voice pulls Izuku's attention to him. Whatever it is, you can tell us. We'll believe you. Izuku breathes a little easier and nods. She almost made it out of the alley, he continues quietly. But then it was like she was running in slow motion. Because one of the people was using her quirk. Izuku can see it. He can see the wheels turning in both men's minds. He can see the confusion threatening to tip into disbelief, and the rest of the words burst forth without his permission. It was torpor. Torpor and periphery. I'm telling the truth. I know it was them. I drew them. Izuku drops his hands to his knees, nails digging into his skin through his pants. His voice takes on a frantic edge. I drew who I saw, and I wrote everything they said down, and I put it in the drive. Please, you have to believe me, you have to. I don't know who else to. If you don't, she said Tsukauchi, so I'm here and dash. Izuku. Izuku baby, it's okay. Mom cries out, pulling Izuku into her arms and flashing a dangerous look at the men frozen in shock across from them. The venom in her eyes seems to snap them both free. Let's look at the drawings, Eraserhead finally says, a heavy, weary tone in his voice. There's no note of disbelief in his voice. He sounds like he believes Izuku. So easily too. Okay? We'll look at the drawings and you can tell us everything that happened. He nudges Tsukauchi towards his desk, and the detective stumbles out of one seat into the other, fumbling with the drive before he gets it plugged in. Mom rocks them slowly as Tsukauchi locates the right file and gets it open, her soft humming barely loud enough to hear, but plenty loud enough for his quirk to recognize the rhythm of the vibrations in her chest. Eraserhead hisses, eyes fixed on the computer screen. He turns his gaze to Tsukauchi. That's them. You know it is. They're more well known than I am, but not enough for a kid to know their faces and costumes that well. Tsukauchi drops his face into his hands, massaging his temple. Demen, he murmurs. Demen. This has to leave my hands now, you know that. Let the kid finish first, Eraserhead argues firmly. Let him finish and then pass it along. What is he talking about? Mom demands. Eraserhead sighs and gives Tsukauchi a look, one that Izuku knows well. You deal with this. Accusations against heroes are headed by the Hero Public Safety Commission, the detective explains tiredly. They'll bring detectives in as needed, but generally speaking they use their own people for cases like these. Legally speaking, now that there is a reasonable amount of evidence pointing towards two heroes as suspects, I have to transfer the case to them. Izuku sits up sharply and shakes his head. No, you can't, he begs. You can't, Mystic said it had to be you. She told me to come to you. She knew who was chasing her. She would have picked you for a reason. Isn't there some way you can let Izuku finish his testimony and then pass that along? Mom's arm squeezes around him again, both of them looking at the detective with big, imploring eyes. Eraserhead's intense gaze joins them, though his is much sharper and demanding. Eventually, the detective has no choice but to sigh in defeat and agree. All right, Tsukauchi says at length. All right, We'll finish your testimony, but on official record, we're going to specify that you didn't give me their names. You described their quirks and what they looked like. You told me everything that happened, and then you showed me the sketches. Got it? All three of them nod, Eraserhead's expression being one of smug victory while the Midoriyas look at the man with grateful relief. Tsukauchi lets out yet another bone-deep tired sigh and invites Izuku to pick up where he left off. Naomasa hopes he's doing the right thing. It's a nagging thought that lingers in the back of his mind as the boy in front of him recounts the tale of Mystic's death, her murder, at the hands of two heroes. It's a gruesome tale. Not the worst he's heard in his time as a detective, but made worse by the fact that it's a child's voice that tells it. He sympathizes deeply with the growing stress in the boy's mother as they all become aware of just how lucky he is to have gotten away unseen. When the boy is done, Naomasa goes through the motions. He tells him how brave he is again, and he means it. He expresses his deepest sympathy to Midoriya and his mother, sympathy for what Midoriya went through, what he had to see, the knowledge he is now burdened with. Eraserhead escorts the pair out of his office to debrief with Sansa before they depart. Meanwhile, Naomasa sinks into his chair and takes out his phone, staring at his contacts for almost 10 minutes before he manages to press his thumb down. He lifts the phone to his ear and waits, distantly aware of the ringing in his ear before his friend picks up. Naomasa, a warm, booming voice fills his ear. "How are you, my friend, Sheet?" "You didn't get the alert." Naomasa speaks past the lump in his throat. There's a heavy silence before his friend replies. "No," he says, warmth replaced by the intense and serious demeanor that accompanies All Might when he faces villains. "What's wrong, Masa? Is everything all right?" "No, Toshi," Naomasa says shakily. "I don't know how to tell you." And he really doesn't. How is he supposed to tell his friend that his soon-to-be successor is dead? Toshinori is beginning to wonder if he's cursed to feel like this for whatever time he has left. If this state of being is just what he is now. He felt like this when he lost Nana, and again when Mirai left him. Like the very ground beneath his feet had toppled away, and he could no longer see farther than a few feet in front of him. Left to stumble blindly in the dark, while the people in the world around him march on with their torches and compasses intact, unaware of his plight. Seems like every time he has a future in front of him, it's snatched away before he can ever truly grasp it. Standing in the grim darkness of Kiyora's house, suffocating on the silence that doesn't fit, Toshinori can't help but think about why this is happening to him again. He walks numbly into the living room, sinking into his armchair, a tall-backed bright blue piece that Kiyora bought when Toshinori visiting her home became a regular event. There is plenty of other seating in the room, but she had insisted on having something that was his. She had accepted him into her life and made him a part of her home, her family. Toshinori had always felt a deep sense of pride seeing younger heroes grow, but he imagines that the pride he feels when he thinks of Kiyora is far more akin to the way one would feel about their own. Face buried in his hands and sobs racking his body, Toshinori wonders if this is the grief of a parent who outlives their child. It's hard to believe that it's been almost a year since Mirai left his side, and Toshinori is painfully aware of the hole in his life as he finds his table at the annual ranking and awards ceremony. He greets his fellow heroes with a booming hello and a brilliant smile, some of the edge easing away when he sees the corners of Genus' eyes crinkling with a smile. He's not surprised anymore when Endeavor forces his way into a seat at another table despite his name card sitting across from Toshinori's. It seems the hero to lose their seat to the man this year is a young woman that Toshinori recognizes as Mystic. If Toshinori's memory is correct, she's around 22 or 23, and she currently holds the rank of number 4. Genus is right behind her at number 5. Toshinori has been impressed by the young hero since her debut, particularly with how quickly she's been rising through the ranks despite her young age. He and Genus both greet her politely when she joins their table, and Toshinori tries not to choke on his drink when Mystic deftly throws Endeavor's name card and knocks the Flame Hero's drink over. It seems Endeavor believes him the culprit due to his spluttering, and it earns him an especially dark glare from the man. Mystic snickers softly at Toshinori's sound of indignation. "I'd say I'm sorry, but I'm really not," she says wryly. Toshinori can't help but chuckle. I suppose that's fair, he muses. He did kick you out of your seat. Mystic hums and nods, but her smile falls to a frown a moment later. Toshinori follows her gaze and knits his brow, unsure of what she's frowning at. Hey Genist, Mystic nudges the man next to her. Looks like there's a free seat next to Sakamata. Genist's expression, what Toshinori can see of it, also seems to fall. He looks closer at Gang Orca's table and Dada. He understands now. By free seat, what Mystic means is that the heroes assigned to Gang Orca's table seem to have abandoned him as quickly as they arrived, wedging their way into seats at other tables. Best Genist says a quiet thank you to Mystic and pauses a moment to squeeze a hand on her shoulder before he politely excuses himself and walks across the room to join his friend. Assholes, Mystic grumbles. Pardon? Toshinori raises a brow at her. Mystic huffs. I said they're assholes, she repeats herself, loud enough this time to earn her a look from a hero at the table next to them, one she dismisses by rolling her eyes. Sakamata is a better hero than all three of them combined, and the only reason he never breaks into the top 10 is because people are stupid about quirks. Toshinori wonders briefly if that's possible, if a hero could truly be excluded from a proper ranking because of their quirk. Surely if Orca deserves a place in the top 10 then he would receive it? But he doesn't get time to question what she means, because the first round of awards begin. It's nearly an hour later before they're able to speak again, and Mystic is the first to breach the silence. Where's Sir Knight? I thought he always tagged along with you to these things. Toshinori coughs and hides a grimace by taking a sip of his water. He says. He and I are no longer working together. No matter how many times he's said the words now, they haven't gotten any easier. He still can't seem to keep the pain from his voice when he says them, and he's admittedly gotten tired of the pity and awkward apologies it always gets him. He can see it in Mystic's eyes too, when she realizes she's hit a sore spot. Oh, she says gently. I didn't realize that would be a rough subject. She surprises him then. She doesn't apologize and back away. Instead, she studies him with a warm and kind expression. Are you all right? Toshinori isn't sure why he chooses to answer her honestly. It's possibly because the pool of people in the world who ask All Might if he's okay is very, very small. In fact, he's pretty sure that pool is a grand total of 3 people, Tsukauchi, Gran Torino, and until a year ago, Mirai. I don't know, he admits. We had a falling out of sorts, and it's been a strange year without him. He says strange, but what he means is isolating, empty, and cold. He left. Mystic asks incredulously. But you two were out. What the hell? Why would he leave? Toshinori knows he must be grimacing, because this time Mystic does backtrack. Sheet, I'm sorry. That's crossing a line. No, it's quite all right, Toshinori says soothingly. I appreciate the sentiment. It's not often I have people defensive on my behalf. They sit in silence for some time, nursing their drinks. We had had a disagreement over the future of All Might. Mystic's brow pinches together, and she looks at him thoughtfully. Something he saw? She asks softly and seriously, though no less warm. Toshinori sighs heavily and nods. She hums quietly and looks down at her hands, and Toshinori grants her time. He's not going to tell her what night I saw. Won't burden another with his future, not again. Not anymore. He glances back at Mystic and notices that there's a look of steel and determination in her eyes that wasn't there a moment ago. She turns in her seat to face him fully and leans forward. Okay, she says, and somehow she conveys so much in that one word. Somehow, Toshinori is pretty sure she knows. So what comes next? Toshinori blinks a few times and leans back in his seat. What? You heard me, she smiles lightly. If Night Eye saw what I think he did, we need to think about what comes next. Toshinori's jaw tenses against his will, wondering if he's about to hear the same speech he got from Mirai again. There's nothing to think about, he says firmly. I am going to continue to be the symbol of peace and protect Japan. Obviously, Mystic huffs. Stopping now isn't really an option. But it's going to happen eventually, one way or another. So what happens then? Toshinori stares and closes his mouth when he realizes that it's dropped open. Well, he muses. Someone will need to take my place. Become the next symbol of peace. He's thought about this a lot. The future beyond him, after he's dead, or after he's no longer All Might, whichever comes first. His time with One for All is fading, and he knows he needs to find a successor. Someone to take the mantle and become the next symbol. This is what Night Eye couldn't seem to understand. He cannot stop. Yeah, no, Mystic snorts. That's not gonna work, big guy. Toshinori is shocked from his thoughts and finds that he wants to stare open-mouthed at her again. Instead, he manages to frown and lean forward. I'm afraid I don't understand, he says slowly. My time as the symbol of peace will end, and someone will need to take my place. All Might, that's not dash, she sighs sharply, looking frustrated, and then holds up a finger asking him to wait. She turns to face the table and chews at her bottom lip for a moment before she starts dragging plates and cups over to her. Toshinori watches with a dumbfounded expression. What are you dash? Can you hand me that? Mystic interrupts, pointing at the rectangular glass vase in the center of the table. Toshinori still feels like he needs answers before he's comfortable giving this woman any more glassware, but he does as she asks. He's not expecting her to nonchalantly remove the flowers and toss them onto the table, but she does. She places the now empty vase in front of her and points at it. All right, she says as she looks at him again. This weird kinda ugly vase thing is you. Toshinori coughs and gives her a look. Thank you. You're welcome, now pay attention, she points insistently. This is you, the symbol of peace. The pillar of hero society in Japan. She flicks the vase and then she grabs a plate and sets it on top of the vase, then 2 glasses on the plate, and another plate on top of those glasses. Toshinori eyes the structure warily, and notices that they've started to garner a few looks from people at the tables around them. Mystic, unsurprisingly, ignores them entirely. She slaps her hands down flat on the table. All right, so the vase is you, and the rest is society. So, what happens when All Might is gone? She reaches a hand towards the vase. Toshinori reaches out quickly and nudges her hand away from the vase, realizing her point. It falls, he says quickly, hoping that she won't need to demonstrate since he's given her what she wants. She grins deviously. Not quite, she replies, but she thankfully doesn't reach for the vase again. It doesn't just fall. It falls and it breaks. It shatters. And while it's broken, it's vulnerable. Right now, there are some people who are trying to help. She places some glasses next to the vase so they hold up some of the weight. But they aren't enough. So, I ask you again. What comes next? How do we prepare? Toshinori stares at her. Mystic gestures around the room, at the Hall of Heroes all gathered together. How do we prepare? We're the ones who will have to hold the weight, All Might. So what do we need to do? Toshinori feels his stomach flip a little, stunned enough that he leans back in his seat with a soft oomph. I don't know, he says slowly. Then he reaches for a glass and adds it to the ones holding up the weight. Train more heroes? Mystic shakes her head. No, she says and adds another plate to the pile. Toshinori frowns and Mystic smiles. The heroes aren't the only ones with growing numbers and ambitions. Try again. Toshinori realizes that Mystic has an answer in mind. She's structured it this way for that reason. He looks at the pile for a minute, thinking. And then it hits him. He leans over to the next table and grabs a glass, ignoring the look he gets from Maruko. Then, as he adds the glass to the one supporting the pile, he reaches up at the same time and hesitantly removes a plate from the pile. Mystic's lips curl into a wide smile. Better, she nods. Do you see it now? What we've been doing, how we've been looking at this for decades. Toshinori is stunned. We've not been ignoring the pile, he says carefully, and we've focused on the supports instead. But we haven't noticed that the supports aren't enough because, he trails off, a strange feeling curling in his stomach preventing him from finishing that sentence. Because we keep assuming that there will always be someone strong enough to hold it up, Mystic says gently, tapping the vase. We've spent decades assuming that we can hold it up. That if we train enough heroes and throw them at the problem, it'll go away. We haven't spent nearly enough time asking what the problem is in the first place. What do you think the problem is, All Might? Toshinori heaves a weary sigh, flashes of his years tracking down All for One assaulting his mind. Villains, he says tiredly. No, Mystic says firmly. Not for the first time that evening, Toshinori finds himself staring, stunned, and speechless. Mystic smiles. Again. The problem is that we use that word to begin with. Mystic looks away from him then as one of the Hero Commission officials takes the stage, and the corners of her mouth dip. She looks back at him and softens. She seems to consider him for a moment and then nods. Think on that for a few days and let's meet up for coffee. She holds out a hand and it takes Toshinori an embarrassingly long moment to realize she's asking for his phone. He hands it over and she taps her number in, then texts herself. She hands it back with another smile. I'll text you, she says softly, and then rises from her seat and slides around to the edge of the room to slip out before her name is called in the rankings. For the first time in a year, Toshinori thinks of the future and feels something other than hopelessness. He's not quite at hope yet, but he's curious. He'll take curious. Shouta is numb as he boards the train, as he slinks to his usual seat, as he tucks down into his capture scarf, the familiar fabric nuzzling against his cheek and chin. His body feels heavier than normal, an anchor pinning him to this moment where nothing makes sense. A friend is dead, and all evidence and logic points to the fact that it is much, much bigger than that. And yet it can't be because his friend is dead. Logic tells him that he should be focusing on the fact that it was two heroes who killed her, that she had a thumb drive full of encrypted files that she trusted a child to deliver, that she knew something that made her a target. He should wonder what she stole. He should wonder who targeted her. Who was the woman Periphery and Torpor reported to? Who helped them move her body? These questions and more should be his focus, and yet, as he watches lights flicker through the door window of the train in broken fragments, all he can think about is the fact that Kiora is dead. Kiora, who gave him secret lessons in sign language so he could surprise Hizashi on his birthday. Kiora, who knew the words to all of the gaudy, over-the-top songs Hizashi liked to belt into without warning, and always seemed to know when he needed a pep talk in the form of one of said songs. Kiora, who fearlessly and without fail wore any and all horribly tacky outfits Oboro put together for her, just to prove that she had the most chaotic bisexual energy between the two of them. Kiora, who tried to take the blame for one of Tensei's pranks gone wrong because she knew he was in a rough spot with his parents at the time, and spun a surprisingly convincing story about how she did it even in the face of Nedzu's manic grin. Kiora, who unabashedly turned into a stuttering, blushing mess in the presence of Nemuri and fiercely, and terrifyingly, argued with anyone who tried to reduce Nemuri to her revealing costume after her graduation. Logic is failing him for a second time, as he once again is forced to try and make sense of the death of a friend who deserved more time. Despite the 20-minute train ride, he makes no progress. He resigns himself to his fate as he stiffly departs and begins the walk home to his apartment, eyes tracing endless paths of cracks in the sidewalk. His thoughts stray to the boy, Midoriya Izuku, a child carrying the burden of guilt that he should not bear. Shouta can't help but wish he hadn't been in that alley to begin with, and he knows the kid probably feels the same way. He'd been practically drained by the time Shouta and Sansa had finished guiding the Midoriyas through the necessary paperwork, slumped against his mother as he struggled not to drift off. Shouta feels an ache of sympathy just thinking about it, and no small amount of worry. He doesn't like that someone so young has been dragged into the middle of this case. On the one hand, it doesn't seem like Periphery or Torpor are aware of his existence. That he made it home and then to a police station unaccosted is proof enough of that. But that thought does nothing to ease the pit of unease that has sunk its claws deep under Shouta's skin. He can't even pretend to deny it. He's worried. He's worried that the officer assigned to watch the Midoriya residence tonight won't be protection enough. He's worried that Torpor or Periphery will somehow find out about the boy and target him. He's worried that handing the case off to the Hero Commission is a mistake. Quite frankly, Shouta is worried about everything, and he's pretty sure he'll be spending the entire night nursing a pot of coffee and drowning in what-ifs. If he's lucky, he might work a nap in before he has to teach tomorrow. As he turns the key in the lock of his apartment and swings the door in, he's greeted by the familiar smell of savory broth, onion, and chicken and the gentle sound of Hizashi half singing, half humming along to an English song that Shouta vaguely recognizes. He pauses in the doorway and tries to muddle through the confusion of coming home to an occupied apartment, and despite that confusion, he feels warmth bloom in his chest. He finally steps inside the rest of the way and closes the door behind him, then swaps his boots for slippers and makes his way through the entryway towards the kitchen. He seems to have caught Hizashi at just the right time. The chicken and onion are still simmering and the rice cooker hasn't timed out yet. Hizashi looks up from the pan and Shouta isn't surprised by the tears that fill his friend's eyes. Hizashi steps away from the stove and stumbles over to him, Shouta already opening his arms to catch the man and pull him close, a hand resting at his back and across his shoulders. He tucks his face into Hizashi's hair, grateful that it's Hizashi he's hugging and not Present Mike. He loves the cockatoo look, despite how illogical it is, but he prefers Hizashi like this. Faded jeans, a button-up sweater, and a loose and messy bun at the back of his head, the rest of his hair cascading over his shoulders. Hizashi's hair is soft against his cheek, and the familiar scent of peach and vanilla soothes his frayed nerves. Even as Hizashi cries into his shoulder and Shouta manages to let a few of his own fall, he feels safe and at peace. He feels relieved knowing that he won't have to grieve alone. Things have always made more sense with Hizashi at his side, and he clings to a desperate hope that this will be no different. "I wasn't expecting you," Shouta murmurs into Hizashi's hair. Hizashi gives a quiet, wet chuckle in response. "Did you really think I was going to leave you alone tonight?" He squeezes Shouta tighter, and Shouta hears what's not said. "Did you really think I wanted to be alone tonight?" Hizashi is also saying. Shouta sighs heavily and melts further into the hug, basking in the warmth and comfort. "Why her, Sho?" Hizashi whispers. Shouta closes his eyes wearily. "I don't know," he shakes his head. "I don't know Zashi. Everything on the file except what Midoriya put on it was encrypted or something. I'm no good with that kind of thing. But Naomasa said it was too secure for him to do anything about. We don't know where she got it from or why two pros chased after her and killed her for it. We just don't know. I don't know if we ever will." "What do you mean?" "The case had to go to the Hero Commission," Shouta huffs. "They're not exactly known for being forthcoming. My bet is they'll cover this up as quick as they can. If enough, never mind." "If what, Shouta?" Hizashi leans out of the hug and studies Shuta's face, eyes piercing through any walls Shouta could possibly put up. "You think they?" He pauses, waiting for Shouta to fill in, to confirm. "Shouta, you think they had something to do with this?" Shouta frowns and looks away, jaw twitching as he clenches his teeth. Hizashi is having none of it, a gentle hand cupping his jaw and turning his face back. "I don't know," Shouta admits through grit teeth. Hizashi's thumb strokes soothingly along his jaw, and despite himself, Shouta feels a slight blush creep on his face. He has to remind himself that Hizashi is a very tactile person, and not just with him. He's like this with everyone. This tenderness doesn't mean anything. "I don't know, but I think it's a possibility. It's one I can't ignore." Hizashi's brow pinches together and he looks thoughtful for a long moment, his hands still cupping Shuta's jaw. Shouta is in no rush to push it away. "Okay," Hizashi finally nods. Okay, he repeats. "I don't know either, and I can't imagine it myself, but if you think it's a possibility then okay. It's a possibility. We'll keep an eye on everything." Shuta's brows rise, and he stares at his friend, searching his face for any sign that Hizashi is just humoring him, finding none. Hizashi looks as genuine and earnest as ever. Hizashi nods firmly. "We're in this together." His eyes drift to his hand on Shuta's face, and his cheeks redden as he, unfortunately, pulls away. He makes some excuse about needing to return to the food on the stove, though Shouta doesn't entirely hear it. He follows Hizashi and sits at the island, resting his chin on his hand as he watches Hizashi pour egg into the pan on the stove and fluff the rice. They move to the table after Hizashi plates their food, and Shoyuta soaks in the comfort of the oyakodon. It's a simple dish, one Shoyuta can certainly make for himself. He can in fact cook. He leans towards the simpler foods like this one, things that take little energy or thought. But even these dishes are better when Hizashi makes them. If Shoyuta is being honest, most everything is better with Hizashi. Later they stand shoulder to shoulder at the sink to handle the dishes, and if Shoyuta stands closer to Hizashi than he really needs to, leaning into him and letting their hands brush often, well, no one besides them will know. Are you staying the night? Shoyuta murmurs, low and soft like he's afraid of breaking the calm comfort they've built. Can I? Hizashi matches his tone, reaching out to dry Shuta's hands with the towel almost mindlessly. Shoyuta nods wordlessly and takes the towel to toss aside, squeezing a hand on Hizashi's shoulder before he goes to the bedroom. They've done this so many times now that there's no hesitation in having Hizashi in his room, in his bed. When he was younger, he used to lie awake with flaming red cheeks and a non-stop mantra in his head to not make it weird. Nowadays sharing the bed with Hizashi is as natural as breathing. He knows he'll likely wake up with Hizashi latched onto him, arms around his torso and legs around his hips. It's a familiar weight and warmth, and exactly what he needs tonight. Not for the first time, as he drifts off to sleep, Shoyuta wishes things were different. Wishes that it was possible that Hizashi felt the same about him, that he wasn't such a demon coward, and that coming home to Hizashi could be every night. Shoyuta wakes slowly the next morning to the feeling of Hizashi's arms tight around his stomach and his legs latched around his hips, tangled with his own. Hizashi's head is tucked against the middle of his back, soft, gentle snoring rustling Hizashi's breaths against him. Shoyuta holds onto the precious moment when Hizashi is still asleep, reaching down to lay his hands over Hizashi's, lacing their fingers. Shoyuta usually hates waking this early, when sunlight is first slipping through the gaps between the curtain and the window, but not when Hizashi is here. He treasures these mornings. He knows Hizashi is awake when the arms and legs around him tighten and a soft groan comes from behind him. That wonderful grip leaves him next and fingers thread through his hair. Morning, Hizashi croaks, voice hoarse from sleep. Shoyuta hums and tips his head back, sighing contentedly as nails gently scratch at his scalp. Morning, Shoyuta rumbles. Sleep okay? That lovely, delightful scratching continues. Mostly, Hizashi murmurs. In and out, kept out you. Thinking about her. How this doesn't feel real. Shoyuta rolls over to face Hizashi, draping an arm over his hip. I know what you mean, he says quietly. She's always seemed unbeatable. From the day we met her. I don't think she's ever Dada. I don't think she ever backed down from a fight. Hizashi's eyes fill with tears and Shoyuta shifts forward to hug him right as his crying begins in earnest, deep, heavy sobs racking his frame. Not for the first time since he saw the news of Kyora's death, Shoyuta feels guilt grip and twist at his stomach. He learned young to repress his tears, force them back and down into a secret place, locking the door, destroying the key, forgetting the way back. It was necessary then. He used to be a far too easy crier, and it often got shoved in his face as a girly trait, something he rejected violently and fled from as fiercely as possible for his own safety. Now, years later, Shoyuta sometimes wishes it was easier to cry, if only so he could express his grief in an acceptable way. Shoyuta knows that for Hizashi, grief is an oppressive, active force. It is loud and pushes its way out of him in episodes like this, where Hizashi can do nothing but succumb and cry it out. For Shoyuta, grief is a silent predator that stalks him in the corners of his mind and the parts of him that stiffen and ache with weariness. It steals his silence and makes it into its own, turning it inwards on Shoyuta so he sees, hears, feels nothing but the grief or his own numbness to trauma. He loses himself like this now, pulled in by the sound of Hizashi's sobs. He crooks his chin on the top of Hizashi's head and lets himself just be. He embraces the numbness, letting it seep out from his chest into his limbs, even as somewhere in the back of his mind, he protests that he should feel more than this. He doesn't realize how long he stays trapped in that haze until his eyes focus on Hizashi's face, green eyes looking back at him with concern and gentle, undeserved understanding. There are still tear tracks on his face, and Shouta can tell from the hitch in his breath that he really needs to blow his nose. There's no way this is comfortable for him, to still be laying here. That thought begins to snap him back to reality. Sho! Hizashi murmurs. You back? Shouta nods wordlessly and sits up, turning to grab the box of tissues from his bedside table to pass to Hizashi. Hizashi takes them with a soft, thank you, and takes a moment to clear his nose before he speaks again. Go on and shower. I'll start breakfast. Shouta nods again, some emotion finally cutting through that numbness, a feeling of fondness towards Hizashi for knowing that showers help pull him from these funks. The hot water works its magic, and Shouta enters the kitchen with towel-dried hair pulled back in a low bun and fresh clothes, far more refreshed than when he left his bed. Hizashi is at the stove like the night before, and though he looks a bit more at ease, Shouta can see the tension in his shoulders, the way his movements are still cautious. He crouches down by the island and grabs the radio tucked away on a shelf, placing it on the counter and turning it on to a station he knows Hizashi likes. Hizashi turns towards him with a look of surprise on his face, and Shouta simply shrugs with a gentle look back at him. Hizashi beams, and it's not long before he's singing along to the pop songs that fill the room, and that awful tension fades away. They leave the show on when they sit to eat, and Shouta makes a face between bites at the awkward over-the-top persona that the host is trying to pull off. He can't help but compare it against present Mike, and really, there's no competition. The cockatoo wins every time. I know I've said it before, but you really should make your own show, Shouta scoffs. This is just sad. Hizashi laughs, and oh does that do things to Shuta's heart. Sure Shouta, Hizashi rolls his eyes, waving his chopsticks at him. Shouta huffs at him and considers pushing the issue, but ultimately decides that food is more important, especially given the time. They'll need to leave soon to get to UA, not that Shouta really wants to go. There's still a pit of unease that sits in his stomach, particularly when his thoughts stray to Midoriya. He doesn't realize that these thoughts have become legible in his face until Hizashi speaks up. You look worried, the man says, tapping his chopsticks on his bowl to get Shuta's attention. Shouta sighs. The kid, he mutters. I told you last night I don't trust this. If the commission is involved and they had no problem killing a hero, especially the number 3, what's to stop them from targeting a kid? Hizashi frowns and chews at his lip worriedly. You really think they'd? Hizashi stops before he finishes his sentence, eyes shining with unshed tears. Shouta sighs harshly and pinches his nose, pushing his hand up to rub at his face. I don't know, Zashi, but I can't stop thinking about it, he mumbles from behind his hand. Would you feel better if you checked in on him? Hizashi tilts his head. Shouta blinks and drops his hand, looking at Hizashi thoughtfully and considering the suggestion. Probably, he admits slowly. Just to see if he's fine. That nothing's happened. But isn't that dash? Nope, Hizashi interrupts brightly. If it'll make you feel better, you should do it. It's not gonna hurt anything, right? I guess not, Shouta agrees, then sighs heavily. Am I being? Not sure how you're planning to finish that sentence, but the answer is probably no, Hizashi says confidently, so confidently. Like Shouta is making perfect sense, like he trusts Shuta's instincts without question. Look, Sho, you're an underground hero. This kind of thing, it's your thing. Trust yourself. Shouta lets out a long breath and nods. Alright, could you? I'll let Netsu know, Hizashi nods, reaching across the table to squeeze his hand. It's gonna work. Out okay, Sho. There's conviction there in the way Hizashi says that last bit so firmly, unspoken words saying it has to. Go on, and give me a call or a text when you catch up with the little listener, alright? Shouta nods and squeezes Hizashi's hand in return, then leaves his seat and pulls the tie from his hair after he settles his capture weapon around his neck and shoulders, grounded by the comforting weight. He leaves his apartment and backtracks his steps from the night before, making his way to the station. He doesn't have contact information for the Midoriyas, so that will have to be his first stop. If he's lucky, Sansa will be there, and this will all go smoothly. As it turns out, he is lucky today. As he walks into the station, A feline head raises to meet his eyes and Sansa waves in greeting. Eraserhead, Sansa's eyes crinkle with a small smile. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Was there paperwork we missed? Shouta shakes his head and bypasses the front desk, nodding towards Sansa's office. Something I need to follow up on, but I need some information, Shouta explains. I'd like to check on the Midoriyas after everything that happened. Sansa excuses himself from whatever he was doing with the officer at the front desk and follows Shouta, frowning slightly. We have an officer posted to watch their apartment, and Ms. Midoriya's office has security personnel on duty today, I'm sure. It's not that, I just want to check in with the kid, Shouta says quickly, hoping Sansa will accept that this is an unofficial follow-up. Sansa tilts his head, ears flicking for a moment before a small smile graces his face. All right, Eraser, he replies kindly. Let's see what we can do. I'll pull up the case files and grab Ms. Midoriya's contact information. We can go from there. Shouta nods and stands at the end of Sansa's desk as the man sits and goes into the files on his computer. It's quiet as Shouta considers what he should actually say when he calls Midoriya Inko, but the silence is short-lived. This doesn't make sense, Sansa says worriedly. Shouta snaps his head over and already doesn't like the way Sansa's ears are beginning to press back. He moves to the man's side and looks at the screen, a chill coursing through him when he realizes that Sansa has the files for the Mystic Midoriya case open. They're empty. Paperwork, Shouta says firmly. Where's the paperwork? Detective Tsukauchi's office. Sansa stands and grabs a set of keys from his drawer. He's home today, doesn't come in until 4. Shouta follows Sansa to Tsukauchi's office, and while the other man walks to the cabinet in the corner, Shouta follows the twisting pit in his gut and opens a drawer at his desk. He pulls out Tsukauchi's notepad and flips to the most recent pages, where his notes from the previous night should be. The pages are missing. The files aren't here, Sansa says tightly. We filed everything together last night, I know they were here when I left. Shouta drops the notepad back in the desk drawer and doesn't bother double-checking the cabinet with Sansa. The man has the sharpest eye for detail among all of the officers Shouta has worked with. Instead, he marches back out to the desk and, ignoring the man who sputters indignantly at him, opens the log for the station on one screen and the security camera footage on the other. He hears Sansa dismissing the man behind him as he looks through the log. All of the names from last night and early this morning track with the regular traffic in and out of this station, nothing of note stands out. So he turns his attention to the security footage. He scans through quickly, again seeing nothing out of the ordinary until just about an hour before Sansa would have arrived. If he wasn't looking so close he wouldn't have caught it. The door being held open just a little too long between two other officers walking in. The plant by the door rustling after the door is closed, with no vent above it to explain the amount of movement. The way an officer on their way out of the station pivots their body as if they are walking by someone even though there doesn't appear to be anyone there. Shouta slows the footage, zooms in and out there. He's never gotten his hands on one himself, but Shouta has encountered reports of black market gear that can scramble security cameras and make it so the user doesn't show up in the footage. But it doesn't change the fact that others can still see them. And it doesn't stop them from being polite and offering a greeting. Shouta makes a mental note to thank Hizashi for teaching him how to lip read, because as the next officer walks past, he can just make out the words, morning elliptic. Shouta doesn't know elliptic all that well, but he knows a few things. She's an underground hero that he knows has teamed up with both Torpor and Periphery in the past. She doesn't typically patrol close enough to be visiting the station, though it's possible that a case simply brought her this way. But that doesn't really matter, because the last thing he knows is that there is no good reason for her to be entering a police station wearing black market security camera scrambling gear. The camera doesn't give him the full view he needs, but he can make out the barest hint of the door into Tsukauchi's office, and he sees enough movement to confirm his suspicions. Kiora was murdered by 2 underground heroes, and Shouta now has a good reason to suspect that a third broke into Tsukauchi's office and removed the evidence of Midoriya's case. Hizashi told him to trust his instincts, and right now his instincts are screaming that he needs to find the kid, and fast. Sansa, please tell me you remember where Midoriya Inko works. Mom, I'll be fine, you don't need to come with me, Izuku reassures his mom for the third time. It'll be a quick walk anyways. He does his best to give her a smile, to try and ease her worrying, but he doesn't need his quirk to know that he's not entirely succeeding. Her hands ring together and she fusses over him again, checking his coat and making sure the straps of his bag are secure, smoothing her hands over his hair. Oh Izuku, she chews at her lip. I just don't think you should be alone right now, not after. She sniffles softly and cups his cheek in her hand. Izuku can't help but lean into that comforting warmth. I won't be gone long, Izuku promises. I just need to clear my head, get out some energy. Now is the perfect time to go, you've got that meeting. I'd rather go walk than sit in here alone. If he is going to be alone anyways, he prefers to be outside letting his quirk take in new input. It will be the best way to distract it from replaying what he saw the night before. I can skip that meeting if you want me to, baby, it's okay dash. No. Izuku shakes his head firmly. Please don't. It seems important, and I don't want you to get in trouble. It'll only be a little bit. I promise I'll be okay, Mom. She sighs heavily in defeat and reluctantly nods, checking him over one last time. All right, she ruffles his curls lightly. Be safe, text me when you're on your way back. I'll see you soon. Izuku nods and hums as his mom pulls him into a hug, happy to squeeze his arms around her in return. She still seems reluctant when they part, so Izuku gives her a wide smile and a cheerful wave as he walks the opposite direction down the hall. She smiles back at him, though he can see the strain, and he feels the familiar twist in his stomach as he reads the worry in her face. He'll find a way someday to stop worrying her so much. He takes the stairs down to the lobby of the building his mom works in, too jittery to feel comfortable being stuck in an elevator right now. He gets a few odd glances on the way down, though a couple people do recognize him after a moment. His mom works for a decent-sized insurance company that focuses on apartment owners and small businesses, providing insurance for both natural occurrences and villain attacks. The company shares the building with a law firm, so between the insurance agents and the lawyers, Izuku can't help but feel underdressed and unimpressive. Still, he gives polite smiles to those who recognize him and breathes easier once he dashes through the lobby doors and finds himself out on the sidewalk. He has a usual route he walks when he comes to work with Mom and needs a break from her office, but he decides to go in the other direction this time to hopefully give his quirk enough new input. He's also pretty sure there's a park this way, and one of his favorite things to do when he uses his quirk to distract himself is to try and count all of the leaves on a single branch. It'll take some time to get there, so for now he lets any mental grip he has on his quirk loose and looks around, fascinated as always by what his quirk puts together. It tells him that the woman walking ahead of him will probably need knee surgery in the next few years, especially if she keeps walking on it the way she is now. It tells him that a man he passes talking on his phone is cheating on his wife just from the handful of words he hears as he walks by. It warns him that a cyclist is going to swerve onto the sidewalk ahead of him just in time for him to stop and move to the side, and it's only by focusing on the pieces that Izuku can tell how it put that together. The distant sound of the bike approaching, the lane barrier out of place, the reflection on a building window of the cyclist looking at their phone rather than where they were going. All pieced together in a fraction of a second to warn him to move, communicated to him as a sharp tug in his stomach to direct him to the side. Izuku looks down the side street he's passing and decides to walk that way instead since it will get him to the park faster. It feels invasive sometimes to pick up on all of these small details of the people around him, especially when he picks up on things that should be private, but right now it's exactly what he needs. It's so much better than ruminating on Mystic's death and the glimpse at the file he got. He feels guilty for lying to Mom this morning and telling her that he took his suppressants, but he just couldn't. His quirk is what saved him yesterday, and the very idea of it being dampened today made him anxious enough to be sick. And it is in this very moment as he walks through an underpass that he's glad he didn't take the pills, because something is wrong. Don't let him touch you. Izuku dives to the side just before two hands can clamp down on him, and he doesn't pause to think, he just runs. The moment of surprise from his dodge wears off quickly, and Izuku knows he's being chased, knows that he probably isn't fast enough, but he keeps running anyways. He darts left to avoid the hands a second time, but he isn't lucky enough the third time. The hands don't grab him, rather they just touch his arms, and Izuku tries to keep running and immediately crumples into a heap on the ground. He tries to look around, to see who touched him, and has to fight a wave of nausea as he tries to make sense of what's happening to him. He knows he's trying to look left, but his head moves down instead. He can hear and somewhat see someone in front of him, walking forward and crouching over him. Touch-based quirk, possibly 10-finger contact but irrelevant for the moment. Likely time-based. Vision somewhat impaired but motor functions are the primary target. The connection between his brain and his limbs isn't right, switched around in some way. He can test it quickly, move each limb in a few directions, so he does, twitching his hands and his feet, and now that he knows the new connections he'll adjust. So he does, and his vision suddenly snaps back into place for him to see the smirk of the man above him. The man opens his mouth to speak as he reaches for Izuku, and Izuku panics. He doesn't think. He just acts, pulling a leg back and kicking up hard at the man's face. There's a definite crunching sound followed by blood that spurts from the man's nose. "You little sheet!" The man hisses and dives towards him as Izuku throws himself to the side and scrambles to his feet, running for the end of the underpass again. "How the F are you moving right now?" The effects are ending now, so he needs to switch his movements back to normal. Thanks to his quirk, Izuku barely stumbles when the man's quirk wears off and the directions he gives his body work right again. Unfortunately, he is still an 11-year-old boy, and the man is not alone. A second man cuts Izuku off at the exit of the underpass, and even with the alarm bells screaming in his mind from his quirk, Izuku isn't fast enough to dodge both of them. In the end, he's done nothing more than enrage the man he kicked, because the second man lifts and pins him to the wall. Izuku doesn't recognize the first man, the one that scrambled his senses, but he does know this one, and he doesn't need his quirk to help him figure it out. Izuku looks up with wide-eyed fear at 3-0, a hero that debuted the same year as Mystic, who is technically a daylight hero but has been known to work just as many underground cases as well. The chances that this is not connected to Torpor and Periphery and Mystic's murder are extremely low, especially considering the fact that 3-0 has worked cases with Torpor and Periphery in the past. The other man is looking at Izuku's discarded bag, so it's highly possible that they know he made copies of the drive and are after him because of it, which means that making the copies was a mistake. No, not a mistake. The case and the drive were given to the Hero Commission, and now a hero is attacking Izuku after two other heroes killed Mystic. That means the Hero Commission is in on it, and the copies must hold a truth that they fear. Killing Izuku will not ensure that the truth stays hidden. The copies may save his life. The realization that 3-0 is most likely not going to kill him is not a comfort, and Izuku still trembles and thrashes in his grip as sobs tear through his throat. He claws at 3-0's hands and Izuku just wants his mom. He never should have left her office, he should have stayed with her. Please don't. He chokes out desperately, whimpering when 3-0 looks at him impassively while the man behind him grins widely, the blood from his nose staining his lips and teeth. Izuku doesn't even know what he's begging them not to do, but begging is all he can do. "Not so feisty now, are you, brat?" The other man sneers as he walks over, twirling a knife in his hand that definitely wasn't there before. Izuku wriggles and kicks out wildly. "Help! Please, someone help!" Izuku screams so loudly he feels like his lungs are going to tear out of his chest, his torso aching. 3-0 growls sharply and slams Izuku back against the wall, cutting off his next attempt at a cry for help. Izuku doesn't want to be here anymore, he just wants to go home. He wants to go home, he wants to be safe. He's screamed for help and there's a hero right in front of him, but they aren't going to save him. The man with the knife pets Izuku's hair mockingly, still twirling the blade idly. "Don't worry, brat. This should be quick. We know you made a copy of the drive that Mystic gave you. All you have to do is give it to us and we'll let you go." "You won't." Izuku chokes out painfully between sobs. In the back of his mind, where his quirk is screaming at him, he knows it's not the right thing to say. It's not smart for him to tell these men that he knows they'll kill him when they get what they want. But in the face of this terror, he isn't thinking about being smart. He isn't thinking about listening to his quirk. He just knows that he's scared and he wishes he was with his mom. "You'll keep hurting me, or worse, Eli, no you will. 3-0 huffs but otherwise still looks on coldly, while the man with the knife grins again. Izuku hates the blood on his teeth. I guess we'll just have to see, huh? Because you're gonna tell us where that copy is. The man kicks 3-0's leg. Search him. I'll check the bag. He walks over to Izuku's bag and dumps the contents out while 3-0 pins Izuku tighter against the wall and searches his pockets, yanks his shoes off and searches them, checks his socks, and then, Izuku feels himself drift when the man rumbles something impatiently and yanks at his clothes. He doesn't undress him, but his hands are rough and coarse against Izuku's skin, searching and prodding everywhere while the other man curses and snaps when his search through Izuku's bag ends in failure as well. Izuku isn't crying anymore. He's not really sure he remembers how. There's a strange tingling numbness in him that borders on being painful, and he's shaking so hard that he might as well be vibrating. He only somewhat registers the fact that he's been thrown to the ground, and he doesn't really hear the words that 3-0 and the other man are spitting at him. The foot that connects with his stomach breaks and dissipates the fog he is stuck in, and it's like everything comes roaring back at once. The poisonous words the men snarl at him grate on his ears, and he struggles to escape in breath from the kick. He manages to scramble away from a second kick, but is powerless as the man with the knife drops over him and pins him to the ground, the tip of the blade pressed against his cheek. Here's what's going to happen, brat, the man hisses. If you don't tell us where the copy is, we're just going to hurt you until you do. Something inside Izuku cracks and breaks, and suddenly he remembers how to cry again. It's not the same as before. Instead of the loud, desperate sobs that were pleas for help and mercy, he cries steadily and silently. He accepts what he's been struggling and fighting against since the first dodge. He's going to die here. Except maybe he's not. It happens so quickly that Izuku has trouble processing it. 1 second, the man has Izuku pinned and the knife is on his cheek. The next, the blade slices across his skin and then clatters to the ground as a black and white blur slams the man off of him, barreling him into 3-0 and knocking both men away. Izuku sits up shakily and sobs helplessly with pained relief because Eraserhead is here. The element of surprise has him at the advantage, and the only reason Izuku doesn't call out his analysis of the man who scrambled his senses is because he can tell that Eraserhead knows him. He's carefully avoiding the man's hands when he isn't erasing his quirk. It's the capture weapon that levels the playing field for Eraserhead. Despite this being a 2-on-1 fight, 3-0 is only effective in close-quarters combat with his quirk. Otherwise, he's just a man, and Eraserhead's binding and erasure makes it almost impossible for him to land one of his crippling triple-impact hits. All it takes is enough of the weapon bound around him and a well-timed pull for Eraserhead to slam 3-0 head first into the wall. It dazes the man enough for Eraserhead to brace a foot against his back, tighten the binds, and trap his legs as well. Eraserhead cuts that section of his weapon off and turns his attention to the other man. Izuku and Eraserhead realize it at the same time. The man seems to have figured out that he's outmatched now that it's 1-on-1. Instead of attacking Eraserhead or fleeing, he's running towards Izuku. He's close enough that he'll get to Izuku before Eraserhead's weapon snaps around him. Izuku feels the white-hot pain of the cut on his cheek, sees the blood still staining the man's mouth and teeth, and he acts. His quirk gives him one viable option. Get the knife. Izuku reaches the blade before the man does, fingers scrabbling to grip the hilt, and he stumbles backwards holding it out defensively. The man is moving too quickly to stop now, momentum carrying him forwards and straight at Izuku. Izuku has a hard time registering what happens next. He feels his back hit the ground hard, and hears a sick, wet splurch, and then he feels hot blood on his hands. Eraserhead's weapon snaps around the man less than a second later, yanking him away and allowing Izuku to see the knife buried in his middle. Izuku lays frozen on the ground, unable to watch what's left of the fight because he'll be lucky if that doesn't kill him. He might have just killed someone. Shouta knows he needs to finish this fight, and fast. Not just because of the knife now buried in Synapse's gut. He actually wouldn't really care much about that, not with the look the man had been wearing when Shouta entered the underpass and saw him crouched over a child with that very knife. Not with the man being yet another hero who seems to have no qualms with acting like a villain. But he got a glimpse of Midoriya's face. as he yanked Synapse away, and it's a look he's terribly, uncomfortably familiar with. It's the look of someone grappling with the realization that they may take a life today, and it has no place on the face of someone so young. Shouta curses himself for not making it here faster. As it is, he knows he was lucky to stumble across them on his way to Midoriya Izuku's workplace when his phone calls and text went unanswered. It was only the sound of voices promising pain that drew his attention to the underpass. Thankfully, the distraction of the blade in his gut is enough to throw Synapse off. He's never worked with the man himself, but they have passed on patrol, and Shouta knows something like this shouldn't be enough to count him out of a fight. But based on the blood on his face, it looks like Midoriya got a good hit on him. If Shouta had to guess, he'd say that Midoriya's quirk probably helped him work around the effects of synapses. Between that, Shouda's abrupt arrival and quick dispatching of 3-0, and the knife, it doesn't take much for Shouta to keep the capture weapon tight around his arm and yank him into a vicious kick to the back of his knees. With Synapse effectively forced to the ground, Shouta wastes no time in finishing his binding and knocking Synapse out with a quick chokehold. He works around the wound and doesn't remove the knife. He'll leave that to whatever emergency services show up once he's able to call them. For the time being, he makes sure Synapse is secure and stable and gets him laying down. As far as he's concerned, as a hero, his top priority is any civilian on scene, and that means the kid. There's nothing he can do for Synapse's wound that won't make things worse anyways, not with what he has on him. Shouta steps away from Synapse and 3-0 and cautiously approaches Midoriya. The boy is still on the ground, sitting up with trembling arms supporting him. He's staring up at Shouta with wide, terrified, and guilt-filled eyes. It does something awful to his heart, squeezing and twisting it as he's overcome with the instinct to protect. He crouches slowly in front of Midoriya and for a moment, wrestles over what to say. In the meantime, he appraises the cut on Midoriya's cheek and is relieved to see that it's not too bad. It starts near the corner of his mouth and extends over his cheekbone to his temple, thankfully far enough from his eye that there's no danger there. It will probably need some stitching and it'll likely scar, but Shouta is relieved that it's not worse. He's still wrestling over what to say as he shifts closer to the kid. He wants to say, "I'm so sorry that this happened to you. I'm sorry that you watched her die, and I'm sorry that you've been dragged into this. I'm sorry that your world has been grabbed at its core and dismantled right in front of you. I don't know how to fix this." Instead, he reaches out carefully and places a gentle palm on the boy's uninjured cheek, guiding him to look him in the eye. "It's okay, kid," he says softly. "I'm here." It's a poor attempt at the number one's reassuring catchphrase, but it seems to do the trick. Something seems to crack and crumble in those green eyes, and the next thing Shouta knows, he has an armful of a child clutching and clinging to him, shaking hard and stifling himself into silence. Shouta barely hesitates before he wraps his arms around the boy and holds him carefully, terrified of breaking him further. He allows the boy to stay in the security and comfort of his arms for as long as he can, but he knows they need to move. They aren't safe here. They may not be directly out in the open, but they're still in public with two clearly corrupt heroes knocked out and bound, one with a knife in his gut. "Midoriya?" Shouta says carefully. He waits for a response and frowns when he doesn't get one, leaning out of the hug to look down at the boy. His eyes seem distant, looking through Shouta rather than at him, and there's that faint glow in his pupils again. "Hey kid? We gotta get moving, it's not safe here." Midoriya's brow scrunches a bit, but other than that his eyes keep that glow and he looks like he's struggling to focus his gaze on Shouda's face, his gaze flicking to the side. Shouta glances behind him and realizes he's looking at Synapse. The glowing pupils must be an indicator of his quirk, and from what Shouta can guess, it's probably telling him the chances that he killed someone today. Or how close he himself came to dying. Or really, any number of terrible, traumatic things considering the last 24 hours the poor kid has had. If they had more time, he would try to find a better way to snap Midoriya out of it, but they don't. So Shouta places his hands on Midoriya's shoulders and activates his quirk. A familiar thrum of energy ripples outward from his center, and he feels his hair and what remains of his capture weapon lift. Shouda's eyes flash red, and a hue of the same shade settles over his vision, honing in on Midoriya and snapping abruptly to his quirk factor as Shouta looks at him and cancels his quirk. The glow in his pupils fades and Midoriya blinks hard a few times, sking in a sharp, shuddering breath. He looks a little panicked, so Shouta releases his quirk and feels the energy draw back into himself. He's ready to switch it back on if the kid seems to go distant again, but it doesn't happen. Instead, Midoriya opens his mouth to say something and then suddenly twists to look behind himself, head snapping to look up at the rooftops nearby. Someone's there, he whispers urgently, and Shouta is already moving, springing to his feet and placing himself in front of the boy, guarding him with his body and looking to where Midoriya points. The figure is close enough for Shouta to recognize them as, exhaustingly, yet another underground hero. Unsurprisingly, one who he knows has worked with 3O and Synapse in the past. Bloodhound, Shouta hisses through clenched teeth, activating his quirk simply to make it clear that he's seen the man and is prepared to fight. He's not surprised when Bloodhound springs back and takes off running. They both know Shouta far outmatches him in combat. Bloodhound's speciality is in tracking and infiltration, not fighting, and his quirk only works if he makes physical contact and eye contact with his targets. He was likely here as a lookout, nothing more. What once was a tangled web of what felt like a ridiculous conspiracy theory is beginning to make sense in Shouda's mind, and he has a good idea of who else could potentially be involved now that so many players have revealed themselves. He feels a desperate hope in the back of his mind that one of the possibilities is wrong, and quickly shakes the thought. He has to focus on the threat in front of them. "We need to move," Shouta says urgently, turning to Midoriya and unceremoniously scooping him up into his arms, securing him to his torso with his capture weapon. Midoriya latches his legs around Shouta but leaves his arms at his side, likely trying to be as unobtrusive as possible. Shouta ducks farther into the underpass to keep out of sight and pulls out his phone, intending to call emergency services and the police to deal with the unconscious heroes still bound on the ground. He swears under his breath when he sees that his phone has no service. Shouta remembers that Midoriya mentioned not having service when he witnessed Mystic's death, so it's likely that the team of heroes involved have some kind of signal blocker on them or placed nearby. No calling for help then, not for him and Midoriya, and not for Synapse's wound. He hates that he's been pushed to the point where he has to make this call, but they have to move. It increases the chances that Synapse will die before he gets medical treatment, but Midoriya is Shouda's first priority. UA is the best option. It's the safest and most secure place Shouta can go right now, and it's not really that far, about a 7 or 8 minute trip if he moves quickly. There's no point in dwelling, so Shouta takes off running out of the underpass, uncomfortably aware of the heavy beaming light that they exit into. There are very few shadows for Shouta to hide in during the day, but he does his best to take back alleys and stay out of sight. Midoriya trembles in his arms, a constant incoherent muttering filling Shouda's ear. He secures his arm across the kid's back and tries to offer what comfort he can by holding him closer. They're about halfway to UA and Shouda's phone rings. He stops short and ducks into an alley, facing the wall to crowd Midoriya against the surface and keep him hidden and guarded. He doesn't recognize the exact number calling him, but the first 6 digits are familiar, and his stomach bottoms out. He swipes his thumb across the screen and lifts the phone to his ear, his other hand lifting to the back of Midoriya's head, tucking the boy's face into his shoulder. He says nothing and simply waits. It takes little time for a voice to fill the silence. "Quite the mess you've gotten yourself into, Eraserhead," a man says, his voice purring in a dangerous lilt. Shouta has never met the man himself, but he's certainly heard this voice before. Kuroda Soraku, the president of the Public Hero Safety Commission. The man's phone call means that Shouda's worst instinct was right. It's not just an isolated team of underground heroes that are involved in whatever bullshit conspiracy this is. At the very least, it's the upper leadership too, or hell, it could well be the whole commission. It. "Don't waste my time with useless prattle," Shouta growls. "You have a point to make, I'm sure, so make it." Kuroda laughs loudly, a grating booming sound that sets Shouda's nerves on edge. "What a mouthy brat you are," Kuroda says lightly, casually, like he's talking to a friend. Shouta hates it. But if you insist, I'll speak bluntly. Bloodhound called as he ran away with his tail between his legs like the coward he is. You have the Midoriya boy, and you're going to hand him over. Shouta feels a shudder run through Midoriya's body, and a weak, stifled whimper fills his other ear, making his heart clench. He holds the boy closer, running a reassuring hand over his curls. Go F yourself, Shouta growls. He's a child. He's a liability, Kuroda counters impatiently, a threatening edge in his voice now. We know he made a copy of the drive that Mystic created. He's proven that he can't be trusted to keep his mouth shut. Shouta's vision fills with red as he activates his quirk in his rage. UBSRS murdered Kiora? He snarls. You killed her in cold blood. The boy has done nothing wrong, and if you think I'm going to hand him over your dash. Be quiet and listen, brat. Kuroda cuts him off, and there's something in his voice that has Shouta's mouth snapping shut and his arm tightening further around Midoriya. I am going to make myself as clear as I can. If you don't bring me the boy, I'll be releasing a public call for your arrest. The public won't look kindly on the man responsible for the murder of the number 3 hero and a well-loved detective. Shouta's blood runs ice cold, and he nearly chokes out a response but is startled when Midoriya presses his hand to Shouta's mouth. Shouta looks at the boy in shock, and Midoriya shakes his head firmly. He's baiting you, Midoriya whispers. Shouta squeezes his eyes shut and swallows hard, burying his rage and the wild, nearly feral fear that is pooling in him. He nods to let Midoriya know he's under control, and the hand falls away from his mouth. Like I said, Shouta croaks. Go F yourself. There's a palpable silence before Kuroda's low voice fills the phone again. I expected better from you, Eraserhead, he says slowly. Be reasonable. Logical. Give me what I want, or I will ruin you. Are you really going to throw your career, your life away for one boy? You're goddamn right I am, Shouta bites back. As long as I have anything to do about it, you're not laying a effing hand on this kid. A sigh on the other end of the phone, and then a dark chuckle. So be it, Kuroda hums. His voice is quieter when he speaks again, like he's leaning away from the mic. Find them. Shouta's heart jumps in his chest and his fingers clench around the phone. Before his rising panic can kick him into gear, Kuroda speaks again. What do you mean you can't track him? Your quirk should diamond that handsome madwoman. A loud, violent crashing sound, and then the voice returns. It doesn't matter. He's going to try to get to you. Make sure they don't make it. Kuroda's voice is close again when he speaks for the final time. I'm going to enjoy seeing them flay you down to the bone and pick you apart, Eraserhead. And when it's all over, I'll have the boy, and you'll have thrown yourself away for nothing. Shouta has nothing more to say, and the more important thing is that they get moving in the opposite direction, so he hangs up and pockets his phone. It's entirely possible that Kuroda was bluffing, that there's not actually anyone close enough to stop them from getting to UA, but he can't take that chance. The only way forward he sees is to grab essentials, get Tsukauchi if he's still alive. Shouta is so terrified to cling to hope that he is, but what else does he have left? And go. Midoriya, he says urgently. Where's the copy? He tips the kid back enough to be able to look down at him, feeling his chest tighten at the sight of the tears and fear in his eyes. I in my acid shoe, he whispers. I made a co-compartment in it, and 3-0 didn't he missed it. Shouta heaves out a relieved sigh and nods. Alright, that's good kid, you did good, he rubs his hand over his face. We got a dash. I made 2 copies, Midoriya bursts out suddenly. Shouta drops his hand from his face and stares down at him. He seems to understand that Shouta is a bit speechless at the moment, so he continues. I made 2. The other one it's at home. Diamond it. Shouta closes his eyes and tries to ignore the way Kuroda's voice said it as he urges himself to be logical. Midoriya's choice to create 2 copies was smart. If one was compromised, there was still the chance that the truth could be found by someone else. They've got 2 choices. Either they take the risk and leave the copy behind, or they take the risk and go retrieve it. We have to get it, Midoriya says bravely. We have to. If we leave it behind, if they find it, he's right of course. Shouta nods and makes sure Midoriya is secure on his chest. Alright, get me to your apartment, he says firmly, hoping that if he can manage to keep his fear buried, show the boy that everything is okay, that they'll make it through this. He's not sure what other choice he has. As much as he would love to call for help, call Hisashi, Nemuri, Nedzu, anyone, logic keeps him rooted. Hatsum may have made his phone untraceable and secure, but he knows that Hisashi's and Nemuri's aren't. Nedzu. Well, his likely is. But there's always the chance that it's not. If Kuroda has someone with a quirk that can track his phone, likely the same person who was able to tell that Midoriya made copies of the drive, then he can't take any risks and hope that they can't also get into his friends' phones. If the commission is coming after him, the last thing he can do is involve his friends or UA. The room is stifled with a deadly silence after the call with Eraserhead ends. A tension builds in the air, crackling and snarling at the surface, just waiting to be released. He can feel it in the way that the others barely breathe, barely move. Before the call ended, there had been a constant stimulus that has since fallen flat. The young man watches and waits. A dark-haired woman who was sitting at Kuroda's side the entire time rises from her seat and leaves without a word, and no one stops her. Kuroda still stands at the end of the table, fingers digging into the cracked wood, the remains of the smashed computer scattered on the floor to his side. He's the only one making any kind of noise, tight, angry breaths as he glares down. The tension in the room drains suddenly when Kuroda heaves out a sigh and straightens up, adjusting his tie and his sleeves. He clears his throat and smiles, a shudder coursing through every other person in the room. They all stay silent, eyes fixed on the towering man. He sighs again, much lighter this time, and laughs. Oh, Eraserhead, he shakes his head. I knew he would be troublesome. He was always destined to be a thorn in my side. No matter. There are only a handful of places he'll go next. Hitori will handle this. He waves a hand towards the door where the woman in question left a few moments prior. We, he says firmly, will handle the mother. The young man feels dread crack through him, and before he really has time to compose himself his mouth opens and he speaks. What's the plan? Kuroda raises a brow at him. That should be quite obvious. She will serve beautifully as leverage. The boy is 11, and his father is in America. His mother is his world. It won't take much to send him running to us. A few bruises, the threat of her death, and this will be over. I doubt that. He shakes his head, trying not to let his voice shake. He's got Kuroda's attention, a blessing and a curse. He's been trained to be charming, to get people on his side. Time to put that to work. Eraserhead will see the bigger picture. He won't let the boy give in. Kuroda seems enraged for a moment at his outburst, his defiance, but then something in his eyes seems to settle and he smiles serenely. What do you suggest then? He taunts. What would you have me do instead? The young man takes a deep breath and considers squaring his shoulders back, giving a respectful, official report, but that's not where his charm is. So he gives Kuroda an easy smile and leans against the table. It's showtime. It's simple, he pps his head to the side. You need her on your side. If you're taking this public, turning them against Eraserhead, you need her. A figure that people can relate to. Mothers are good for controlling a story, trust me, I'd know. You need the mother who's lost her son and will stop at nothing to get him back. If you don't have her, you've got a story you can't control. The people out there who agree with Mystic? With the trouble she's been stirring up for the last 2 years? They're going to see her as a martyr. And people are going to be willing to listen, because she's a hero and she was murdered. At best, they'll see us as the failures for not keeping her safe. And if there are people out there who doubt the story you give them about Eraserhead because he's a hero, they'll be prime targets for conspiracy theorists. You haven't exactly been subtle about your issues with Mystic, and conspiracy theorists are pretty DMN persistent. The public will be more willing to listen to them now. And if you try to drown any of that out, they're going to call you out on it. They're going to notice what you're doing, and they're not going to trust you. I'm still not hearing a solution, Kuroda snaps. But he doesn't argue, which means it's working. He's listening. Let the mother make us louder than the rest of them, the young man drawls. Make her the public figure of this case. Show them all how you protect her, how you're doing everything you can to try and help her get her son back. Let her make Japan fall in love with her and her son, get them invested in her instead of political discourse and conspiracy theories. Let the public focus on her while you deal with the rest quietly. The man can see how close he is to securing Kuroda. Kuroda looks interested, thoughtful, but he needs something more. The young man thinks about what he was taught. Find out what they want most and use it against them, but make it seem like you're doing them a favor. Plus, you've wanted an excuse to put more pressure on hero schools, especially UA. This could be it. Mystic and Eraserhead both went to UA. You get the mother to embrace the right narrative, you could get the backing you need to push more commission involvement on hero schools. Kuroda studies him intensely for a long moment, as if waiting for him to buckle under the pressure of his gaze. Finally, though, his lips curl into a wide smile. "All right," he says slowly. "We'll give it a shot. I'll leave the mother to you. Spin her a story and get her on our side. It'll be your job to keep her there. And if this doesn't work, it'll be your job to deal with her." Kuroda waves a hand to dismiss the room, and as soon as the young man is down the hall and clear of the others, he ducks into the nearest bathroom, locks himself in a stall, and pulls out his phone. Kiora was his best friend. He warned her. He told her they were sending someone to kill her. She was supposed to lay low. She was supposed to get away, hide, live. Maybe if he'd warned her sooner or done something more to protect her. He failed Kiora, but he won't fail Midoriya Izuku. He's a hero and he'll save her. He won't fail her, he won't fail Eraserhead, and he won't fail the kid. Synapse feels a tight, heavy pressure in his skull as he blearily works his eyes open. There's a stiffness in his limbs, and a quick test of movement tells him that he's tied up. Eraserhead, the DMN capture weapon. He shifts again, something pulls, a sharp, dare he say stabbing, pain ripples out from his middle. Of course. How could he forget the knife, the brat? This isn't how it was supposed to go. The boy was supposed to be the one who ended the morning with a knife buried in him, not Synapse. He has no way of knowing how long he had been out, but he sees no sign of Eraserhead, the brat, 3-0, or Bloodhound. He's not sure what that means. Looks like Eraserhead is more cold-blooded than I thought, he thinks as he looks down to assess the weapon in his stomach. Didn't think he had it in him. Should have tried recruiting the BSTRD. He's about to start trying to free himself from the bindings when the unmistakable sound of footsteps echo from behind him. It takes some effort to roll himself over and face the sound, but he manages, and a shock of both relief and fear courses through him. He hates that fear. He's always hated it, hated the way the others crumble in her presence, the way he wants to follow suit every time. He respects her, of course he does. He obeys her orders. But he doesn't think he should have to fear her. What's the DMN point? So he grins instead, baring his teeth and tipping his head back to look up at her as she comes closer. "Commander," he says hoarsely. "Took you long enough to get here." He's hoping the joke will land, lessen the tension, and at first it looks like it's working. She smiles, a small, mildly amused curve on her lips, and then she crouches down in front of him and lightly taps the handle of the knife. "Didn't think Eraserhead was the stabbing type," she hums thoughtfully. Synapse winces and coughs out an awkward laugh. "Wasn't him, it was the effing brat," he spits, earning a raised brow in response. "An 11-year-old child stabbed you?" She tilts her head, appraising the wound. "I don't think he meant to," Synapse rolls his eyes. "Doesn't mean I'm not gonna kill him for it the next time I see him." She only hums again in response, and in an abrupt move of precision, yanks the knife free and sets it aside. Synapse hisses through his teeth and glares at her. "I suppose you'd like me to fix you up," she muses. Synapse's glare deepens and he growls at her. "I hope you'd fix me up after opening a diamond hole in my stomach," he snaps. A pause, just a pause, but it's just a beat too long for his liking and his face pales. "Commander!" He presses. Still nothing. Hitori dash. "Stop whining," she dismisses him. "It's annoying." She presses her palm to his wound, he huffs out a sharp breath in relief and winces as her quirk begins to work, repairing the wound. "Thanks," he says gruffly, shifting uncomfortably at the tight feeling where the hole was. It's an odd feeling having his flesh repaired. It doesn't feel like healing. Or at least, it doesn't feel like any healing he's ever had from other heroes or doctors. She's done this a handful of times for each of them, and it's for that reason that he can tell something is off. The wound is closed, and the repair is finished, but something feels wrong. His eyes widen, and he opens his mouth to question her, to demand to know what's happening, but he can't seem to get the words out. Oh, Hidori smiles down at him, a wide, demented thing that doesn't look like it belongs on a face. I was wondering when you'd notice it. Why you? Synapse wheezes. What the F is that you dash? I'm repairing the wound you so carelessly inflicted on yourself with your incompetence, she rasps gleefully. You should be thanking me. He should be screaming at her is what he should be doing. He can't tell if he's trembling and jerking in his bonds or if whatever she's doing is causing his muscles to contract against his will. It's a pain he's never experienced before, something he doesn't have the words for because it doesn't seem like it should be real. Something is wrong, something inside of him, almost as if, my quirk repairs by using the existing structure of the same thing I'm repairing, Hidori explains casually, drumming her fingers on his stomach. For a simple stab wound, I only really need to steal enough tissue to close the wound. Unless I keep going after it's closed. This time, he knows he's thrashing, bucking against the bindings, anything to escape her hand as his body consumes itself from the inside out. It's damaging itself in one place to repair the damage in another, an endless cycle that he has no way of winning as the damage is never fully repaired, and his injuries grow in number and spread throughout his body. He finds the air to fuel his screams, though that doesn't seem to deter Hidori. If anything, it spurs her on, and it's not long before he's choking on blood instead of air. The last thing he hears among the ringing in his ears is soft, manic laughter. They're nearly to the apartment when Shouta's phone pings. He shifts Midoriya enough to get to his phone and pulls it out the next time they're ducked into an alley. Tears well in his eyes against his will when he reads the text, and he feels his knees threaten to buckle under him with relief. Tsukauchi is alive, don't know where. Wasn't at his place when they sent Cirque over. I'll keep the mother safe. I promise. Hawk's chapter text. Bright studio lights dance off of mystic scales as she walks out onto stage adorned in a deep purple suit, flashing the studio audience a toothy grin and a wave as she reaches the couch. Exchanges pleasantries with the hosts, which Nedzu can't really be bothered to pay attention to. He wasn't sure what to expect when he decided to do this, what he would feel. Emotions are a complicated, messy ordeal for the mammal. Extensive studying of psychology has taught him that he does not experience emotions the same as his human peers. He is not sure if it is a result of his quirk or the experimentation he was subjected to all those years ago. Ongoing analysis suggests that it is a combination of the two and a variety of other potential factors. Regardless, the simple fact is that Nedzu has a much higher threshold for experiencing emotions and a fair amount of difficulty identifying his feelings when that threshold is reached. This was mildly distressing at first, realizing that he wasn't experiencing positive emotions like happiness or joy in response to positive stimuli like he should be, not until the stimuli reached a significant threshold. It makes it more difficult for him to experience those positive emotions, with it taking more stimulus to trigger them. And yet, the same was true for negative emotions and stimuli. He noticed that this made him quite adept as a principal, as it is much easier for him to stay level-headed and allow his quirk to analyze and evaluate situations without pesky emotional responses getting in the way. All that being said, however, pride in his students is one such emotion that Nedzu has trained himself to feel far easier than others. Pride in their abilities, their progress, their futures. He feels pride every time he sees Shouta flourishing as a teacher, discovering and embracing his role in influencing the future cohort of heroes. He feels it when Hisashi's brilliance is recognized by the rest of the staff, when the man's high and positive energy is enough to bring joy even to Nedzu's mourning. He feels it when he sees the shift in Nemuri's students, when they see past her persona and can express only genuine respect for the cunning, powerful woman behind it. Emotional fulfillment was never something Nedzu was looking for when he became the principal of UA, but his pride in his students has helped him discover it all the same. But this is an entirely new arena. He has faced the death of students before, Incredible amazing students, both far too young and respectably old. But never has Nezu faced the murder of a student by fellow heroes. Nezu is the farthest thing from a fool. He is well aware that Shouta should not have told him about her death, let alone the details learned from the poor young child who witnessed it. He is well aware that Shouta very likely did not just tell him, but Hisashi and Nemuri, and quite possibly Tensei. He is prepared for the damage control he may need to run because of Shuta's choices, and quite frankly, he doesn't care. As he continues to watch Mystic's most recent televised interview, he wonders what he will feel. He wonders if this will be the death to reach the threshold needed for him to feel true grief. On screen, the program hosts have moved on from the typical questions about recent publicized battles and hero news. Nezu's ear flicks forward when there is finally a question that catches his attention. "You know we can't help and ask about you and Hawks." The host leans forward, her eyes glinting as she seeks out the treasure of an exclusive scoop. On the monitor behind the stage, photos from a recent charity gala are displayed, depicting Mystic and Hawks in highly coordinated suits, their arms around each other, wide, crooked, and genuine smiles on their faces. Nezu can predict the next question, and he scoffs when he is correct. "The two of you always appear to be on very friendly terms. Is there more here than friendship?" A raised eyebrow, glinting eyes sharp and ready to pounce, parried by the boisterous laugh that Mystic gives in response. "Absolutely not." Mystic rolls her eyes playfully. "Look, I get it. He's a man, I'm a woman, we're very touchy-feely, but that doesn't mean we're together. I met Hawks when I was 23. He was 15. Literally a child. He's not a child anymore, I get that. But he's fresh into adulthood, and even if I were interested in a romantic relationship, which I'm not and never will be, I'm not the type to jump at someone the second they're legally an adult." Mystic has kept up her trademark smile the entire time she's been talking, but that doesn't mean that the host can't pick up on the offense in her tone. The woman leans back and lifts her hands placatingly. This is live television, a realm where showing weakness can be socially deadly, but even she seems to realize that offending the number 3 hero and doing nothing about it is worse. "My apologies," she says earnestly. "I meant no disrespect, truly. I appreciate it." Mystic's smile softens and the tension eases out of her, though Nezu is certain that very few would ever realize she was so tense to begin with. "And look, I do get it, okay? You're not the only one who's asked, and you won't be the last. And honestly, it's not completely your fault. People tend to forget how young Hawks is, and there's a reason for that." Nezu turns his full attention to the screen now, enraptured by Mystic's tone, what he knows she is implying. He hasn't seen this interview before. He missed the live broadcast and didn't get the chance to catch up, so here he is weeks later, engrossed as he wonders if his student was so bold. "I'm sorry, I don't know if I quite catch your meaning," the co-host says with interest, genuine curiosity in his eyes. Mystic's grin sharpens and she leans back on the couch, her open and relaxed posture at odds with the intensity in her eyes. "If we forget how young Hawks is now, it's easier to make us forget how young he was when he was scouted," she says bluntly. "You've all basically been trained to see him as a full-fledged hero since the day he started high school. Earlier than that, if we're being less generous." The hosts share an uncomfortable glance between them, a silent conversation, weighing their options. Nezu's ears twitch and he watches gleefully as they try to consider the dangers of pursuing the topic against the potential for high ratings and views. He sees it at the same moment Mystic does, victory glinting in both of their eyes when the hosts lean in. "Surely you aren't saying you don't find Hawk's story inspiring?" the host begins. "To save innocent lives so young and unlock his heroic potential dash. He was a 6-year-old boy who put himself in danger for the sake of others, and instead of teaching him that it wasn't his job to do that, the commission recruited him," Mystic says fiercely. "They looked at a 6-year-old boy, who should have had a childhood, a choice about his future, and decided that he was meant to be a hero. They watched a child who had barely entered grade school put himself in danger and decided that they wanted to see him do it again. They offered money and prestige in exchange for a child. They bought the right to train him and groomed him into the perfect hero for their needs. That is not inspiring. How many people in the world even know his real name? How do you not find it disturbing that we all jumped on board with calling a child by the name of a hero and erased everything else that he could have been, everything else he could have wanted with his life? The woman flounders, her mouth opening and closing as she leans back in her seat, visibly struggling to come up with a response. The co-host next to her is red-faced, and it is in this moment that Nedzu remembers, with vindictive pride on behalf of his student, that the man has been in business for quite some time, and is one of the reporters who often praise the commission for recognizing Hawk's talent so early. If you have such a problem with children being trained to save lives, to better the world and protect us from villains, then why don't you have a problem with your own experience? The man says in a borderline vicious tone, ignorant of the warning grip on his arm from the host next to him. Surely, by your standards, there must be a problem with hero schools too? Oh, there is, Mystic agrees easily, nodding firmly. Make no mistake, I'm as guilty as everyone else here. I was 14 when Hawks was scouted, and I will fully admit that I was inspired by his bravery back then. I thought, if someone so young can save people, so can I. I was young too. I was naive, and I was blinded by the way we normalize children being trained for combat. Do you hear what I'm saying right now? We willingly accept that high schools teaching children how to fight for their lives is okay. We encourage it. I honestly can't tell you if I would have made the same choices had I known back then. I can't. I had just turned 16 when I got hit with a good dose of reality and realized that there was a problem. One of my best friends was. Mystic falters and takes a moment to win a battle against her tears. Was killed. His name was Shirakumo Oboro. He was in a work-study, and he was killed during a fight. He was 17. And I watched the country praise his bravery, blame UA for his death, and then move on as if nothing ever happened. I can't tell you if I should have dropped out. I can't tell you that I regret becoming a hero, because I don't. I can't, not when I've saved so many people. But that doesn't mean that I can ignore that my path to get here was wrong. If anything, it is my job to talk about this. It is my responsibility to say that there is a problem with this industry. Look, my agency has had quite a few PR heads at this point, and all of them have told me to stop talking about Oboro because it's apparently a nightmare for them. I can tell you right now I'm going to get the scolding of a lifetime when I get backstage for everything that I've said today. But let me just say, I don't care. I don't care how ugly or inconvenient it is for people to hear what I have to say about Hawks, about hero schools, about Oboro especially. I will never stop sharing his story. I refuse to let the world forget Shirakumo Oboro and what this system did to him, and I refuse to let everyone pretend that Hawk's story is okay, that it's acceptable. Because it's not. Nedzu isn't surprised when the show ends abruptly then, when there is a message citing technical difficulties. He isn't surprised as he reads the comments under the video and learns that this copy likely won't exist for more than a few hours before it's taken down and another has to be uploaded elsewhere. He isn't surprised that nothing of this interview reached his ears after the fact, because he knows just how much effort must have gone into keeping it quiet. That fierce, intense feeling of pride returns, and Nedzu knows that Mystic will make a grand successor for Toshinori, will no doubt change this industry, possibly even the world. She won't. She won't die because she is dead. Nedzu knew that grief would feel like loss, like emptiness. He did not anticipate that it would feel like a loss for more than himself. He is yanked almost violently from the gravity of that grief when his phone erupts in a series of alerts, and the monitor in front of him tunes into an emergency broadcast as programmed. Both the alert on his phone meant for heroes and the urgent public announcement being reported on screen tell the same story. Eraserhead, otherwise known as Aizawa Shouta, responsible for the murder of Mystic and Detective Tsukauchi and the kidnapping of a child. A call for his capture and arrest, a warning to the public for their safety. For the first time since gaining his freedom, Nedzu feels rage. How dare they? How dare they kill her, destroy a bright future, and pin it on his student, his Shouta? How dare they try to turn Shuta's family against him? How dare they assume they can drag Nedzu into their game and hope to win? The board is open, the pieces are set, and Nedzu prepares for the long battle ahead. The first order of business is to do his part and keep Hizashi, Nemuri, and Tensei under control. This will be a game of subtlety and deception, and they will only win if they make the right first move. Netsu knows that Shouta's phone is as secure as his private one thanks to one handsome Natsumi. It is safe to risk a single message. Know that we are on your side, and every public word from this point forward is a lie. Know that we are on your side, and every public word from this point forward is a lie. This message comes not long after the one from Hawks, and despite the fact that Shoyuta can't see who it is from, nor is it signed, he knows. If Netsu is involved now, it's likely that an alert was sent out to all active agencies and heroes, and very likely that the public has been made aware too. Not unexpected, but still a pain in the butt. If it were nighttime, Shoyuta would have a much easier time laying low and keeping himself and Midoriya hidden. Luckily, for now anyways, they've reached the apartment and can slip inside where it's safe. Or safer, for now. Everything is for now in this in-between place, between hiding and running, between before and now. Shoyuta loosens his capture weapon once they're inside and settles Midoriya on his feet. Now that they're inside, he feels slightly more comfortable with not having the boy in his arms. Best case scenario, they got here before any enemies. Worst case scenario, he needs to be able to fight, and he can't do that with the kid strapped to his chest. As much as his protective instinct insists that he keep him close, he can keep him reasonably close. They walk nearly side by side up the stairs to Midoriya's apartment, Shoyuta keeping a gentle hand on his shoulder, ready to pull the boy behind him at a moment's notice. The building is quiet, but it lacks the tension and thickness in the air that accompanies an ambush. It feels like a normal silence, and as they make it to Midoriya's floor, Shoyuta can't help but wonder what Hizashi must be thinking, if Hawks has made it to Midoriya Inko yet, where Tsukauchi is. It all rushes through his mind, eating away at the banks of his self-control, of the logic and rationality keeping them going. It's been a long time since Shoyuta has felt too young to handle what he was facing, but he's starting to feel it now. It's this one, Midoriya breathes out in a hushed voice, pointing to the door he stopped at. Shoyuta nods and stays at Midoriya's back as he approaches the door. Midoriya keys into the apartment and steps back, allowing Shoyuta through first, capture tool wound tight in his hands, hair and eyes flared as he prepares to use his quirk the instant he enters the home. He can't leave Midoriya alone in the hallway, so he keeps him at his back as they slip inside and lock the door behind them. Midoriya pauses by a drawer near the entryway into the kitchen and pulls out a roll of tape, then sticks a small piece across where the door meets the frame. He holds onto the roll and tucks it close to his chest. Shoyuta stares down at him, and Midoriya's lip wobbles. This way we'll know if someone follows us in and we don't hear them, he whispers. Shouta's heart wrenches, and he steals a brief moment to tuck Midoriya's head to his chest, resting his chin atop the green curls. He reluctantly releases him and continues through the apartment, and each time they check a room, Midoriya places a piece of tape across. Tension bleeds out slowly after every room is found empty, though Shoyuta keeps his capture weapon out at the ready. The last room they've checked is clearly Midoriya's. The smaller bed is one giveaway, but it's mainly the decorations that mark it as a young boy's room. Shoyuta does find himself impressed by the shelf of books and art supplies next to the boy's desk. It's a familiar scene, much like looking at Hizashi's desk. Organized chaos are the words that come to his mind. He doesn't really know what he's looking at, but he would bet that Midoriya does. Shouta's eyes scan over walls of hero posters, a good number of them unsurprisingly depicting All Might, though even Shoyuta knows that some of them are rarer collectibles. Yes, he's more familiar with the man than he likes to let on, sue him. The man is loud and boisterous and many things that Shoyuta can't stand about daylight heroics, but he's also All Might. There's a clear line to be drawn between him and the rest of the top 10, although Shoyuta always believed that Kiora had the potential to reach his level someday. Shoyuta will hand it to the kid though, the rest of his posters are in good taste. Edgeshot, Hawks, the Up and Comer Kamui Woods. He spots a bit of Hizashi's merchandise, and some of Tensei's, and his already high opinion of the boy just gets higher. The last poster he notices is one of the wild pussycats, and that does manage to bring a small, fond smile to his face. Yeah, the kid's got good taste. There's something about the pussycats poster that's different, though Shoyuta can't place it at first. He eventually realizes that it's the placement. The rest of Midoriya's posters are placed in a way that is clearly aesthetic, maybe even artistic. A balance to how many are on each wall, a coordination in colors and poses. The Pussycats poster is the only one lower down on the wall, right next to the kid's bed. Shouta tilts his head and considers it, realizing that it would be perfectly at eye level when the kid is lying down. A closer look reveals a small piece of paper taped at the very bottom of the poster, by Tiger. Shouta recognizes it as the man's signature. It's clearly not an original, definitely something that was printed off of the internet, and Shouta is hit by an intense wish that things were different. That none of this was happening so he could introduce the boy to Yawara and get him a real autograph. He's snapped out of his staring when Midoriya brushes past him and crouches by the end of his bed. He runs his finger along the baseboard of the wall, and Shouta huffs in surprise when he catches on. The kid's finger catches at some point, and he digs his fingernail in, prying a neat piece of trim away from the wall to reveal a small, gouged-out hole. He glances up at Shouta for a quick moment. "I thought that if they tried to find it, they might not think to look for something like this," he explains sheepishly, and oh so quietly. "I thought they might underestimate me because of my age." Shouta nods approvingly, the corner of his mouth crooked up, and even through the nerves and the fear, Midoriya's eyes shine a little at that silent praise. He turns back to the wall, and Shouta feels an ache growing in his chest. This kid. He made a compartment in his shoe, thought to place tape across the doors, carved out a space in his wall. 11 years old and already Shouta sees nothing but potential. He sees the hero worship on his wall, his eyes catch on journals titled Hero Analysis for the Future, and Shouta makes a silent promise to the boy. "I promise you, kid, I'll find a way to get you out of this, and I'll make sure you get your chance." Midoriya pivots on his heels to look up at Shouta, pupils glowing silver, eyes wide and gazing up at him, and then suddenly without warning he darts forward in a blur. "Get down," the boy screams, colliding with his legs and sending him crashing to the floor, a sharp burst of red energy through where Shouta was just standing, dissipating in a harmless, albeit sizzling, burst on the wall. Shouta stares at the spot, pressure building his chest and, perhaps most shockingly, tears threatening to sting at his eyes. He knew it was a possibility, but he'd hoped. Nightscope. Midoriya's voice trembles as he points up at the window where the bolt fired through the gap in the curtains. Shouta lays a gentle hand on Midoriya's head. "Yes," he confirms softly. "Stay low." Midoriya nods and wiggles until he's lying flat down on the floor, fingers digging into the wood, breathes puffing against the ground in a heart-wrenching staccato rhythm. Shouta brushes his hand over his hair again and gently shushes him, hoping that it is at least mildly comforting to the boy. Shouta crawls forward on his forearms and pulls himself up to stand to the side of the window. He inches to the side and peers through the curtains, judging the trajectory, and is able to pick out where he's pretty sure Nightscope is stationed. He pulls out his phone and waits because he knows. He knows the man will call. And he's right. Shouta lifts his phone to his ear without looking and takes the call. "What in the hell are you doing, Kenshin?" Shouta whispers, as if speaking too loud will give away his position, as if the man doesn't already know where he is. "What am I doing?" Kenshin snaps. "I'm not the one who you shouldn't even be a part of. This, what the F were you thinking?" Shouta squeezes his eyes shut and leans his head back against the wall. "What are you doing, Kenshin?" he asks again. "How'd you end up that we're heroes, Ken? What the hell happened?" Shouta opens his eyes and can feel Midoriya's on him, but he can't bring himself to look at the boy. He gazes out the window instead, trying to see if he can catch a glimpse of Kenshin. There's only silence on the other end of the phone, so Shouta continues. "These people, what they've done, that what they're doing, what you're doing it's. Kenshin, this is how villains act. This is exactly what we said we would never be. Remember? We promised each other. We promised that we'd prove them all wrong and be heroes, not villains. So what are you dash? We're not kids anymore, Shouta," his cousin shouts. "That was a nice little dream when we were young, a nice promise to prove schoolyard bullies wrong, but that's just not how things turned out. You don't get it. We were the same back then, but things are different now. Your whole thing, Erasing quirks? It comes with a certain kind of hero work. Well, so does mine. You don't have to do this, Shouta hisses. You have a choice. You don't have to use your quirk like this. You know you don't. We figured that out together, remember? It doesn't have to kill. You don't have to kill. For F's sake, Kenton, this is me. This is family. This is a kid. You can't have fallen this far. I refuse to believe that you've fallen this far. You're as idealistic as you've always been, Kenshin says tiredly. I don't understand why you can't. What is it you always say? Be logical. Be logical about this. Just give them what they want. Don't make me do this. Shouta grits his teeth and shifts to stand up straight, gripping the phone tightly. I'm not making you do anything, he spits. I'm doing my job. I'm protecting a child, keeping him safe from people who want to from villains. If you make the choice to stay on their side, then, Shouta stops and swallows hard, looks around Midoriya's room, looks at the boy trembling on the ground peering up at him desperately. Then you've got no one to blame but yourself. There's a long silence, and Shouta is just about to hang up when Kenshin finally speaks. 10 minutes, he says flatly. I can give you 10 minutes to do what you need to do. Once that's up, he doesn't finish, but the thread is clear. Once the 10 minutes is up, they're enemies once again, and Kenshin won't hesitate to kill them. Shouta takes a deep breath and nods firmly. Stay safe, he mutters into the phone, hanging up before his cousin can reply. He yanks the curtains closed the rest of the way just in case. He wants to trust Kenshin, but that doesn't mean he's going to let the man see him. Much like Shouta himself, if Kenshin can't see them, he can't use his quirk. Shouta pushes away from the wall and walks over to help pull Midoriya to his feet. It's okay, you're okay, he reassures the boy, steadying him and gripping his shoulders. Kenshin Nightscope is giving us 10 minutes. I need you to get the biggest bag you can and pack as many essentials as you can fit. The less we need to come up with later, the better. Okay. Midoriya takes a few short and shaky breaths before he nods firmly and dives under the bed to yank out a bag. Shouta digs through Midoriya's drawers with brutal efficiency, creating a pile of clothing on the bed. Midoriya works each item into the bag, and while he does so, Shouta crosses the room to his desk to grab his laptop. After a moment's consideration, he grabs the hero analysis journals as well. He doesn't know for sure what's in them, but he figures it's best not to leave anything behind that the commission could use for themselves. He's seen how smart this kid is. The approving nod he gets from Midoriya confirms that he agrees. Midoriya motions for them to swap, so Shouta works the journals into the various pockets of the duffel bag while Midoriya rifles through the drawers at his desk. He returns with what Shouta recognizes as a drawing tablet and a bag of thumb drives. He fidgets and looks at Shouta, seeming uncertain. Shouta trusts the boy's judgment, so he nods and motions for him to fit them in. Anything else from in here? Shouta looks around. Midoriya looks with him, tears filling his eyes and spilling over his cheeks as he shakes his head. No, he chokes out quietly. No, nothing else. The rest is dash. Shouta pulls Midoriya into his arms and squeezes him in a quick, fierce hug. I know this is hard, he says. I'm asking you to pick what's most important and leave the rest behind. And I'm sorry. Midoriya nods against his chest and lets out a single gut-wrenching sob, the rest of his cries falling silently. I'm sorry, kid, Shouta says again. But we gotta go, okay? Midoriya nods again and scrapes his hands over his face to wipe away his tears after Shouta releases him from the hug. Shouta hooks the bag over his shoulder and nudges Midoriya out into the hall. They check the immediate doors to make sure the tape is intact. Shouta directs Midoriya into the bathroom to grab toiletries and anything else he needs. He emerges with a small black bag, and Shouta notes the faint rattling of pills. He'll concern himself with that later when they're safe. It's like just the quirk suppressants, but he makes sure to pin it in his mind. Shouta checks the time and they've got about 4 minutes to spare. Just enough time to get out and give Kenshin the slip. They almost make it to the end of the hall before Midoriya whirls around and grabs Shuta's arm. Wait, I just need a minute, he pleads, stepping towards the second bedroom, his mother's. Midoriya, we don't dash. Please. Midoriya begs, voice catching on a sob at the end of the word, and dimen this. Shouta forces himself to be as patient as he can afford to be right now. Forces himself to remember that he's dragging an 11-year-old boy from his home. 1 minute, he concedes, following Midoriya into the room. The boy darts over to the bedside table and tears a piece of paper from a journal, grabs a pen from the drawer, and begins to write. Shouta's stomach drops. Kid, we can't leave notes. I told you, Hawks will protect your mother, but we can't put her in extra danger. I'm not, Midoriya says firmly, an edge to his voice that throws Shouta off until he notices the glowing pupils. Shouta swears sharply and rubs a hand over his face. He wants to argue, but it'll slow this down, and they can't afford to waste the time. He drops the bag by the door and marches over, intent on taking the note, and is caught off guard when Midoriya pushes past him to the closet, leaving the note behind. Midoriya pulls out a comforter and switches it with the one on the bed. Shouta looks at the note and raises his brows. It's in code, and it's not the type of simple code one would expect from a child playing spy. Midoriya folds the old comforter up and slips the note in the middle, then places it in the closet. Okay, Shouta says. Alright. She'll know the comforter is different, but they won't. It's still a risk, but that code looked solid and Shouta he can't bring himself to take this from the kid. Diamen it. Let's go, kid. Midoriya only pauses once more at the bedside table as he carefully lifts a necklace from the jewelry box there, a thin golden chain with a single green teardrop pearl. He clips it into place around his neck and tucks himself against Shouta's side as they leave his mother's room, his hand fisted in Shouta's shirt. The tape at the front door is still intact, and they're left with 2 minutes now. 2 minutes to get outside and as far away as they can before Kenshin's truce ends. They make quick work of the stairs and leave through the back after Shouta secures Midoriya to his chest once more. And as they dart from the building into a nearby alley, Shouta feels Midoriya's chin hooked over his shoulder and knows that the child is saying his final silent goodbye to his home, his mother, and his old life. Inko knows that this meeting is important, that she should be paying attention, that it's her turn to draft the meeting notes after they adjourn. Yet she can't help but let her mind wander to her son. To call the last 24 hours stressful would be a gross understatement. Detective Tsukauchi had been endlessly kind and patient with her on the phone when he'd called the night before to request that she come down to the station. She had assumed the worst at first, that something terrible had happened to her son. Something terrible did happen, but it could have been so much worse. Inko knows the reality of her son's world. She's a worrier by nature, always has been, and she has always worried about Izuku. First she worried that she wouldn't be enough as a single mother, because although Hisashi sends plenty of money and is there to fill the role of a supportive uncle, instead of a distant father, she is still raising him on her own. Next came her worries about his future when he told her, firmly and in no uncertain terms, that he was a boy, not a girl. Mama, I'm not being rude, promise. But I think someone made a mistake. I'm not a girl. Inko had learned from some other parents at the support group that many of them struggled when their children came out to them as transgender, that they were confused, frightened, and felt guilty when they wanted to mourn the future they had in mind for their child. Inko was indeed confused at first, not by her child's announcement but by the sincerity and confidence behind his words. Never before had Izuku been so sure of himself. How could she do anything but believe him? And Hisashi, bless him, had taken the news in stride, treating it the same as any other update Inko gave him. Izuku, huh? I like the new name. Is he still into those art kits? I found a new one I bet he'd love. Her fear came later, when she was no longer blessed by positive reactions to her son's news. She never expected to have to hold her child close and try to explain why full-grown adults refused to use his new name and pronouns. They created their bubbles of safety at home, with Hisashi at the support group, and Inko learned to worry about what her son would face outside of those spaces. The initial diagnosis that Izuku was quirkless added another worry to the list. That, at least, was a future of discrimination Inko knew to expect for her son. She had seen it happen to classmates growing up, and in the news and online ever since. Hisashi had too, and insisted she get a second opinion. I'm not in denial, I just think it can't hurt. I mean, let's be real here. With our family histories, the chances of him being quirkless should be low. If it's a money issue, don't worry about it. I'll handle the bills, okay? If you want to try, I'll handle the bills. It's up to you. A smart man, her Hisashi, because he was right. A second opinion from a doctor other than Tsubasa showed that Izuku didn't have the extra toe joint after all, and the new doctor was confident that Izuku did have a quirk. That confidence began to waver slightly as a few years passed, but Inko admired that the woman was always upfront with them. She believed that Izuku likely had an invisible quirk, one that took specific circumstances to activate, or that he was simply a late bloomer. Inko ignored her co-workers who implied that the doctor was keeping her in denial on purpose. Dr. Tsubasa had used the wrong name and pronouns for Izuku multiple times, always promising to do better, and seemed to be actively avoiding any conversation of PBRTY blockers. Dr. Iwata had initiated the conversation during Izuku's first appointment, followed up consistently, and has never once misgendered her child. Even if the woman was keeping her in denial on purpose, Inko would probably still forgive her, if only for the fact that Izuku is never scared to go to the doctors anymore. It was one more safe bubble to add to the list, and Inko refused to take it away from him. Izuku had given her quite the scare with how his quirk had manifested and the subsequent hospital visit, but it was when she told Hisashi that she learned a new reason to worry. Sheet. Ko, listen to me. I think you should talk to his doctor about getting him on quirk suppressants. It sounds like he got my brother's quirk. The one who died when he was 14? It wasn't he did it to himself, Inko, because of his quirk. It really messed with his head. God, I hate that I have to tell you that. I hate it so much. I don't want to scare you, but I know we agreed that as far as he knows I'm his uncle, but I still love him, and he's still my son. I don't want what happened to my brother to happen to him. I'll come back if you want, to Japan. I'll come back and I'll stay. It's up to you. Inko had nearly taken Hisashi up on that offer, had nearly begged him to come back, but past her fear she knew it was a bad idea. They had done things this way for a reason. Instead, Hisashi had agreed to be a more consistent presence. Video calls at least once a week if not more to talk to Izuku more often, especially about his quirk. And so, Inko pressed on with her carefully balanced pile of worries as it grew and grew. She fought never-ending frustrating battles with Izuku's school and his teachers. She ran into dead end after dead end with the parents of children who bullied her son. And finally, at the end of her rope, she began saving every spare bit of money she could, and worked up the nerve to ask Hisashi to send whatever extra he could spare. Izuku had 1 year left in primary school, and Inko was determined to give him a better experience for middle school. She had poured over research with Hisashi, and they'd picked Somei. It was originally going to be a surprise, something Inko was going to tell Izuku about during the end of this semester. But with what happened the day before, maybe she'll tell him today. She'll make katsudon, and she'll tell Izuku about Somei, about a fresh start at a new school, a new chance at making friends. They'll watch Izuku's favorite cartoons, and Inko will spend the night looking into the therapists that Dr. Iwata had recommended to her last night for Izuku when she'd called the woman's emergency number in tears. She'll do that and everything will be. Inko. Someone's voice cuts through her thoughts, and Inko is still distant enough not to notice the tremble and grief in their voice. She blinks firmly and looks up from her notebook, mouth already open to give a sheepish apology, except everyone at the table is staring at her, and several of them are crying. So what? Inko notices now that the door to the conference room is wide open, and they have a clear view of the television in the room across the hall. She can't hear the reporter from here, but she can read the scrolling words at the bottom of the screen. Underground hero turned villain Eraserhead murders number 3 hero mystic and beloved Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi kidnaps 11-year-old Midoriya Izuku. Underground hero turned villain. The words continue to loop through the same sentence over and over, and her co-workers are still speaking, but Inko doesn't hear them through the roaring in her ears. Izuku has been gone for less than an hour. Inko throws herself from her seat and stumbles to her office, to her purse, digging her phone out with violently trembling hands, sees the missed calls from an unknown number, the follow-up text identifying the caller as Eraserhead, asking where Izuku is, telling her that it's not safe. Inko doesn't think her heart has ever pounded this hard, this fast before. She's teetering on the edge between panic and eerie calm, and it is a single thought that tips her into the latter. Eraserhead would not text her and tell her that it wasn't safe if he was going to kidnap her son. He was kind to them, to Izuku. He believed her son when he told an impossible story of two heroes killing Mystic. He helped her convince Tsukauchi to hear Izuku out instead of sending them along to the hero commission. He called her multiple times, texted her to find out where her son was, warned her that it wasn't safe. Inko may not have a quirk like her son's, but she taught him how to analyze heroes and write in code years before he gained a quirk. Mother and son spent rainy summer days indoors scouring the internet for footage of heroes to analyze and break down together, side by side, switching with each other afterwards to practice decoding, and to see what each of them had noticed and what they had missed. Inko's love of heroes had lessened as she had gotten older, but at Izuku's age she had been just as crazed about them. Unlike her son, she never wanted to be a hero herself, though she did want to learn anything and everything about her quirk. So the simple fact is, Inko sees the words scrolling across the bottom of the television screen, and she knows that it's a lie. The analytic side of her mind pieces together a story that shakes her at her core, because the only people who know that her boy was a witness are Eraserhead, Detective Tsukauchi, Mystic, and whoever the case was handed to with the commission. The words on the screen therefore mean one of two things. Either they are true and Eraserhead somehow tricked her son into thinking he saw Torpor and Periphery kill Mystic, or whoever the case was handed to at the commission has done something. Something to push Eraserhead into fleeing with her son. This, of course, means there are a few other truths to consider. She is undoubtedly in danger. She needs to leave, now, and hide before she can be found. And in the case that she is found, she cannot leave Eraserhead's messages on her phone. She deals with the latter first, taking a quick moment to memorize the man's number before she deletes the calls and the text, then stuffs her phone back in her purse and swings the bag over her shoulder. She whirls around to a gathering of coworkers in the doorway of her office, a firing line of concerned eyes that present only an obstacle right now. Inko dash. Honey, I can't even imagine dash. Midoriya-san, would you like a ride to Data police station I guess? Has anyone contacted you? Yes. Inko blurts out suddenly. Yes. I missed a call, they left a message. Someone is coming to pick me up so I'd like to go wait for them. She pushes forward, and the way her co-workers part abruptly would be humorous in a better situation, several of the men stumbling back over their own feet. A few of them start to follow her as she briskly walks, nearly runs, to the stairwell, ignoring their cries of concern and their questions as the door slams shut behind her and her heels slam against the concrete steps the entire way down to the first floor. She crashes through the door that leads into the lobby and comes to a halt when she sees bright, vibrant red wings. Hawk's back is to her at the moment, the man standing at the front desk, surrounded by clambering fans who work in the building, likely waiting for the receptionist to call Inko down. The receptionist is currently looking down while he's on the phone and hasn't spotted her yet, so she slips down the hall to her left. The urge to run is almost unbearable, but the last thing she needs to do right now is draw attention to herself. So she channels the advice she got once from Mitsuki and walks like she is, without a doubt, supposed to be walking in the direction she's going. She's about halfway down the hall when she hears the receptionist's voice calling her name. Dim in her green hair. She pushes forward regardless, hoping that the crowd occupying Hawks will hold the man off long enough. She keeps her eyes trained ahead, scanning for anything that might give her an edge, and spots it in the form of a catering cart left unattended outside of a conference room. She barely pauses as she passes it, just long enough to grab an armful of plates and glasses, hugging them to her chest and running the last few meters of the hall to push through the door and dart down the smaller staircase to the exit out by the dumpsters. If she can get out into the streets and blend with the crowd, she can get away, so she turns in that direction and sprints towards the sound of the bustling district. The barest sound of rustling is her only warning to stop and jump back before Hawks lands in front of her, a lazy smile on his face and his hands raised a bit in what Inko can only see as mock surrender. Ms. Midoriya, I'm here to keep you safe, I promise, Hawks attempts to soothe her. The glassware in her arms rattles with her shaking, and Inko gives the man a defiant look. Like hell you are, she spits. She doesn't give him the chance to try again. Instead, she hurls the glasses against the wall just past Hawk's shoulder and the plates at the ground just past his feet. She knows her plan is working when she can see the barest hint of amusement in his eyes, amusement at what must seem to him like very poor aim. She lets her fear show on her face and stumbles backwards, as many big steps as she can to draw him forward, and he follows, his hands raised again. It's okay, you're safe. He tries to convince her again, and his mouth opens to spew more lies, but they never fall past his lips, because as soon as he's where she wants him, Inko senses outward for the shards of glass and pulls hard on one, a large piece from one of the glasses flying towards them and slicing a thin line across Hawk's cheek. Inko lifts the remaining shards behind him and rattles them against each other to make her threat clear. If you like your wings attached to your body, you'll stay the F away from me, she snarls, flexing her hands and backing away slowly. Hawk stares at her, eyes and mouth wide with shock. Inko can empathize with his surprise. She's a bit surprised at herself too. She's threatened a man with her quirk before, only once, when someone tried tailing her down the street after one of her later shifts. Threatening a hero, especially one in the top 10, is not something she ever expected to have the guts to do. Hawks clearly feels the same, though he recovers quickly. He's considering her thoughtfully now, and faster than she can react, he launches himself into the air in a backwards arc, landing on his feet behind her floating shards. Demon him. Inko tries not to react, keeps the shards in the air and doesn't let it slip that he's worked out the limiting nuance of her quirk. It's Hawk's turn to surprise her. He spends another second appraising her before he drops down to the ground and sits. Inko drops half of the shards in shock, and the smile he gives her isn't victorious or smug or anywhere near the cockiness she's seen of him on television. It's gentle and reassuring. It reminds her of Hisashi. I went about this the wrong way, Hawk says softly. I thought that I was hoping to keep you in the dark because I thought you'd be safer that way. I underestimated you, and that was my mistake. He shifts from his seated position into a low bow, his face close to the ground. I hope you will accept my sincere apology and allow me to start over and explain. Inko works her jaw and shifts a few more steps back, clutching her bag to her chest with one arm. She considers running. She considers trying to use her quirk anyways even though she knows it won't work. But in the end she lets the remaining shards fall and wipes at her face as tears begin to fall. Explain then, she chokes out. Hawks lifts his head and seems to falter when he sees her tears, a flash of guilt in his eyes. He lowers his head again. Kira, that's mystic, she was my best friend, Hawks begins quietly. I overheard something I shouldn't have. Kuroda, the president of the Hero Commission, he gave an order to that's a long story to get into. Right now. The point is, he gave the order that Mystic was to be assassinated. It was supposed to happen next week. I warned her. His voice trembles now, fingers digging into the ground. I warned her. She was supposed to. I wanted her to find somewhere to hide. But she decided to dig instead. Into Kuroda and the group he gave the order to. From what I heard, she put all of it on that drive she gave your kid. And he made a copy. Inko goes weak at the knees with relief, because she doesn't think this grief is false. This doesn't feel like a lie. And really, she's not sure how much choice she has. Get up, she whispers. Please get up. Hawks peers up at her through his hair and nods slowly, pushing himself up to stand. There's a noticeable difference in his body language now, and Inko is reminded that the man in front of her was a boy not so long ago. He clearly knows how to be charming, how to use his words and his looks, but Inko is a mother. It's not so difficult to see the awkwardness there, the uncertainty. I really am here to help, Hawks insists. Kuroda, I don't really want to give you the details of what he planned for you. I talked him into something different, and full honesty and all that, I was gonna try and get you to do it my way. Inko raises a brow at him. Your way? She questions, though she thinks she likely knows the answer already. Hawks coughs and awkwardly rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, he grins sheepishly. Lying and manipulation? I know that sounds pretty bad. He raises his hands calmingly, likely picking up on Inko's irritation at his admission. I know it does, But in my defense, I didn't think any version of the truth was an option, and I'm doing this to keep you safe and alive and unharmed, okay? Inko sighs heavily and folds her arms across her chest. All right, let's hear it, she says, against her better judgment at this point. I convinced Kuroda that he needs you alive, because whatever, can use you to control the narrative with this whole thing. Hawks tenses a bit as he explains, likely expecting her to get angry. And she does, at first. There's a spark of rage in her core when she thinks about being used by the monsters that murdered Mystic and want to hurt her baby. But the tactical side of her knows that it's smart. In fact, she's done it before herself. Granted, at a much smaller scale, but still. There was a lower-ranked hero a year or so ago whose negligence led to unnecessary damage and civilian injuries during a villain encounter. The man was refusing to pay, and at first, people were on his side because of the story he was spinning about the fight, about his work as a hero, about how they were just trying to get extra money from him because they were greedy. One of her co-workers suggested putting together a report showing the cost of the property damaged, the medical bills, and so on, alongside statistical reports of previous fights where the hero had been just as negligent. Inko knew that wouldn't work. Just look at Endeavor, she'd reminded them. The number 2 hero isn't known for keeping property damage to a minimum. Dozens of bloggers, reporters, even lawyers, have tried to rally the public to insist that the man face consequences, and always for naught. Luckily for them, they weren't dealing with Endeavor. Inko suggested they show the damage. Get families and business owners onto talk shows, let them show people that they were just like them, show people how much they lost, give them a reason to care. It's hard to guilt people with numbers. Crying children and histories of family-owned businesses that mean something to the community do wonders for guilting the public. It only took 1 week before the public backlash began to take a toll, and the man coughed up the money. What Hawks is talking about now, though, is a much bigger ask. And what exactly will that mean? Inko tries to keep her voice steady, tries so hard to be brave. She knows that's what her Izuku is doing right now, being brave. Hawks exhales sharply and runs a hand over his hair. I may have suggested that we use you to distract people from the issues Mystic was loud about, Hawks says, reluctance and guilt in his voice. And any conspiracy theorists that start speaking up. There'll be people out there who jump at this and think Eraserhead was an assassin for the commission and now they're trying to get rid of the evidence. They're closer to being right than they realize. Not about Eraserhead, obviously, but you get the point. Inko stares at Hawks, mouth agape. You don't want me to keep people from picking up where Mystic left off? She asks sharply. I agreed with her, I believed in her. She made it seem possible for change, and you expect me to help undo that? You must have agreed with her too, after what she dash. Of course I did. Hawks bursts out, throwing his hands up as his wings flare outward. Inko must flinch, because the man lowers his eyes and forcibly calms himself, his voice quieter when he speaks again. Of course I did. I still do. I don't want to see her work undone. But it was the only thing I could think of. I needed a reason for them not to hurt or kill you, and that's the only thing I could think of. You don't have to speak out against her. We just have to make them pay more attention to you. You won't have to do much, not really. Just .be on talk shows, interviews, things like that. Kuroda's people will handle the rest. They'll pay the right people to air you instead of covering any activists. You'll talk about you, your son, your lives, how you want him back. And Hawk's eyes go a little hazy, like he's not really talking about her anymore. And they'll follow you as you build a new life. They'll turn you into a celebrity, little by little. You're not me, though. You can, I don't know, have more control over what you use it for. I don't know, okay? Inko drops her bag to the side and sighs, stepping forward to lay her hands on Hawk's shoulders. Okay, she says softly. Thank you. This won't be easy. And I don't like it. But I like it better than the alternative. And if it weren't for you, the alternative would be my only choice. So thank you. She smiles kindly at him, reassuring. Hawks huffs quietly and then laughs, shaking his head. You really shouldn't be the one comforting me, that's not how this should work, he says wryly. Anyways, think you trust me enough to come with me now? Inko nods and steps back to pick up her bag, holding it close once more as she turns to face him. Where are we going? She tilts her head. Safe house, Hawks explains. Honestly? Just a way to sell the ruse of you being in danger. Nice place though. Inko chews at her lip and looks away thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Is there any chance you can take me home? She asks tentatively. If you told them I wanted to pack? Or that I'm being difficult, you know, a hysterical mother who thinks maybe her baby is at home. Do you think he's there? Hawks frowns at her. Inko shakes her head. I doubt it. If I was an evil man with assassins, I would send someone there, so it wouldn't be safe. But luckily, I have you, and maybe you can call the assassins off. She smiles hopefully at him. Hawks laughs and shakes his head. This is, he says, though there's no bite in his words. Why do you want to go? Because I know my son. Inko smiles calmly and says no more than that. It's not that she doesn't trust Hawks, she just doesn't know how he would react to her guess that her son made more than one copy and likely stashed one at home. After all, that's what she would do, and her son is infinitely smarter than her. Either he already made it home to get the copy, or she'll need to find it and make sure it stays safe. Right, Hawks sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. I'll see what I can do. For now, can we at least get to my car? I'd rather have you somewhere not here. Hawks looks around the alley with distaste and Inko smiles as she nods. All right, lead the way. Hawks is able to confirm with someone named Nightscope that Eraserhead and Izuku did indeed go to the apartment and have since left. Inko had panicked when she heard the man say something about firing a few shots at them and missing. She tries to focus on the fact that he didn't hit them, but it doesn't help all that much. It doesn't change that someone fired at her child. Hawk's voice was light when he asked Nightscope if he was in pursuit, but his hands were clenched tight on the steering wheel. His grip went lax, and that's how Inko knew that Eraserhead must have managed to get away. She's surprised by that. It seems almost too lucky, and Inko decides to say as much after Hawks hangs up. How likely do you think it really is that Eraserhead managed to dodge 3 shots and escape? She worries at her lip. I don't know much about him, is he not that good? Eraserhead is pretty damn good, but so is Nightscope. Hawks frowns, looking thoughtful as he reroutes to drive towards her apartment. It would be surprising, but it's possible. What? Inko shifts in her seat to face Hawks, looking at him imploringly. Hawks. Eraserhead's civilian name is Aizawa Shouta, Hawks says, then he glances her way. Nightscope's is Aizawa Kenshin. Cousins. Do you think Nightscope helped them then? Inko says hopefully. It doesn't change much, not really, but it would somewhat ease the fear coiled in her chest if she knew they had help. Honestly, Hawks says, no. I think he's in too deep to do that. But it's possible he looked the other way. Gave them a head start. Something like that. I don't know him all that well, but I don't think he was telling me the whole truth. Hawks grins lazily. As a compulsive liar myself, I know how to spot it. He's smiling, but Inko can see the way it doesn't really reach his eyes. Here's the barest hint of self-deprecation in his voice. She allows him his make-believe happiness and easygoing nature for now. They park outside of her apartment building not long after, and Hawks escorts her inside. He's the one to close the apartment door behind them. Tape. He murmurs, and Inko turns to see him poking at a small piece of tape placed across the door and frame that's been split in two. She can't help the wobbly smile and tears that come to her eyes. Izuku, she explains. A few years ago, there was a break-in at the building next door, and on the floor below us. People only knew the morning after when they noticed the missing items. It was eating me up, worrying that it might happen to us. It didn't matter that I would know if it happened because things would go missing. I couldn't stop having nightmares that they would break in and steal something small and I wouldn't notice, and it happened over and over. So Izuku came up with the idea to put tape across the door at night. In the morning, if the tape was unbroken, it meant no one had come in. Hawks blinks and smiles softly, brushing his finger over the tape again, and Inko is pleased to see that this smile looks real. She finds she prefers this one over the cocky fake smiles he gives the public. Since Izuku and Eraserhead were here, Inko knows that the second copy of the drive is probably already gone. So instead of going to her son's room, she goes to her own, Hawks right behind her. So, what are we doing exactly? He asks awkwardly when Inko pauses in the doorway of her bedroom, hand pressed over her mouth and unshed tears in her eyes. The comforter is different, she replies, her voice distant to her own ears. Okay? Hawks rubs the back of his neck and shuffles. Is that supposed to mean something? Inko laughs weakly and nods, walking over to her closet and pulling out the roughly folded comforter that was on her bed this morning. She sets it down on her bed. This is the one that was there this morning, she explains as she carefully opens it up, revealing the quarter-folded piece of paper in the center. Hawks gives a short, quiet laugh in surprise and joins her at the bed, peering at the paper when she unfolds it. His brows shoot up when he sees the code the note is written in. That's a pretty intense code, he notes, studying it closely. Can you read that? Not as fast as I used to be able to, Inko sighs. I'm out of practice. But yes, I can. Izuku and I made this together when he was little, and he improved it after he got his quirk. She shifts to sit on the bed and runs her finger along the page as she reads. I love you, and I'm really sorry. Eraserhead says Hawks will keep you safe. I think you should trust him. I don't know when I'll get to see you again. Not until it's safe. Eraserhead didn't do what they say he did. I know you probably know that. He saved me. 2 men tried to hurt me and he saved me. I don't know where we're going or what's going to happen next. But I want to find a way to talk to you. I love you. I'm really sorry. Izuku. Hyacinth. Inko's heart swells with so many feelings as she reads the note, and it's difficult at first to piece them all together. Sorrow. Rage. The last one is the quickest to latch onto, as evidenced by the way she crumples the note in her hand and throws herself at Hawks, the man catching her wrist in surprise before her slap can land on his cheek. Picture frames, makeup, perfume bottles, and an assortment of other small objects behind Hawks' rattle and lift. Ms. Midoriya dash. When were you going to tell me that someone tried to hurt my son? She shrieks at him, her free hand closing around a group of feathers and yanking hard. They don't pull free, but Hawks winces and lets them fall, Inko's hand dropping to the side harmlessly. Tell me what happened. I'm sorry, Hawks says urgently. I didn't want to, I don't know, I thought it would make things worse if you knew. Of course it does. Inko snaps. Of course it makes it worse, but I'm his mother, you have to tell me these things. A few frames jolt off of the wall and clatter to the ground, and Hawks releases her to back up to the door, his hands raised defensively. Okay, I get it, he says steadily. No more hiding things, promise. Okay. Inko glares at him, fists tightening until the sound of the paper crumpling reaches her ears, and just as suddenly as it came, the fight all bleeds out of her as she sinks down to the floor by the bed, hugs the note to her chest, and breaks down into silent, grieving sobs. Hawks stands frozen in shock for half a beat, then his wings droop and he crosses the room and sits next to her, pulling her into his arms and holding her close. Inko clutches at Hawks' coat and cries into his shoulder as the reality of her situation finally settles and sinks in. For once in her life, Inko doesn't know what she's going to do, and for the first time in 11 years, she doesn't have the comfort of knowing that at the very least, her son will be by her side. Naomasa has never been more grateful for his relatively plain looks. A simple cap and a medical mask are all he really needs to blend into a crowd, and he's been on enough stakeouts that he knows how to move in a way that won't let him stand out. He knows the rhythm of the morning commuters, knows which window reflections to glance at, how to check the corners of his vision, how to feel the crowd shift at his back if someone is out of place. So far, he hasn't been followed. Naomasa is a creature of habit. He likes structure, routine, consistency. He wakes precisely at 5:30 each morning. It's not that he particularly enjoys being up that early, but he likes his mornings slow. Even on days like today, when he doesn't need to be the station until the afternoon. 5. Several minutes to lie in bed and map out the aches in his body, most often from being at his desk for too long the day before. A languid walk to the bathroom. A podcast or audiobook played over a speaker as he showers. The skincare routine that follows is a relatively new addition, courtesy of his boyfriend? Partner? Naomasa isn't really sure what to call their relationship yet. The speaker journeys with him to the kitchen, though he transitions to gentle music as he prepares his tea and breakfast in the lazily expanding sunlight. He resists the urge to bring his laptop to the table to work while he eats. That, too, is relatively new. A self-imposed rule, and at this point Naomasa can't bear to ruin his 103-day streak. So it is only after breakfast is complete, dishes are done, and one other chore is complete that he sits himself back at the table, this time with his laptop, to indulge the oldest habit he has, one that began shortly after he graduated college and began his career. Each morning, without fail, Naomasa opens his work drive and revisits his notes and files from the previous day. But today, Naomasa's routine was entirely off. He woke late, not until nearly, and when he finally sat down to check his drive, Naomasa was greeted with blank pages that made his stomach turn. He had not rested easy the night before, not after the story that Midoriya Izuku told, not after hearing Toshinori's stifled sobbing over the phone, not as he stared at his ceiling and considered Aizawa's suspicions, the ones he voiced and the ones he didn't. That unease had settled into his bones, left him aching and wary as he struggled through his morning routine, and when he had seen those blank pages, Naomasa had been afraid. There were no innocent or simple explanations for why the files on Midoriya Izuku and Mystic would have been erased. The only thing that made sense was that someone intentionally deleted information, and the most logical conclusion was that it was someone connected to Mystic's killers, the Hero Commission, or both. Naomasa's hand found his phone before his mind made the connection that he needed to call someone. Anyone. Aizawa, Toshinori, Tsunaga. But before he could, a sharp ping echoed from his phone through the heavy silence of his apartment. With shaking hands, Naomasa had fumbled to his text messages, to a cryptic message from Sansa. There was an attachment with the text, a clip of security footage from the station, and the message itself made little sense to Naomasa, something about how one of the officers in the footage looked like they needed a vacation, and it was no wonder since he was obviously overworking and coming in for extra shifts. Naomasa knew that to be untrue, and knew a careful hint when he saw one, so he had opened the footage and paid close attention to that officer. It had taken several loops of the video for Naomasa to realize what Sansa was showing him, and a few more loops zoomed in on the man's face before he could finally make out what was being said. He'd put the rest together quickly, and knew he needed to run. Being a detective and best friends with the symbol of peace had exposed Naomasa to many dark truths about the world of villains and crime. Naomasa had hoped to never have a need to use the go bag that sat under his bed, but had never been more grateful for its existence. Collecting the rest of his essentials was a quick task, and once the cap and medical mask had been fixed on, he'd slipped out the back entrance of his apartment building and taken a route with fewer cameras to get onto the streets where he is now. When he's sure that he isn't being followed and there's enough space between him and the other commuters around him, Naomasa pulls his phone out of his pocket and calls Toshinori. He keeps a careful eye on reflections, the crowd, any cameras, everything, all as the phone rings. His stomach sinks when Toshi doesn't answer and he's greeted with voicemail. He tries 2 more times before he decides to switch tactics. It's highly likely that Toshi is working right now, and with Naomasa's luck, he's probably dealing with a villain. Naomasa turns down the next street he passes and calls Tsunagu instead, desperately hoping his maybe boyfriend isn't working too. Masa? A gentle, warm voice greets him. Oh, thank God. Naomasa exhales sharply with relief, gripping his phone tight. Tsu dash. Naomasa, listen to me, Tsunagu says suddenly, interrupting him. Tsunagu never interrupts him, or anyone really. Your phone, mine, is giving an alert. You need to hang up and dispose of it. Our first date, meet me there? Naomasa doesn't get the chance to say anything else before the line cuts short, and he swears quietly but follows Tsunaga's instructions, being careful to angle himself away from any cameras when he drops his phone into the open back of an idle garbage truck that he passes as he crosses the street. Their first date was at a small cafe not too far from where he's at now, so Naomasa changes his direction at the next corner. It may take Tsunagu a little longer to reach him, but he'll be so much safer with the man at his side, so the wait will be worth. He's about 5 minutes away when he hears the emergency tone going off on several phones in the hands of commuters around him, followed by the rising tide of confused conversation. His heart jackhammers in his chest when he hears Aizawa's hero name, the child's name, and his own falling from the lips of strangers. Eraserhead said with fear, anger, disgust, and Midoriya's and his own name said with sadness. Naomasa risks walking faster, getting close enough to the couple walking ahead of him to hear one woman reading the alert to the other woman. Naomasa takes a sharp right turn at the next street corner and the one after that, walking back in the direction he came. Underground hero turned villain Eraserhead murders number 3 hero mystic and beloved detective Tsukauchi Naomasa, kidnaps 11-year-old Midoriya Izuku. This goes so much deeper than he thought. The public has been told that he is dead, which means, in all likelihood, he probably should be, and it's only thanks to Sansa's message and Tsunaga's instructions that he hasn't been found yet. It's fairly obvious from the emergency alert that the commission is cleaning house. Himself, Aizawa, Midoriya, they all know the truth of what happened to Mystic. Naomasa fears for the boy's mother as well. The absence of her name in the alert could be a blessing or a curse. As much as Naomasa wants to find her, warn her, get her to safety, he simply can't. He lacks an offensive quirk, and even with the combat training and experience he does have, he wouldn't stand a chance against the pros that took down the number 3 hero. And he fears that Tsunaga wouldn't either, which is why he is now walking as quickly as he can without attracting suspicion away from the cafe. He doesn't know how far this corruption goes, but the simple fact is, the commission at the very least is protecting the ones who murdered the number 3 hero. Naomasa can't know for sure that they won't target Tsunaga next if the man is caught helping him. If they're willing to kill number 3, why wouldn't they kill number 5? He won't take that risk. He needs to find Aizawa. The alert wouldn't have been worded like that unless Aizawa and Midoriya were still free. If they had been caught, or worse, there wouldn't have even been an alert. No, Aizawa and the boy are somewhere. Naomasa needs to find them. Against the fear coiling in his chest, he approaches a woman sitting at a nearby bus stop. It is only careful practice that allows him to keep the tremble out of his voice and his hands as he politely asks to use her phone, bowing and thanking her profusely when she agrees. Aizawa's phone is secure, and the risk that the commission is tapping into phones of random civilians isn't zero, but it's low enough. Naomasa simply has to hope that Aizawa will answer. He twists his hand in the straps of his bag as the call rings, and finally, blessedly, it stops. Aizawa doesn't speak, but Naomasa knows he's picked up. He doesn't know how closely the woman or any others at the stop may be listening, so he decides to be cautious, keeping his tone friendly and light. "Hey, it's me," Naomasa says, and he almost smiles at the sharp intake of breath on the other side of the line. He hopes his own relief can be heard in his voice. "I forgot my phone at home. Do you think you could bring it to me?" There's a pause while Aizawa is likely thinking through their options. Naomasa wishes he could be more useful, but in this realm Aizawa is the expert. "Hold on," Aizawa says gruffly. "I have an idea, but I need to check something." Naomasa resists the urge to frown or pace. Instead he gives the woman another polite bow and thank you, letting her know that it'll just be a little longer. The bus is nowhere in sight, so she smiles and waves him off. "All right," Aizawa's voice returns. "I can't believe I'm doing this. You know Ikari's? The music place. You anywhere near there? 10-minute walk tops." That sounds perfect. Naomasa does know the place Aizawa is talking about, and his estimate is about an 8-minute walk from where he's at right now, but he's not entirely sure why the man is bringing it up. "There aren't any cameras in the back," Aizawa explains. "Side street off of Miyuki will get you close behind it. We'll meet you there." "Just," Aizawa pauses and sighs heavily. "Knock on the manhole cover when you're there." Naomasa just manages to swallow his reaction to that and instead keeps up the conversation like everything is normal, like Aizawa didn't just say he'll be going through the sewers. "Yeah, I have a break then, so that's perfect," he agrees. "Thanks. Stay safe, Tsukauchi," Aizawa says firmly. "Yeah, you too," Naomasa replies softly. "See you then." He takes a deep breath after Aizawa hangs up and deletes the call from the woman's phone, thanks her again, and returns the device. He takes a moment to orient himself, waits until there's a decent number of people to walk with, steels his nerves, and travels on. Izuku doesn't want to be here. He's grateful that he's been strapped to Aizawa's back this whole time instead of walking through the sewers at his side, but he still doesn't want to be here, waiting under a manhole cover for the detective to arrive and knock and tell them it's clear. Izuku wants to point out that if the alley doesn't have cameras, they should just wait there instead of in the sewers. But he doesn't need his quirk to tell him that they're staying down here because it's safer to be hidden right now. He knows that. He understands why they are doing this. He understands why those men attacked him in the underpass. He understands why he grabbed the knife, why he held it the way he did. He understands that the man he stabbed might be alive or he might not. He understands why the retrieval of the extra copy of the thumb drive was his last time seeing his home for the foreseeable future, or maybe ever. He understands that this morning was the last time he'll see his mom for the foreseeable future. Or maybe ever. He understands everything and he hates it. He wishes he didn't understand. He wishes he was a normal kid. A kid who got their quirk at 4 like everyone else, who had friends, who spent their time after school at the park or at his friends' houses. If he was a normal kid, he wouldn't have been in that alley. Mystic probably would have gotten away. She'd be alive, and Aizawa wouldn't be giving his life up for Izuku, and the detective wouldn't be in danger because of what he saw, what he told them. And his mom would be safe, and Izuku would be with his mom. He could hug her and tell her he loves her in person. Izuku shakes his head firmly, stifling a whimper in Aizawa's back, prompting the man to murmur gentle reassurances. He can't spiral again, he has to stop this. But this isn't going to stop. He only has a single bottle of quirk suppressants left, and even if he rations them out they will only last so long. This is going to be his new normal. And it's not just the quirk suppressants, his latest shot for his PBRDY blockers runs out in less than a month and for some reason, that's what finally makes him break. He shocks himself out of his quirk spiral with a loud, heaving sob into Aizawa's back, followed by a second, a third, more and more. He feels movement, knows he's being shifted, and if he had to guess he'd say he's been slipped around to Aizawa's front. He can hear a low buzzing of what he thinks is the man's voice, but he can't make out the words, and if he's being honest, he can't really make out the shape of the hero in front of him either. He sees blurs of black and white and a hint of yellow, feels a sharp thudding pain in his chest from the sobs that have quieted into breaths that come far too fast and shallow. He doesn't want to be here. He wants his mom. He wants to go home. He doesn't want to be here, he wants his mom. He wants to go home. He doesn't want to be here, he wants. His hand is pressed against something now, and his quirk instantly quiets and latches onto the familiar vibrating rhythm. Different than what he's used to, but almost the same. There's another pattern there too, a rising and falling, and soon Izuku is aware of gentle fingers passing through his curls. It takes some time for Izuku's breathing to calm and match Aizawa's. Slowly, he's able to actually hear the man humming, and his heart aches for a different reason. It's the song his mom hums to calm him, a wordless melody she's been singing and humming for as long as he can remember. But how? Izuku remembers now. At the station, his mom had hummed for him. It was so quiet, and Aizawa surely had more important things to pay attention to, and yet, he remembered it. Izuku's teary gaze finds Aizawa's worried and slightly frantic one, and he leans forward until he can plop his head against the man's shoulder. Izuku doesn't want to be here, but that he's glad he's here with someone like Aizawa. Aizawa shifts Izuku in his grip and digs through his pocket, pressing some tissues into Izuku's hand after a moment. Izuku hums gratefully and nudges his head against Aizawa's shoulder in thanks. After his face is clearer and he blows his nose, he peeks up at the man. Izuku clears his throat. The song. Thank you. Aizawa's mouth quirks up in a small smile and he nods. Do you want a dash? A firm knocking on the manhole cover above their heads interrupts Aizawa, both of them tensing as Aizawa backs away from the sound, and then he seems to register what it was, huffing softly. He sets Izuku down slowly and gestures for him to stand back. Izuku shuffles behind him and holds onto the strap of the duffel bag hanging off of Aizawa's shoulder, only letting go when he climbs the ladder and pushes the cover up just a bit. Tsukauchi! Aizawa calls out quietly. There's a relieved voice from the other side that answers him, and Aizawa motions for Izuku to walk over. Aizawa and the detective get the cover open the rest of the way, and Aizawa hops down to let Izuku climb up first, following behind him. Tsukauchi smiles shakily at Izuku, pulling him up and steadying him. Izuku freezes up while Tsukauchi helps Aizawa, taking the bag first and setting it aside. It's not the same alley. It's not even close, and it's not the first alley he's been in since he saw Mystic die. But Izuku's quirk is buzzing angrily in his head, and he can't figure out why until, as Aizawa is halfway through the manhole cover, a young man walks into the alley and stops, staring at them. Izuku's heart jumps into his throat and he almost runs. Aizawa is calm. "You've got to be kidding me," Aizawa groans as he pulls himself up the rest of the way. Aizawa knows this man. He isn't attacking, neither of them are attacking. We're safe. Izuku stays frozen in place, and his heart continues to jackrabbit in his chest, but he studies the young man, wincing when he realizes that the patchwork pattern on his face and arms are burn scars lined with glinting staples that may or may not be holding him together. The man barks out a loud, raspy laugh and Aizawa glares at him. "Who's the FING sewer gremlin now, Eraser?" It's rude, Izuku knows it's rude, but he can't help it. He giggles quietly, once, and then again because FING sewer gremlin is a startlingly accurate description of Aizawa climbing out of the manhole. Izuku presses his hands to his mouth when Aizawa turns that glare to him, though it's so clearly playful, and then the detective and the man with the scars join in Izuku's laughter, and he loses himself again, arms wrapping around his middle as he giggles quietly. Aizawa huffs and shoves the manhole cover back into place, and then he steps over to Izuku's side, plopping a hand on top of his head and ruffling his hair. "So this is the kid you kidnapped and the detective you murdered," the man drawls, leaning against the wall of the alley after he walks closer. "Should I be worried?" Aizawa shoots the man another glare. "Not funny, Dabi," he growls, shifting his hand to Izuku's shoulder to squeeze gently. Dabi seems to realize why Aizawa is upset and he sighs, rubs the back of his neck and shrugs. "Sorry, kid," Dabi says reluctantly. Izuku shrugs weakly and shifts closer to Aizawa, looking between him and Dabi curiously. They obviously know each other, but he doesn't get the feeling that Dabi is a hero. Dabi turns his attention back to Aizawa. "I take it you didn't kill Mystic. Not your style. Plus, she was actually one of the good ones." "That's not really something we can discuss," Tsukauchi says warily, moving closer to stand on Izuku's other side. "It's fine, Tsukauchi," Aizawa waves a hand. "It was torpor and periphery. A handful of others seem to be involved too. And I'd bet it goes all the way to the top," Dabi hisses through grit teeth. "I told you, Eraser. I told you. If you just dash." "We're not having that discussion right now," Aizawa snaps, and Izuku shrinks into the man's side, gripping at his shirt. Aizawa closes his eyes and takes a deep breath before he continues. "Look, we need to move." Dabi grumbles and rolls his eyes, but Izuku can see the calculating look, the shift in his body language, the way his lips press together. Izuku's head hurts. "Offer it. He's helped you, now help them." "Offer what?" Izuku blurts out. 3 sets of confused eyes turn to him, one of them more surprised than the others. Dabi is staring at him. "Midoriya, what do you mean?" Aizawa nudges him, meeting his eyes. Izuku points at Dabi. "He wants to offer us something," Izuku explains. Aizawa's brow lifts and stands up straight, turning his attention back to Dabi. The man in question splutters wordlessly for a moment before he groans and drops his head back against the wall. "I was gonna ask where you're planning to go," he sighs. "Because you need somewhere low-key and I've got room." He looks like he regrets the words as soon as they're out of his mouth. It seems like he's not used to helping people. No, that's not right. He wants to help. He's helped before. He likes helping. Others don't like him helping? Eraser, is this? Tsukauchi doesn't finish his question, but Izuku can tell what he means. He's worried that they can't trust Dabi. Izuku is confused at first, because shouldn't Tsukauchi's quirk help him? But maybe it's because they haven't asked the right questions. There's nothing for Dabi to really lie about yet. Aizawa dismisses the detective's concern with a nod. "It's fine," he confirms. "Dabi's aid, we can trust him." That's good enough for Izuku, and it seems to be good enough for Tsukauchi too. Dabi lays a hand over his chest. I can feel the love, I really can, he smirks. We should get moving though. Aizawa tucks his face into his scarf and nods. Where's your place? He asks, reaching down to loop the duffel bag over his shoulder again. It's a walk, Dabi says cryptically. And you're not gonna like it. Aizawa and Izuku both groan this time, looking down together at the manhole cover. The sewers again? Aizawa asks dejectedly. Dabi grins lazily. I told you. Dabi walks over and pats Aizawa's shoulder. It's the best way to avoid the daylight BSRDS. Aizawa bats Dabi's hand away. I hate you, he grumbles. Dabi just laughs and gets the manhole open again, slipping through and down the ladder with ease. Aizawa, Tsukauchi, and Izuku share a long-suffering look before they begrudgingly follow. Hisashi storms out of the UA staff conference room, mouth clamped tightly shut, ignoring the slam of the door behind him that muffles the concerned cries of Nomuri and Tensei, though he does hear Nezu telling them to let him go. He runs on autopilot, not really even seeing where he's going, slapping his ID against the scanner that lets him into the small training facility reserved for the staff. He presses his thumb against the keypad once he's inside to activate his preset, trembling and pacing as the walls of thick metal slide into place. He tears the speaker off of its mount around his neck and drops it to the side. He stumbles forward to the middle of the room, falling hard to his knees and opening his mouth to release a long, anguished scream that explodes from his epicenter and assaults every surface of the facility, warping the metal design specifically to safely contain his quirk. Shouta. His Shouta. Shouta is in danger and Hisashi can't do a DMN thing to save him. So, Kiora says, and Hisashi can already tell he's made a critical error in taking a sip of his drink at this moment. You ask Shouta out yet? He's proven correct when he chokes on his drink and nearly spits it out, all while Kiora snickers into her own glass. You, Hisashi wheezes, are an evil woman. Kiora laughs louder and folds her hands under her chin, grinning devilishly at him. Yeah, she agrees easily. But you love me. Seriously though. I know you said you wanted to wait, give you both time to get used to hero work, maybe meet some other people. It's been 5 years, Zashi. I think you're both used to the work, and neither of you seem to be interested in anyone else. What are you waiting for? We've been over this, Hisashi groans, dropping his head to the table with a petulant pout. You're all so convinced that Sho must like me like that, but I don't see it. He's no different with me than he is with the rest of you. Kiora scoffs softly, and Hisashi lifts his head enough to peer at her through his bangs. I don't think I've seen him ever be interested in someone like that. Kinda like, Hisashi trails off, faltering now, not sure if he's being insensitive. Kind of like me? Kiora smiles gently, and Hisashi nods. He asked me once how I knew. Do you remember that? Hisashi frowns and tilts his head, trying to rack his brain for the memory. I'm not sure you and Tensei were listening, to be honest. I think you might have been in the middle of a game. That sounds highly probable to Hisashi. His focus tends to be limited, and once he and Tensei get Sekidi into a video game, everything else usually melts away. How did you know? Hisashi asks after some thought, leaning forward. Kiora smiles and taps her fingers on her cheeks. I used to say that I just knew, Kiora hums. It was a lot easier than trying to explain it. But I think what really helped me figure it out was Nomuri. Hisashi scrunches his nose at that, very much confused. Nomuri has her whole R-rated hero thing, but the people who know her well know that she's a serious romantic under that persona. Kiora laughs at his confusion. I just mean if I was ever going to want to date someone, be with someone romantically, it would be Nomuri. She's everything I admire in people and she's hot. But I realized that I didn't want that. Hooking up, friends with benefits, definitely. I'd spend the rest of my life with someone like her, because I loved them, because they meant the world to me, were more than a best friend, but never because I was in love with them. Kiora pauses for a moment, and Hisashi considers her words. He realizes that he's had startlingly similar thoughts about Shouta, with the distinct difference that he wants all of those things because he's so hopelessly in love with him. Plus, I'm pretty sure I've had to Google, what does a crush feel like, at least 100 times, Kiora adds on lightly, the corners of her eyes crinkling as she grins. So there's that too. So the short answer? If I think about my future, a romantic partner isn't part of it. Never has been. Hizashi leans back in his seat and just takes all of that in, and Kiora lets him. So, Shouta? Hizashi isn't sure how to ask, or even what he wants to ask, but Kiora smiles gently and reaches across the table to pat his hand. Isn't like me, she says softly. I think that it's harder for him to feel attraction. But he talked to me about it again a while after that, like almost a year I think. Said that's not him. You might not be able to see it, but he is different with you, Hizashi. And I can tell you love him differently than you love me or Nem or Tensei. I just... Hizashi stumbles over his words, not really sure what he wants to say. I don't think you should give up so easily, Kiora says firmly, pointing at him, that look in her eye that says she's not backing down. Not when it's Shouta. Never when it's Shouta. Hizashi isn't sure how long he screams for, how long he stays crumpled on the floor in heavy silence, how long he feels Kiora's words piercing his heart over and over. He knows he can't give up, not when it's Shouta. But he doesn't know what to do. He can't remember a time he's felt this helpless, hopeless. There's just it's so much. Kiora is dead, Tsukauchi might be dead, Shouta is being blamed, the kid is with him, the kid's mother is probably in danger, the commission is behind it all, and there's more, there's whatever is on that drive, and... Hizashi doesn't know what to do. He tries in these moments to think like Shouta, to push emotion aside and focus on logic. Sometimes it works, but now is not one of those times. More than anything right now, he needs Shouta. Needs to hear that soothing voice, feel hands passing through his hair, know that Shouta has his back, that he's not alone. I don't know what to do, Hizashi whispers, squeezing his eyes shut against his tears. He's so tired of crying. You don't need to, replies a gentle voice, accompanied by an equally gentle paw on his shoulder. Hizashi jumps and sits up sharply, and it's instinct only that stops him from screaming and unleashing his quirk on his boss by accident. Nedzu's fur is standing on end in a few places, and despite his smile, Hizashi knows him well enough to see the surprise. My apologies, that was my misstep. Hizashi nods numbly and shifts to sit more comfortably. Nedzu looks around the training room, eyeing the places where Hizashi's quirk managed to warp the metal. Oh dear, the principal says softly. I'd like you to see Recovery Girl, please. There's no doubt that you overdid yourself. Hizashi simply nods again, tucking his knees up to his chest and hugging them. Nedzu sighs and stands in front of him, not letting Hizashi look away. Yamada dash. I can't. Hizashi cries out. I can't do this. I can't betray him like this. I can't just play right into their hands and act like I believe that he killed Dash. Hizashi chokes on an anguished sound in the back of his throat. Killed Kiora or Tsukauchi, or Hizashi runs out of steam as quickly as it came, a hand shifting to push through his hair, gripping at the strands. I'm not asking you to, Nedzu says calmly, reaching out and tugging Hizashi's hand from his hair. But you said Dash. I need present Mike to publicly denounce Eraserhead alongside you. Nedzu grips Hizashi's hand tight between both paws, speaking firmly. But more importantly, I need Yamada Hizashi to help me help Aizawa Shouta. You know him better than anyone else, Hizashi. I can guess what he will do with my quirk. But even then, you know him, and no quirk can ever hope to match that. We need you. Do we have you? Hizashi stills, every thought, every panicked feeling screeching to a halt. For a moment, he almost feels empty and cold in the wake of this calm. He knows Nedzu well at this point. He's pretty sure no one will ever truly know Nedzu, but 11 years with the principal is certainly something. He knows that if he were anyone else, this would be a manipulation tactic, a way to pull them to Nedzu's side and steer them to complete his will. But Nedzu has learned that he can't do that with Hizashi. It's earned him the principal's respect. What this means, of course, is that Nedzu is speaking truthfully. We need you. Do we have you? Hizashi drops his face to his knees, shoulders shaking slightly as he tries to decide whether to laugh or cry. He's not alone. Of course he's not alone. Isn't the only one who hates this, who wants to do more. Hell, Hisashi knows that if Nezu could, he'd try to fix the entire thing on his own. Hisashi knows the feeling. Hisashi. Nezu gently prods his hands, uncertainty in his tone. Hisashi takes a deep breath and lifts his head. I won't give up, Hisashi promises. Not when it's Shoyuta. Never when it's Shoyuta. You have me. Tension seems to leave them both with his declaration, and Nezu's smile swiftly changes from gentle to dangerous. Excellent, Nezu says. Let's see recovery, girl, and we can discuss my plans on the way. Hisashi shudders at his tone, but feels his determination solidify. We can do this, he thinks. We can help him. Toshinori moves on autopilot when he arrives at Tsukauchi's apartment building. There are commission officials there already, along with others that Toshinori assumes are heroes. He doesn't recognize any of them, but their attire and demeanor are fairly obvious. He's arrived before they've entered the building, and he considers that lucky. It will be easier for him to face this if there are fewer people inside with him. He knows he speaks with the lead investigator, gets permission to join the team and get the first look at the building. He doubts he'll remember what was said though. His mind is too far away, stuck between this reality where his successor and best friend are dead and the future that could have been. All while a notification from his phone stays burned into his eyes. 3 missed calls. 3 times Naomasa had called him. Toshinori had 3 chances to save his best friend. He wishes he could say he wasted them, but the 34 lives he saved this morning cannot be considered a waste. Not that it helps stifle his guilt. Truthfully, Toshinori isn't sure how much more of this he can take. It feels like the last year or so of rebuilding his strength with Kyora's help means nothing now that she's gone, now that his best friend is gone too. Stepping into the apartment steals all of the breath from his remaining lung. His eyes track the evidence of his friend's mourning. The dishes drying on a rack, the checked-off list of chores on a notepad on the counter. Something feels off, and Toshinori isn't sure what it is. He makes his way down the hall, pausing by the bathroom where he can see a wet towel, the skincare bottles still out on the counter. A normal morning. He soon approaches the remaining room with mounting dread. He's seen no sign of struggle or violence so far, which means the worst must be behind the bedroom door. As he reaches for the door, there's the slightest noise from behind it, and Toshinori reacts on instinct. He throws the door open and whisks through the opening, arm already coiled and ready to strike, mouth bared in a snarl. He encounters resistance he doesn't expect, sudden darkness over his eyes, something pulling him back, ensnaring him, cinching tight around him. It takes him only a split second to realize that it's his own costume, and all of the fight in him seeps away, replaced by shock. Hakamata! He still can't see where the man is standing, but that changes quickly. The fibers of his costume loosen and the threads fall away from his face, and he stares into the shocked face of Best Jeanist. All Might, the man breathes his name out with a sigh of relief. He doesn't get to say anything else, because it's now that Toshinori sees the blood behind the man. Far too much blood, the blood of his friend and no body. A very clear pattern in the blood that shows the body was dragged to the door across from him, to the balcony. Toshinori stumbles forward and stares at the floor, dropping to a crouch. Hakamata crouches next to him, laying a hand on his arm. Strange, isn't it? The man murmurs. Toshinori frowns deeply and nods. His mind is still reeling as he tries to form his thought on why it's strange, why it feels so wrong. Toshinori glances at Hakamata and tilts his head. They didn't mention that you were inside already. Hakamata's eyes crinkle. I decided not to ask permission, he shrugs. You'd have to be a fool to believe that Eraserhead killed Mystic or Naomasa and kidnapped a child. You and I are no fools. Toshinori heaves out a tight sigh and closes his eyes. To have his own disbelief voiced out loud. I thought my judgment was too affected, he admits. I didn't believe it when I received the alert. But I thought. You thought you were too close to the case, Hakamata hums. I know the feeling. Yes, Toshinori says gently. I imagine you do. You were close with Kiora as well and you know about my relationship with Naomasa, Hakamata finishes for him. I gave my consent for Naomasa to share with those he trusts. Tashinori nods and reaches out to squeeze Hakamata's shoulder. He looks back at the blood. Naomasa is the one who called to tell me about Kiora, Tashinori says quietly. And he hinted that there was something off about the case. With the commission. But he wasn't sure what. Hence why I bypassed permission and came on my own, Hakamata says, frown evident in his voice. The evidence thus far suggests that at the very least, the commission is protecting those who killed her. My gut tells me that it is more than that. She was the number 3 hero. If they are fine with her death, they would be fine with mine. Tashinori breathes in sharply and glares down at the blood. The man is right. Distancing himself from the situation, Kiora's death is a bold statement. You, however, Hakamata continues, are on a different level. Tashinori looks up and considers the man next to him. They could perhaps remove me, pin that on Eraserhead as well. But you? The public will not accept it. To them, you are untouchable. An unknown underground hero will not work as a scapegoat for your death. Tashinori raises a hand to his chin and thinks about what Hakamata is saying. Every word of it is true, of course. He and Kiora had discussed his position as a symbol at length, and the perception of his invincibility. They were highly critical of it, but now it could be an advantage. And they will have to work much harder to keep things hidden if I become part of the investigation, Tashinori says thoughtfully. That could be a double-edged sword though. It could, Hakamata agrees. They may bury evidence deeper, but they might make some crucial mistakes as well. What I want to know more than anything else is where Naomasa is. Because this, Hakatama pauses to point at the blood, is not from him. Tashinori clenches his fists at his side and closes his eyes. Hakamata, I can't dash. This blood is far too fresh and there is no way Naomasa was here when it was spilled, the man interrupts, and Tashinori's eyes snap open against his will, staring at him with wide eyes. I spoke with Naomasa just minutes before the alert of his death was announced, and he was not at home. This is planted evidence. Tashinori's arms fall limp at his side. He's alive. He dares to hope. He's alive, Hakamata says with conviction. His go bag is missing and he ditched his phone upon my order. He was supposed to meet me, but he didn't. Then he could still be dash. Tashinori cuts himself off, choking on the word before he can say it. Hakamata shakes his head firmly. I do not believe that, he says sharply. He likely came to the same conclusion as us. That they would not hesitate to kill me. I know that he shares the same drive to protect me as I do for him. Think All Might. What would he do? For a moment, Tashinori wants to shout. Wants to yell and demand that Hakamata just tell him because he clearly has an idea. But the answer comes to him so easily once he stops to think. He would find Eraserhead and the boy, Tashinori says, shoulders dropping. Safety in numbers. Exactly. Hakamata stands and gestures for Tashinori to do the same. As much as we may want to rush to his side, we cannot. We don't know where they are, and we have another role to fill. Or rather, you do. Tashinori stands and rubs a hand over his face. His mask is slipping, has been since the news of Kiora's death. The fear has grown and spread, and like always, there is a small, tiny voice in the back of his head telling him to give up. To stop and let it overtake him. Tashinori grits his teeth and drops his hand, pushing himself to stretch his mouth into his signature grin. Hakamata's relief is palpable, because he is here, and Tashinori feels like All Might again. That I do, he agrees. You need to leave while you can, before they close in. Hakamata doesn't look happy, but he does agree. Tashinori goes to the bedside table and writes his address on a piece of paper that he tears from a notebook, handing it to Hakamata. I'll go play my part, muscle my way into this investigation. We can meet tonight and I'll share whatever I'm able to learn. Good, Hakamata takes the paper and pockets it. I'll do some digging on my own, feel out some of my contacts. Delicately, of course. He stands by the door to the balcony and levels Tashinori with a look. You know this too, I hope. This needs to be handled delicately. Muscle yourself into the investigation, but do try to remember that you cannot muscle yourself everywhere in this. Tashinori knows better than to be offended. Instead, he laughs. He knows that there is a common misconception among his fellow heroes. An assumption that Sir Night-Eye was the brains of the operation and Toshinori was merely the brawn. The reality is, in fact, a bit more complicated than that. Toshinori is not ashamed to admit that Mirai is more intelligent than him. It would be strange if he wasn't. But the reason they worked so well together wasn't because Mirai had the brain and Toshinori had the muscle. They worked well together because one's intelligence complemented the other's. Mirai's intelligence is steady, subtle, and dangerous. He is a master of piecing together the larger picture, of seeing the connections between seemingly unrelated events. Toshinori's intelligence is fast, instinctive, reactionary. While he cannot always see the subtle connections like Mirai, he can act quickly and trust his instincts. That is not to say that Mirai can't act quickly, but there are times, if he doesn't have the full picture like he wants, that he stumbles through doubt and isn't quick enough. Just as there are times when Toshinori acts too quickly and misses something so important that it slaps him in the face later. They truly balanced each other out, and Toshinori never minded that Mirai got the credit for the brains behind their work. Better that villains underestimate his intelligence and Mirai's strength. Better for them anyways. Hakamada's warning is amusing because it embodies this misconception but also because he's not entirely misguided. It sounds exactly like something Mirai would have said to him before a mission. Understood, Toshinori says, voice warm from the laugh that he hadn't realized he needed. Stay safe, Hakamada. You as well, All Might. Hakamada dips his head in a nod, and Toshinori decides to follow his gut. Yagi, he prompts. Call me Yagi. Hakamada looks pleasantly surprised for a moment, and then he nods and takes his leave. Toshinori decides to return to the team outside of the building and do what he does best, attract attention, so that Hakamada will have an easier time slipping away. His thoughts drift to Naomasa as he leaves the apartment, and then naturally to Eraserhead and the boy. He hopes that they are safe, and can't help but wonder where they are and what they are doing. I hate you so much. Aizawa hisses at Dabi through grit teeth, the last to climb up through the manhole. He shoves it back into place and sends a glare in Dabi's direction as the man continues to snicker at his anger. Tsukauchi and Izuku stand together off to the side, and Izuku keeps a hand pressed to his mouth to stifle his own. Giggles that threaten to erupt again, the thought of sewer gremlin circling endlessly in his mind. That isn't to say that he was any happier than Aizawa was with the situation. Traveling through the sewers is something that Izuku never thought he would do, and honestly, he would have been just fine going through life without having the experience. Dabi had said that you get used to it after a while. Izuku hopes that he doesn't have to do it enough to get used to it. Once the manhole cover is back in place, Dabi leads them to the back entrance of a small apartment building. Izuku isn't really surprised to see that the area they're in is not run down, putting it nicely. He kind of expected that. That's not to say that he thought Dabi belonged here. Rather, Izuku could tell from looking at Dabi. Poorly healed scars, an obvious lack of access to proper medical care, a frame that is far too thin for the amount of muscle present, other scars that speak to a dangerous lifestyle, eyes that have seen too much and hold even more cynicism than Aizawa's, clothing and body language meant to help him blend in, hide, stay low, don't be seen. That the young man has been through hardship and hasn't come out as lucky as others. It's clear that Dabi isn't trying to hide that fact either. So Izuku tries not to feel too bad about his assumptions or the fact that he was right about them. Dabi takes them up 4 flights of stairs to the top floor and ushers them into the first door on the left side of the hall. Once inside, they immediately draw any open curtains closed and check every room to make sure the apartment is clear. Aizawa keeps Izuku close to his side throughout the process. When everything is clear, Izuku realizes that Aizawa and Tsukauchi both seem restless. That's not really a surprise. Izuku himself is feeling extremely restless, but it looks different. They sneak glances at each other several times, and Izuku doesn't need his quirk to realize that they want to talk. It seems Dabi is on the same page, because he walks over and lays a hand on Izuku's shoulder. How about I give you a tour, kid? Dabi nudges him forward. Izuku nods, but stops and holds onto Aizawa's sleeve, looking up at the man forward at something. Permission? Reassurance? He's not sure. Aizawa's eyes soften and he pats Izuku's head. Go ahead, he nods. We'll be here. Izuku nods and releases Aizawa's sleeve, following Dabi down the hall. There's not really much to see, Dabi mumbles. It's just a two-bedroom. So that there's one, there's two, and there's the bathroom. Probably should have come up with something better, but oh well. Izuku hums and pokes his head into the first bedroom. Like most of the apartment, it's sparsely furnished. A mattress on the floor next to a bedside table, a closet with clothes piled and spilling out of it. A standing dresser in the opposite corner, this one with several locks on it. Izuku doesn't pry. He backs out of what is obviously Dabi's room and peeks into the second room. There's another mattress on the floor next to a table, but not much else save for a few cardboard boxes and bins. Very fancy guest accommodations, as you can see, Dabi says from behind him. Izuku shrugs and pokes the mattress with his foot. It's something, he says quietly. That's better than nothing. Dabi doesn't answer, but he does lightly rest a hand on Izuku's head. Izuku tips his head back to look up at him, and he can see the hesitance in Dabi's eyes. After a moment, Dabi nudges him to the bed. Come here, he says gruffly, plopping down to sit on the mattress. Izuku tilts his head and sits down across from him, drawing his knees up. You probably have questions? Dabi prompts. Izuku blinks and nods firmly. Dabi gestures his permission for Izuku to carry on. How do you know, Eraserhead? Izuku leans forward, eyes bright with his curiosity. Dabi snorts. Figured that would be the first question, he drawls. We've not worked together before. A few times. Izuku studies Dabi, trying to see him with new eyes, see if he might be an underground hero that Izuku hasn't heard of. But that doesn't seem right. He's being vague on purpose. There's no reason to do that if he's a hero. He's either worried about my reaction or ashamed of his actions, possibly both. Work together. Izuku tests the words out, and he sees the way Dabi seems to tense. He knows that I'll ask if he's a hero. He doesn't want me to ask that. How? Dabi looks surprised, and Izuku is pretty sure that catching him off guard is the only reason Dabi answers honestly. He hires me as an informant sometimes, he says after some hesitation. I run in not so legal circles. Sometimes I know things or know people who know things, and I can help with a case. Or give him a heads up about things. Izuku's quirk is practically jumping up and down and yelling in his mind, pointing out that Dabi still seems ashamed, reluctant, or like he's avoiding something, and really Izuku doesn't need it to tell him that. He can see that himself. His quirk is urging him to dig, to find out more, to know more. But that Izuku feels like it would be insensitive. He doesn't know why. Sorry, Dabi says gruffly. Izuku frowns and opens his mouth to ask what Dabi means, but the man continues and answers before he can. You probably wanted that I'm not a hero. The statement is a simple one, but the meaning behind it is anything but. Even Izuku's quirk goes quiet. Dabi seems to grow tense in the awkward silence, and Izuku blurts the first thing that comes to mind. But they are, he says. Dabi's brow furrows and his mouth twists downward. Izuku huffs and presses on. The ones who killed Mystic. Anne attacked me, and were going to torture me and dash. Whoa kid I dash. And who wanted to kill the detective, and are blaming Eraserhead for all of this. Izuku can't stop the words from falling now. They're all heroes. So, we didn't need a hero right now. We just needed help. Izuku's voice trails off, so quiet that he knows it's probably hard for Dabi to hear him. You helped us. Dabi stares at him now, his mouth dropped open in shock. Izuku doesn't mind the silence. He can tell it's good this time. Hey kid, Aizawa's voice gently eases the silence, and Izuku turns to see him standing in the doorway. I want to check the cut. He gestures to the bandaged cut on Izuku's face. Aizawa had refused to take Izuku down into the sewers until it was at least covered. You can shower after and we'll get some rest. Okay. Izuku feels it then when Aizawa points it out, just how tired he is, so he nods and stands, walking over to Aizawa. He glances back at Dabi before they leave the room, and the man gives him a small smile and a lazy salute. Izuku's not sure if it means anything, but he salutes back. Hidori finally, finally manages to get away, to leave Kuroda's office and make it to her quarters. She slams the door shut behind her, fingers twitching as she sees red and feels nothing but rage. Nothing is going right. Everything that could possibly go wrong has gone wrong from the very beginning. Hidori has been getting better at this, at controlling the urge to destroy, but she's been slipping ever since Mystic was killed. Killing Synapse was a lapse in judgment, one she knew no one would really question her on, but it simply reminded her how good it feels to just take things apart. Her fingers find the hair at the back of her skull, twining and pulling hard, grounding herself with the sting. She doesn't know how she's going to fix this. Mystic wasn't supposed to die, not this soon. Hidori had picked torpor and periphery specifically because she knew the hero would be able to outsmart them. If it weren't for the effing brat, she would have. Hidori sinks to the floor, crouching and rocking and pulling at her hair. She needs to fix this. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix. A hand grips her shoulder, and the only reason Hidori doesn't lash out to attack is because she knows there's only one person stupid enough to enter her room without knocking, to touch her without announcing his presence first. It worked. Kenshin's voice soothes the violence, the rage, and brings some clarity. Hidori snaps her head up and stares at him. The others aren't happy with my failure. Kuroda is extremely unhappy. But it worked. Shouta and the kid have all the copies the kid made, and they're gone. A manic laugh bubbles up her chest, and Hidori feels that grin that's more like a snarl stretch over her face. Hidori is aware that she hates pretty much everyone, but Aizawa Kenshin is one of the few people in the world that she can tolerate, and now there's a chance to get this right. Kiura didn't exactly plan on spending her day off dealing with the Hero Commission. Frankly, the less time she spends around them the better. She doesn't know what this is about, the request that she visit the local Musudafu branch, but her best guess is that it's something to do with the upcoming rankings ceremony. Kiura honestly couldn't give less of AF about the rankings, at least personally. Though she'll admit, reluctantly, that having that number 3 hero title has made people listen to her, really listen. And if things go according to plan, one day she'll hopefully have number 1 in front of her name. Not because she wants that, but because it's what she needs to do. She may not like it, but she knows people look at Toshi differently. He's on a whole different level compared to other heroes, even Endeavor and herself. And sure, she could take one for all and bow out of the rankings, refuse to participate, but well. She's not really looking for a world where Endeavor is Japan's number 1. So she'll SCK it up and take that number 1 spot, and use it. She tries not to judge Toshi too harshly. She knows now why he hasn't spent as much effort as she'd have liked on using his position to try and change things. He was a bit preoccupied hunting down and defeating what frankly sounds like a horror story of a villain, and she's perfectly happy calling that one a villain. Still, there's so much he could have been doing all these years, so much they all should be doing. And the good ones try their best. She sees it. Genist runs a lot of charities, more than the public realizes. He does a lot of work lobbying for stronger quirk discrimination protection laws alongside Gang Orca. Edgeshot collaborates with several international agencies focusing on trafficking, quirk trafficking especially. And Rumi, Kiura couldn't be more proud of her Rumi. She's come a long way since Kiura first met her. From a scared 15-year-old girl to the powerful, independent Miruko. Given how they met, it's never been a surprise to her that Rumi often joins Edgeshot's efforts and spearheads her own, fighting for stricter international regulations against quirk marriages. And there are plenty of other heroes who do good activism work that Kiura really looks up to. But there's no coordination. And that's what she wants, more than anything. That pile she explained to Toshi a year ago at the banquet, the conditions that push people to act in a way that gets them labeled as villains, it has to be addressed, and it will take a lot of them. In their world, what heroes say, what they do, what they believe affects everything. Kiura isn't naive, she knows there's no way she could get all heroes on the same page. But a coordinated effort between enough of them to draw attention to and propose solutions for the reasons people become villains, that is the future. What they've been doing. Training children to become heroes, training them to categorize people in categories of heroes, civilians, and villains, making a show of these rankings as if you can actually quantify heroism and have it mean something. This can't be the future. It just isn't sustainable, and if they're not careful, that pile is going to become too large to fix. And that will only bring more violence. That is why Kiora accepted Toshi's offer, agreed to take one for all sometime in the next year. They've already started working together here and there, collaborating more often to get people used to associating All Might and Mystic together. When the time comes, she'll gain the quirk and gradually start using its power as his declines, until her taking his place as number one seems natural. And then her work will truly begin. As much as Kiora doesn't want to debrief with some commission official about the ranking ceremony, she was still raised with manners and knows far better than to be rude to the receptionist who greets her. She's given a card with a name and a room number on it and directed up to the 9th floor. She bypasses the elevator and makes her way to the stairs. If she's going to waste her time here, she's at least going to get some legwork in and build up some energy in her scales. She takes her time scaling the stairs, turning her attention to the card in her hand. One thing she's fairly certain of looking at it is that she's not meeting with a regular official. For one thing, their offices are on the 3rd through 6th floors, not the 9th, and their cards are much busier than the one in her hand. There's usually a name, contact information, department, title, all kinds of posturing bullshit. The card in her hand is much more simple. K1-1, 934. The is familiar to her, a marker that this Hidori has opted to redact her family name from public documents. Kiora's own identifications carry the same marker. It was an easy decision really, removing any connection of her family to the hero mystic. It was a bit trickier to deal with existing evidence, like footage from the sports festivals at UA, but it wasn't something Nezu couldn't handle. It's still possible for a villain or a criminal to dig up her family name, but it'll take quite a bit of work, and that often serves as a deterrent. It's not very common for commission officials to use the redaction though. It's usually something you see on heroes' documents. Kiora wonders if Hidori is a hero employed by the commission. It would explain the location of her office. That K1-1 though, Kiora has no clue what that is. She's so caught up in trying to figure it out that she almost doesn't realize that her phone is ringing. She doesn't check the ID before she answers. Kigo is the only one in her contacts with that ringtone. Hey Kigo, listen, do you know what dash? Kiora, shut up and listen to me, Kigo says sharply, and Kiora stops immediately because she's never heard Kigo sound this serious before. His breathing is heavy, frantic, and he sounds like he's on the verge of tears. You have to listen to me. I don't know where you are, but go to your safe house now. I'm at the Muzutafu Commission building. I'm safe, Kiora says soothingly, but her words seem to have the opposite effect. And oh no, F dash. Get out of there, get out now, he says breathlessly. You need to get to your safe house and stay hidden. Kuroda I don't know exactly who he was talking to, but it's either AK-1 or AK-2 and both are at that branch today. Kiora's grip on her phone tightens, and her eyes immediately latch back onto the card in her hand, on K1. Kigo, what is that? What does that mean? Later, F dash, we can talk about that later, it doesn't matter right now. He put a hit out on you. Kiora feels something dark and cold coil and twist in her stomach. It's fear, of course it is, but her fear always comes out as rage. He did what? She snaps, a few of her scales releasing a crackling of energy, her already pointed incisors lengthening into fangs. A fairly innocuous mutation, much like her pink skin and pointed ears, but a useful one for intimidation. No, sheet, don't I know that voice, and literally I need you to do the exact opposite of whatever it is you're thinking about right now, Kigo begs desperately. I'm thinking about charging into Kuroda's office and shoving his dash. Kiora, Kigo snaps, voice cracking with anger and fear. Please stop. Just get the F out and get to your safe house. Please. I'll meet you there, and I'll explain everything, okay? She feels her fangs recede then, hearing the pain and fear in her friend's voice. Her friend that is far, far too young for this, like he always has been. That's right. She needs to get herself under control. For her own sake, sure, but more for his. Okay, she says quickly. I'm going. I'll see you soon. And, Kigo, Yeah. He chokes out. I love you, Nugget. She hears the hiss on the other line, the sharp intake of breath. I love you too, he whispers back. Kiora hangs up before she loses her nerve, and it's instinct alone that makes her realize she's no longer alone in the stairwell. Instead of turning around where she knows the presence is, she jumps down to the landing below her, and only then does she whirl around. The young woman who walks leisurely down the last few stairs to stand where Kiora just was looks vaguely familiar, but Kiora's never met her officially. There's nothing in particular that really stands about her, unlike Kiora. She looks to be about Kigo's age, 18 or maybe 19, average height and slim but clearly not lacking muscle, with black hair resting in a low ponytail, bangs framing her face. The only thing that really stands out about her is her red eyes that are too wide as they look at her with something akin to mirth. So jumpy, she says mockingly, her voice an almost gentle rasp. There's no need to be so afraid, little hero. You were late for our meeting, so I thought I'd come look for you. Kiora grits her teeth and bares them in a grin. So this is Hidori. If she understands what Kigo said correctly, this woman is a threat. Not sure who you're calling little, she says, letting some of her energy crackle around her palms in a clear warning. Hidori doesn't falter one bit. She just leans against the wall and laughs, a bone-chilling, almost manic sound. Fair enough, she says lightly. But there's really no need. I know Hawks just called to warn you about Kuroda's hit, and that's good. I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to give you something. Kiora doesn't let her guard down, not for 1 second. She keeps energy primed in the scales on her legs, ready to sprint back down to the main floor the second she needs to. It might be smarter to just do that now, but something in her gut tells her she should listen. Yeah? What is it then? Information, Hidori hums. You've got to at least be a little curious about why Kuroda wants you dead. Not really, Kiora snarks. It's no secret that I rock the boat a bit. Hidori laughs again, louder this time. A bit? Now isn't that cute? She grins, and the sight almost makes Kiora step back. It's a wide, demented-looking smile. It's the teeth, Kiora thinks. Something about the way her lips stretch across her teeth. You try to rock the boat far more than a bit, Mystic. So I suppose the better question is, why now? Why not after your little stint on that talk show, when you blabbed about the bird? Kiora wants to run, to get away from this, and at the same time she wants to hit the smile off this woman's face, but the question does give her pause. All right, she says slowly. I'll bite. Why now? I'm disappointed, Hidori sighs. I would have thought the number 2 hero was smarter than that. The shock of that statement is enough to break Kiora out of her defensive stance, earning her another unsettling laugh from Hidori. That's right. Ranking ceremony is coming up, and the flaming BSTRD is finally getting dethroned. Now let's try again. Put that brain to use. The Commission's sole arguing point about not cracking down on Endeavor's bullshit is his ranking. Kiora's mouth moves ahead of her brain, before she really thinks about whether she should continue having this conversation at all. People have been complaining about him for years, and the only reason the public has stayed mostly ambivalent is because he's been number 2 for so long. They can't argue with his success rate. He's essentially got the pull of a number 1 hero, since it's not exactly surprising that he hasn't surpassed All Might. Exactly, Hidori says blandly, seemingly unbothered, a contrast to the heat and anger in Kiora's voice. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. She says that like it's some kind of inside joke, and waves away the puzzled look Kiora gives her. But now suddenly the boat rocker has kicked him from his throne, which means he's not as infallible as he used to be. And considering all the dirt the Commission has covered up for him, well, they're not too happy about that. You're like a tick, Mystic. You've dug in and down, and they know you're not going to stop. Say that you want to hear something really interesting about Endeavor. She does. And she doesn't. She wants to know, but she doesn't want to stay here anymore, but Kiora can't seem to look away from those unsettling red eyes. She swallows and nods. Quirk marriage, Hidori says. Between him and the Ice Queen. Eugenics to the max with the kids. Broke his wife so bad she poured boiling water on the youngest. And the oldest, Hidori trails off, and for a moment that something in her eyes changes. There's a sudden clarity instead of the manic haze, and the red seems to soften. Her voice does too. He pushed the oldest too far until he got the prize he wanted in the youngest, and then he tossed him away. Gave him to the commission. You should ask your little nugget about him sometime. The clarity in her eyes is gone now, the red sharper, the manic look returning. You should see the leaked medical records on the youngest. There's a tremor in her voice now, and she holds her hand out to Kiora. Do you want to? What? Kiora whispers, unable to get more than that out around the tightness in her throat, the grief and rage clashing within her as she imagines what the Todoroki family has been through. Would you like to see the records? Hitori repeats, that excited tremor more present now as she pushes off the wall and stalks down the stairs towards Kiora. That and more? I've got it all. The dirt on Endeavor. Villain rings the commission orders agencies to ignore. Election rigging. Medical experimentation. Lots of meddling hands here, there, everywhere. With each sentence, she comes closer and closer until she's boxed Kiora against the wall and their faces are mere centimeters apart, the woman's voice falling to a whisper. And that's just the start of it all. You think you've been rocking the boat? You think you've been seeing the big picture? You've seen a fraction of it, a sliver. You are nothing more than a minor inconvenience at best. If you want to actually do something, anything, then you'll take this and get it to the people who can release it to the world. She holds up her hand, a simple thumb drive held between thin, scarred fingers. It takes Kiora a moment to realize that she's holding her breath, and has been since Hitori got close. She releases it in a shaky exhale, and she wants to shove the woman away, to get that demented grin out of her face. What the hell makes you think I'm going to believe you? She snaps, though she knows it falls short with how much her voice wavers. Why would I trust you, take something from you? You're part of whatever all of this is. Hitori laughs and reaches out to drum trimmed nails against Kiora's cheek. Part of it? She says softly. Part of it? I'm the one in control, little hero. And that means, right now, I control whether you leave here with a head start or not. You should take the drive, Mystic. It's not a tracking device. It's exactly what I say it is. Kiora finally gets her nerve back, shoving Hitori away from her with her quirk. Prove it, she retorts. Hitori rolls her eyes and sighs, like she's dealing with a petulant child. Fine, fine, she drawls. Got a laptop on you? Kiora responds with a short, jerky nod. Hitori hums and tosses the drive to her. Check it out then. Kiora catches the small device and considers her options. As strange and possibly insane as Hitori seems, nothing she's said so far sounds like a lie. The only reason Kiora's gut is telling her to run is because the woman is giving off the faintest hints of killing intent at random, and that's a nightmare waiting to happen. So she keeps her eye on Hitori as she pulls her laptop out of her bag, opens it, and plugs the device in. Opening it up, it appears to be exactly what Hitori claimed it was. Granted, many of the files are secured and she can't open them, and the ones she can are in code, but she's able to pick out a few things here and there. The files on Endeavor are the first that catch her eye. And honestly, those alone are possibly worth this risk, to save the Todoroki family and remove the title of hero from a man who doesn't deserve it. Why are you giving this to me? Kiora raises her head to look at Hitori. She isn't surprised when the woman laughs. Par for the course at this point. Because the one to spill these secrets has to be you, she says. Kiora purses her lips and waits for more, but the longer she waits, the wider Hitori grins, and Kiora realizes she's not getting any more than that. So you don't want to expose what the commission has done? Kiora presses. You want to help? Hitori barks out a sharp laugh. Help? She sneers. No. I'm not interested in helping. But these secrets need to be told. Can I count on you to do that, little hero? Kiora feels her eye twitch at that frankly infuriating nickname, and she still doesn't trust this, but the hit is out on her either way. She's in danger either way, they're coming for her either way. If this is a trick, it doesn't change much, not really. If it's the truth, if it's real, she has to take this risk. All right, she finally says. All right, fine. I'll do it. Just why me? You said it has to be me, Kiora says as she unplugs the drive, puts her laptop away and stands. Why me? Hidori shrugs at first, but then it happens again. The clarity in her eyes, the subtle shift in her voice. It's what he wants, she says quietly, and that's as long as it lasts this time. Hidori frowns and then glares at her. Are we done? You need to leave so I can give you that head start before I send Torpor and Periphery after you. Kiora hisses a breath out between her teeth. She knows that duo. They're heroes, Kiora growls. They won't dash. Hidori cuts her off with a long laugh. Don't be so naive, she mocks. You're not the first hero to get a target slapped on their back. And you won't be the last. The ones who hunt them down? Remove them? Like Torpor, like Periphery. And you. And me, Hidori grins. They're mine. My operatives. The target is given. To me and I assign it. Villains, criminals, heroes, civilians, politicians, children. It doesn't really matter. If they need to die, we handle it. So you really shouldn't be wasting more time talking to me if you want that head start. Kiora bares her teeth as she backs away from Hidori, gripping the drive tightly in her hand. She considers attacking Hidori, dealing with her now. But what would she do? Take her down and then what? Get out of the commission building and give her to the police, who will then have to give her back to the commission. Try to get to Toshi? Hope that the commission and these operatives don't retaliate in some way, put other lives at risk? And that's all assuming she can take the woman down. Kiora trusts her abilities, but this woman is dangerous. Kiora doesn't know her quirk, doesn't know who else in this building is a command away from following her, and she doesn't have time to juggle these unknowns. Sometimes the right choice is to flee. She doesn't like it, but she's smart enough to see it's the best choice. When this is over, after I've released this, I'll be coming after you, she says coldly. Hidori predictably, I look forward to it, she says almost playfully. Kiora backs down the stairs, and only when she's a good distance away does she turn around and use her quirk to get to the ground floor. She takes a side exit out of the building, and mentally charts how to get to Toshi from here. She knows Kigo wants her to go to her safe house, but it's too far if she's going to have Torpor and Periphery after her. She'll need to ditch them quickly and get to Toshi. She may hate how much society has to rely on All Might, but she's not above using him to hide. And if anyone will know what to do with all of this, it's him. She believes in Toshi. Kigo isn't sure what he should do now. He's comforted civilians before, but if he's being honest, he hasn't really had to do anything to actually comfort them. A lot of times just being held and told they're okay is enough. Sometimes they just need to feel safe. He has no idea how to make Midoriya Izuku feel safe. Technically speaking, she is relatively safe. But her son isn't, and while Kigo's own experience with his mother is skewed at best, he knows that most mothers aren't very consolable when their children are in danger. Then again, Midoriya-san doesn't seem to be like most mothers. Most mothers don't threaten to rip the wings off of a top 10 hero. Still, he does his best to hold her and run a soothing hand over her hair and tell her over and over that it will be okay, that Eraserhead will keep her son safe, that he'll be able to come home one day. And Kigo lies. A lot. All the time, every day. He's been lying since he was 6, but he doesn't want these to be lies. He wants nothing more than for these to be infallible truths. He's done nothing to deserve it, but he begs higher powers that may or may not exist to make it so. Thankfully, efforts seem to pay off as Midoriya-san's breathing slows and steadies, her crying petering off into soft sniffles. Kigo steadies her and offers a smile when she looks at him. He tries to make it genuine. He hopes he succeeds. She doesn't smile back, but her expression does soften and look a bit more lively, so he counts that as a win. He's not picky about his victories. So, other than, the bit I should have told you about, what else is in there? He asks, gesturing to the coded note. Midoriya-san moves to stand, and Kigo stands with her, still offering a steadying hand. She lays the note on the bed and gently smooths out the crinkled bits where she held too hard. Kigo waits patiently, giving her time, even if the silence and inactivity makes him jittery and anxious. Eraserhead told Izuku that you'd be keeping me safe, she says softly. He thinks I should trust you. Kigo grins crookedly. He sounds like a smart kid, he says lightly. It earns him a slightly unamused look from Midoriya-san, though he can see more life coming back to her eyes. She likes banter and humor, he thinks. I can definitely manage that. The smartest, Midoriya-san hums. The smartest boy I know. The rest is just what I already knew. That Eraserhead didn't do what they say he did, and that I won't see my son again until… Hey, Kigo says firmly. Look here. Midoriya-san sighs and looks up at him. You will see him again, okay? It's going to work out. She sighs again and nods, wiping her cheeks clear of tears. What's that bit there? Hyacinth? It's the only bit not in code, and it looks like he rushed it. Midoriya-san looks where he's pointing and then up at him, her mouth thinning into a line as she considers him. Izuku wants a way to stay in touch, she finally says. And it looks like he's thought of one. So it means something then? Kigo tilts his head to the side. A place. Midoriya-san smiles and brushes her fingers over the word on the note. A cafe, she says softly. A cafe. One Sunday a month and on special occasions, we go for brunch. And Izuku's favorite table is in the far corner, by a bay window and a painting of hyacinths. Kigo grits his teeth and reaches for the note, startled when Midoriya-san yanks it away. That's not safe, Kigo urges her. You have to know that's not safe, he can't go there, neither of you can go there. Staff might recognize you. It's not happening. If he wrote it down, he has a plan, Midoriya-san retorts. I trust my son. He won't take unnecessary risks. He's 11. Kigo cuts her off. He's a kid. He had what? A few minutes tops to write this note, and wrote that last bit out of code, which means it was in a rush. I'm not letting you take that kind of risk, and if Eraserhead has any sense, he won't let the kid do it either. Exactly, Midoriya-san snaps. If Eraserhead has sense, he won't let Izuku take that risk. She crosses her arms and stares him down, and Kigo can tell. She's not budging, and what is that supposed to mean anyways, that Eraserhead won't? And I won't let you take the risk, he says thoughtfully. He'll send someone and I'll send someone. Kigo frowns and leans against the bed, tilting his head at her again. Different times? She's smiling now, a sharp, determined thing that catches him off guard, and really at this point it shouldn't. At this point, Kigo should know to expect the unexpected with this woman. Different times, she confirms. Hidden coded notes. Or something along those lines, Izuku will show us what to do the first time. And that'll be when exactly? Sunday at the end of this month, 10 in the morning, Midoriya-san says confidently. It's when we were supposed to go next. If I were the one who came up with the idea, that's when I would do it. And Izuku knows that. Kigo runs a hand up into his hair. So he'll pick that day and time because he knows you'd pick that day and time and you know that he knows that and he knows that you know that. Kigo shakes his head. Y'all are gonna be exhausting, I can already tell. That startles a laugh out of Midoriya-san, and Kigo grins smugly. So you'll help? She asks hopefully, and dim in her and those kind earnest eyes, looking at him all wide and pleading, and she is definitely doing that on purpose. Kigo gives her a look, making sure he knows what she's doing, and now it's her turn to look smug. Yeah, he waves a hand. I'll either find someone I trust to go or I'll go myself in disguise. Now, look, we gotta head to the safe house soon so we can keep this act up. Kigo thinks and looks behind him through the door into the rest of the apartment. Before we go though, think we can go through and see what he packed, make sure he didn't miss anything important? Midoriya-san carefully folds and pockets the note, nodding and walking past him out of the room. Good thinking, she says, and Kigo follows her down the hall to what must be her son's room. Kigo whistles softly and takes in all of the different hero posters, feathers ruffling contentedly when he sees some of himself and other heroes he likes. Edgeshot is way too serious and quiet for Kigo sometimes, but he's also nice to Kigo. Really nice. Took him out to eat once after a rough team-up where lives were lost. Kamui Woods, now that guy's a lot of fun. Great to banter with in the field. Present Mike, Kigo likes him too, he's got a lot of energy. And Ingenium, someone who can actually almost keep up with Kigo on the ground, of course. All really great merch, and and then Kigo notices the poster of the wild pussycats right by the kid's bed, and the printed-out signature taped next to Tiger. That should probably hold his attention longer, but Kigo is already moving past the desk where Midoriya-san is combing through the drawers over to the opposite wall. There's a bit of the baseboard that's sticking out some. Kigo crouches down and carefully pries it back, a startled huff passing his lips when he realizes that this kid carved out a hole in his wall, likely to hide that second copy of the drive. Kigo wedges his hand in and feels around just in case, just to make sure they grabbed it, and is relieved when he finds nothing. He stands and turns to Midoriya-san after he settles the baseboard back into place, giving it a firm push. "Your boy is a genius," Kigo says. "Did you know that he made a hole in the wall? Who taught him that?" Midoriya-san gives a wobbly smile in return and shrugs helplessly. "Certainly not me," she replies. "Even before he got his quirk, I think I'd be lucky if I could consider myself even half as smart as Izuku." Kigo can't help the small shudder in response to that. "That's terrifying, you know that?" he says pointedly, and counts it as another victory when she laughs weakly. "I suppose it is," she hums. "It looks like he got everything important from in here. His electronics, his journals, essentials. Let me check the bathroom." Kigo nods and follows her out of the room, waiting in the hall while she steps into the bathroom and carefully goes through the cabinet. A sudden gasp and quiet sob makes him dart into the room, to her side. "What's wrong, what is it?" He frowns, looking around the room, not seeing anything amiss. Midoriya-san stands with her hand pressed against her mouth, shaking her head. As much as he wants to know now, Kigo waits until she's ready. "His blockers," she finally whispers. "Quirk suppressants? He takes those." "No, well yes he does, but that's not what I meant." She wipes at the tears on her face, a useless endeavor as more just take their place. "His PBRTY blockers." Kigo is confused. It sounds familiar, but he doesn't know what it means. His hands flit at her shoulders, trying to figure out how to comfort her. "I don't know what that means," he reluctantly admits. "I don't know what's wrong." "My son is transgender," Midoriya-san explains between soft crying. "He's on PBRTY blockers. They pretty much do what they sound like, so he doesn't have to go through PBRTY yet." Kigo nods his understanding and looks through the cabinet. "Did he forget to pack them?" "Not pills," Midoriya-san shakes her head. "It's a shot. He has it done every 3 months. "Oh," Kigo freezes and looks back down at her. "When does it?" "Less than a month." She wipes at her face again. "His last dose has less than a month left. It's not an ideal amount of time, but it's something." "Hey," Kigo guides her chin up and grabs a tissue to dab at her cheeks. "It's gonna be okay. It's longer than it sounds. I'll figure something out, okay?" Midoriya-san stares at him, and her eyes spill over again, though this time he thinks it might be relief. "You'll what?" She reaches out to grip at his jacket. "I'll figure something out," he says firmly. "End of the month is when we gotta do the hyacinth thing anyways. So between now and then, I'll figure something out and we can tell him." "Okay." He doesn't get a verbal response. Instead, Midoriya-san collapses against him and hugs him tightly, her arms working awkwardly around his wings. Kigo smiles and returns the hug. "All right," he murmurs gently. "We gotta get moving." "Okay to go." Midoriya-san takes a few deep breaths and backs out of the hug, and that determined glint is back in her eyes when she nods. Kigo returns the nod. "We'll be coming back, probably in a few days. They might move you permanently, but you'll get to come back to pack." That seems to provide her some relief. Still, as they leave, she pauses at the front door to look around one last time. "It won't be the same," she says quietly. "None of it will." "No," Kigo agrees. "It won't. But it will be okay." He says the words like a promise, and Kigo already knows. He's going to do whatever it takes to make good on that promise. For the kid, for his mother. It's not a lie. Shouta shifts carefully on the couch, making sure not to jostle the kid. The last thing he wants to do is wake him up, especially when it actually looks like he's sleeping peacefully. He'd gotten the cut on the kid's face stitched up, gotten him to shower and convinced him to eat a little. He'd planned to have him settle in the bedroom and sleep on the mattress. But Izuku, the boy asked them to call him Izuku now considering the circumstances, didn't want to be alone. So instead, Shouta sits on the couch with a pillow on his lap for the kid fast asleep laid across him. Dabi is in his room, sleeping maybe, or just evaluating his life choices now that he's invited them into his home. Either way, Shouta's fine giving him his space. Tsukauchi is in the other bedroom after Shouta convinced him to get some rest. They've agreed to switch out in a few hours. And as much as he doesn't want to, Shouta has the television on low volume as he rotates through different channels. Hero after hero making their public statements on his alleged crimes. He hasn't seen All Might yet. Apparently the man couldn't be reached for comment, but the commission has confirmed that he's joined the team working the case. Shouta isn't sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing yet. It depends on if All Might's figured out the truth or not. He hasn't seen Hawks either, which is to be expected, since he's likely still with Izuku's mother. Endeavor had given a pretty typical statement. Disgust and anger at Shouta's alleged turn to villainism, badly faked disappointment about Kyora's unfortunate death. And then the comment Shouta knew to expect. Questioning and mistrust of underground heroes in general. If one of them turned to villainy, isn't it possible that more will follow? And the fed up thing is, he's not exactly missing the mark. No one asking the question is, because almost every so-called hero that Shouta knows is involved in this is underground. But they're also directly employed by the commission, and Shouta knows that's the important factor. No one else will know that though. If anything, the agency that employed Shouta will come under fire. UA too, which is why Nedzu's swift response was so important. Shouta has a deep appreciation for the message that the principal sent him. The confirmation that their public statements aren't true. Because hearing Nedzu and the rest of the staff speak out against him, express their shock, their disgust with him, hearing them disavow him, deny him, hearing Hisashi say it. No, that wasn't Hisashi. That was Present Mike. Unlike Shouta, Hisashi's hero persona is more distinct from the man behind it. And maybe the distinction means nothing to the public, and hopefully it means nothing to the commission, but Shouta could see it. Doesn't stop it from hurting though, and he's sure it's hurting Hisashi just as much. Not many people know this, but Mystic is the reason I became a hero. A voice pulls him from his thoughts, and Shouta turns his attention back to the television. The channel he's paused on is showing Miruko's statement, from a joint press conference. I owe everything I am today to her. I'm not here to speak about her murderer. I won't. I'm here to say one thing. I will see justice for Mystic. Shouta raises a brow and hums. He happens to be part of the small group of people who do know the history between Kiora and Miruko. He can only hope that she'll figure out the truth and be smart about it, for her own sake. And so it goes. More and more of his fellow pro-heroes, his colleagues, taking the stand to declare their intention to avenge the number 3 hero, to hunt him down and save the boy, to make him pay for his betrayal. It should probably bother him more than it does, but Shouta looks down at the boy laid across his lap. He meant what he said to Kuroda. He knew what he was doing when he chose to take Izuku and run. And one day, Shouta thinks with a wide grin, he'll make these heroes eat their words. He looks up as Tsukauchi walks into the room and stands at the other end of the couch, the man also scoffing at the hero currently speaking. Shouta is about to scold him into returning to bed, but he's interrupted by the broadcast of the press conference cutting off. Our apologies for halting the broadcast, but we've just received some breaking news. The host's desk returns to the screen suddenly, and Shouta sits up and leans forward. The man is holding a hand to his ear, listening to whatever is being relayed before he shifts in his seat and looks into the camera. I am sorry to say that the list of those killed by the hero-turned-villain Eraserhead continues to grow. We've just received confirmation that Detective Sansa Tamakawa was found dead in his home, his injuries matching those of Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa, along with a fragment of Eraserhead's signature capture weapon found at the scene. The man continues speaking, something about Sansa's service and accomplishments, a memorial service, but all Shouta can hear is the sharp intake of breath and dull thud of Tsukauchi falling to his knees and succumbing to the sobs that overtake him. Shouta sits across from Tsukauchi at the kitchen table, watching him curl his hands around his mug of tea and stare down into the liquid, eyes glossy, and Shoyuta aches. He's intimately familiar with the pain Tsukauchi is feeling. It made him work until his hands bled, fed him the pretty lie that isolating himself from his loved ones after graduation was the right thing to do, convinced him that he was to bear the weight of guilt for what happened to Oboro. Shoyuta doesn't want those things for Tsukauchi. Blaming himself for Sansa's death isn't the best lifeline to offer even if it is true, but it's the only one he has. This was my fault, Shoyuta begins. I'm to blame for this, Tsukauchi speaks at the same time, their declarations clashing in the broken silence. They stare at each other for a brief moment, and Shoyuta hates the sound of the sad, bitter laughter that passes Tsukauchi's lips. I can't say I don't appreciate you trying to comfort me, Aizawa. But it's the truth. Sansa texted me the footage that tipped me off and sent me running. He was careful, but it wasn't enough. And I should have told him to run. Especially after Tsunagu told me my phone wasn't secure, I should have realized. He was by my side when I discovered the blank files and the security footage, Shoyuta says lowly. The footage he sent you. He was already a target because of that, not because he texted you. I was so focused on the boy, I wasn't thinking of anything or anyone else. They may have left him alone despite that, Tsukauchi counters. He may have been able to feign ignorance, say that he didn't know what you were looking at. Warning me is what drew attention to him. So someone else died? A small voice drifts over to them, and Shoyuta turns to see Izuku standing in the entryway of the kitchen, watery eyes boring into them. Izuku? Shoyuta wants to lie. He doesn't usually believe in sugarcoating the truth, but he wants to protect Izuku from this. Yes, Izuku, Tsukauchi says, hands tightening around his mug. Izuku's lip wobbles, and he walks over to sit at the table with them, small tremors plaguing his frame. Who? He whispers. It's selfish, so selfish, but Shoyuta wants to stay silent and just let Tsukauchi talk. Let him be the one to add to the boy's fear. He knows that wouldn't be fair, though, so he takes his turn. His name was Tamikawa Sansa, Shoyuta answers quietly, heavily. He hopes that Izuku won't remember who that is, but of course it's a foolish wish. He was the one we talked to after I finished giving my statement, Izuku says in a small voice. He gave Mom his number, in case she was scared when we got home and needed someone to come check the apartment. He let me keep his pen. It's in my bag. The purple one? Tsukauchi asks softly, tilting his mug. Izuku nods and presses the heels of his palms against his eyes, as if he's trying to push his tears back in. I don't. Izuku's breath catches and he shakes his head after he drops his hands from his face, and Shoyuta can see his pupils flickering, as if his quirk is doing the same. I don't understand. Why would they? He wasn't a hero. He didn't hear my statement. Why would they? Because I messed up, Shoyuta says bluntly. He grunts when a foot collides with his shin under the table, not expecting Tsukauchi to kick him. He's also not expecting Tsukauchi to glare at him, but he shrugs in response and continues. I'm not saying him texting you wasn't a factor, but I'm a hero, Tsukauchi. I should have known better. And I'm a detective, Tsukauchi counters. Our worlds are not so different. I still don't understand, Izuku cuts in, before Shoyuta can argue further. He looks less like he's on the precipice of crying now, and he's looking at them imploringly. Shoyuta knows that look, that feeling, a deep need to know. I knew to come search for you because when I visited the station, Sansa and I discovered that the files on your case were empty, and the physical copies were missing, Shoyuta explains. When I looked at the security footage, I was able to figure out who erased it, and I knew you were in danger. Sansa was by my side the entire time. I didn't tell him what I saw, but he must have seen it too. He texted the footage to Tsukauchi. He was careful, Tsukauchi murmurs, sighing and pushing his mug away. He told me who to focus on in the footage through a lie. It's how I knew I needed to run. I didn't. Shoyuta stops and takes a moment. It's not fair for him to dismiss Tsukauchi's point, not when he does have a point. We didn't consider the danger to him. We should have. Tsukauchi looks surprised when Shoyuta glances at him, and then he looks grateful, and Shoyuta hates it. Hates the gratitude that is there because Shouta is letting him take part of the blame for his friend's death. And Izuku. Izuku is looking down, his hair shrouding his face from view. It's hard to guess what might be going through his head. He's the smartest child Shouta has ever met, easily, but he's still only an 11-year-old boy, so Shouta isn't really sure what to expect. Though, given what he's seen of the boy so far, what he gets shouldn't surprise him. "This is my fault too," Izuku whispers, and both adults freeze at the sincerity and unwavering certainty in his voice. "Just like Mystic. If I hadn't been there, they wouldn't have killed her or Sansa, and you'd both be safe, and dash." "No, Izuku," Tsukauchi snaps out of it first, reaching over to lay a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. "Don't say such things. You've done nothing wrong, none of this is your fault. You didn't do anything wrong either." The boy cries, lifting his head and staring them both down, his hands clenched at his sides. "You haven't done anything wrong at all. You've just been doing your jobs, and now people are trying to kill you, and you can't go home. And it's all because of me." "That's not true, Izuku," Shouta counters, standing and walking over to crouch in front of him, taking his hands. "Well, some of it is. We are doing our jobs, and that's why this isn't your fault. Our jobs are dangerous, and we know that, we've always known." To Shouda's shock, Izuku glares down at him. "It is true," he says sharply. "If I wasn't in that alley, Mystic would have kept running, and she'd be alive and safe. And so would Sansa, and neither of you would be in danger." "Mystic sent you to me," Tsukauchi says calmly, and both Izuku and Shouta startle and look up at him. "Don't you think that means she was going to come to me herself? I would have been in danger either way, whether it was her or you that came. And Eraserhead here, he probably would have been at the station with me when Mystic arrived." Shouta considers that and realizes Tsukauchi is right. "Kiora, Mystic, she was one of my best friends," Shouta adds on. "I wouldn't have hesitated to help her. To get involved." "So you see, Izuku," Tsukauchi urges, smoothing some of Izuku's curls from his face. "This isn't because of you. We were always going to be a part of this. There's no guarantee that Sansa would have been safe, that any of us would have." Izuku is silent for a good while after that, his eyes closed as he leans into Tsukauchi's hand that continues to smooth his hair back. When he finally opens them, his pupils are glowing. "This can't be your fault either then," he says. "And if it's not your fault, or mine, that only leaves two options." "Izuku." Tsukauchi frowns. Shouta raises a hand to signal for Tsukauchi to let the boy continue. If his quirk is active, Shouta doesn't think it's a good idea to stop him. One option is Mystic. Izuku carries on as if Tsukauchi hadn't spoken anyways. "And that can't be right because she was a hero, the best kind, so it can't be her fault. She was doing something good, because she's Mystic. So that just leaves them." Shouta and Tsukauchi stiffen, and both stare back as Izuku catches their eyes and holds their attention. "If it's not my fault, or your fault, or Mystic's fault, it has to be theirs. If I wasn't in that alley, Mystic would have kept running, but maybe she still would have gotten caught. But if I was in that alley, and they weren't chasing her to begin with, then she'd definitely be alive. And Detective Sansa. Even if everything was the same, if neither of you had thought to warn him, he'd be alive if they had decided not to kill him. It's their fault. It's all because of them. Well, that sheet, it's obvious. It's so incredibly stupidly obvious, yet somehow this declaration, that only the ones doing the killing are to blame, is enough to startle a pro-hero and a seasoned detective into silence. And then there's dry, sharp laughter in the entryway and Dobby saunters in. "I knew this kid was smart," he says wryly, "but there's a softness in his features that doesn't match his." He stops in front of Izuku, ignoring how he's practically shoving Shouta to the side, and takes the boy's face in his scarred hands. The glow in Izuku's pupils fades, and Dobby looks at him sternly. "I want you to remember everything you just said," Dobby says. "Don't ever forget it, okay? You are never to blame when someone decides to hurt you or people you care about. It doesn't matter if you're the reason why, that doesn't mean it's your fault. When someone chooses to hurt someone else, on purpose, it will always be their fault. Do you understand?" Izuku's eyes fill with tears, and they fall slowly, gliding over Dabi's hands. The boy nods, and then he lurches out of his seat and Dabi stumbles back a few steps with the force of Izuku hitting his middle and clinging tight. Shouta watches and considers the weight behind Dabi's words, and wonders, not for the first time, what experience his young informant is speaking from. Dabi says intelligently. You gonna be okay now? Izuku nods into Dabi's chest, squeezing him tighter momentarily before he releases him and settles back into his seat. Shouta can't help but smirk a little up at the younger man, relishing in the half-playful glare he gets in return. Shouta goes back to his own seat, and Dabi joins them at the table. We need to stop them, Tsukauchi says suddenly, fiercely. He's looking down at his mug again, hands gripped tight around it. Tsukauchi? Shouta prompts softly, leaning in to face him. Tsukauchi lifts his head and looks at each of them in turn, determination lining his features. Mystic gave Izuku that drive for a reason, he declares. And they killed her for it, for a reason. They were going to kill me, they killed Sansa, and they clearly won't hesitate to hurt a child. I'm no hero, but as far as I'm concerned that makes them villains. We have to stop them. Something sparks up Shuta's spine, something like hope. Not many others know the truth, Shouta sits up. But we're not completely alone in this. Nedzu, the others at UA, they know. Toshia. Tsukauchi hesitates, and then presses on. All Might will figure it out. Tsunaga knows he's one of the reasons I'm safe. Don't forget about Hawks. Izuku pipes up, and Shouta notices how Dabi's head snaps over to stare at him. And my mom. He falters and looks at Shouta, a hint of guilt in his eyes. My note. What about it? Shouta prompts gently, trying to reassure the boy even though he's not sure what has him nervous. I wanted a way to stay in touch with her, Izuku says. And I figured it out. Couldn't we just use your phone, Aizawa? Tsukauchi frowns, looking between them. You said they couldn't trace yours. Shouta opens his mouth to explain why that's not a guarantee, but the kid beats him to it. Whatever's keeping Aizawa-san's phone secure might not stay that way, he shakes his head. I think from what I heard when that man called, I think one of them might have a technopath quirk. And my phone is only secure because of Hatsum, Shouta adds on. I'm not interested in putting her and her wife and daughter in danger. I'd rather destroy the phone before they have a reason to go to her. You figured all of that out when you left a note for your mom? Dabi raises a brow at Izuku, making the boy blush and look down at the table. Not all of that, no, he shakes his head. Just that using the phone again probably wouldn't be safe. Nothing that can be traced really easily is. I can't think of any fully safe way to stay in touch, but I had an idea for the safest way I could think of. Shouta remembers that this is the boy who carved a hole in his wall, and he has a pretty good guess as to what he means. A drop spot, he says. Izuku dash. It's not safe, right? Izuku leans forward, and he looks eager, which throws Shouta off. So he nods. And Hawks will think the same thing. He'll know it's not safe to let Mom go. Shouta blinks and drops back in his seat. Huh, he manages. I'm not sure if you've noticed, Dabi interjects dryly, gesturing to his scarred face. But I am not exactly good at the whole not attracting attention thing. I'm not an option for this, and it's not safe for either of you to go. He waves his hand between Shouta and Tsukauchi. No, Shouta agrees. So we'll need to find someone. How long do we have, Izuku? The end of the month, he replies. It's a cafe, one mom and I go to one Sunday every month, and sometimes on special days. Tsukauchi frowns and lifts his hand to pause the conversation. Izuku, Tsukauchi gets his attention. I know Shouta mentioned that you left your note in code and hid it, but if you wrote the name of a place, we shouldn't trust that the note hasn't been found and decoded. Izuku fidgets and puffs his cheeks out. So I kind of thought I was in a rush, he says sheepishly, as if he should be embarrassed by what happened. I didn't write it in code. But I didn't write a name. Just Hyacinth. Shouta frowns and does a mental tally of the different cafes he's been to, none of which have Hyacinth in the name or as a logo. Across from him, he can see Tsukauchi doing the same. These idiots are going to hurt themselves trying to figure it out, Show some mercy and explain, Dabi says with a grin, lips widening when Shouta glares at him. My favorite table is by a painting of some hyacinths. Izuku obliges, and Shouta can tell he's trying not to laugh because of Dabi, and as irritated as he is with the younger man's snarky comments, it's worth it to see some lighter emotion in Izuku's eyes. I see, Tsukauchi says, curling his hand against his chin. I do agree, it's highly unlikely that someone would be able to work that out. Is it worth the risk though? Dabi asks, sounding hesitant, and he winces when Izuku looks at him like he's been betrayed. I know you want to talk to your mom, kid. Trust me, I get it. But it's not just about communicating with Midoriya-san, Shouta says, and everyone turns their attention to him. We need a way to start communicating with everyone. With Nezu and Yue, with All Might and Tsunagu, and Hawks and Midoriya-san. With any other allies we can find. We aren't just dealing with a few rogue heroes here. The president of the commission is involved. We don't know how deep this corruption goes, or how much influence they have, or who else is in their pocket. We can't handle this on our own, but with the way things are, we can't operate openly either. We have a month until we need to act. By then, Nezu will likely have a plan. So we take this risk, once or twice, and I think it will be worth it. You trust them all that much? Dabi presses him, and Shouta considers the man carefully. He's not asking to offend them. I trust Nezu and Hizashi, and whoever else they let in, Shouta confirms confidently. Dabi looks at Tsukauchi and Izuku. I trust All Might and Tsunagu with my life, Tsukauchi says firmly. And I have no shortage of trust in Nezu or the others at UA. I believe in my mom, Izuku nods fiercely. I don't know Hawks. But I have no choice but to trust him right now. This isn't something you have to do, Dabi, Shouta adds on. We shouldn't stay here very long anyways in case we were seen. When we move, you're not obligated to move with us. Dabi looks affronted at that, jabbing his finger into Shouta's space and glaring at him. I told you, he growls. I told you there was something going on with the commission. You didn't take me seriously. You didn't give me any reason to, Shouta counters evenly, and he gives Dabi a sharp look when he goes to argue. No. You didn't. I asked you to tell me what you knew, how you knew it. And you wouldn't. All you told me was that they weren't what they seemed, that I shouldn't trust them. I listened. Why do you think any of us made it this far at all? Dabi falters and settles, staring at him with new eyes. Oh, he whispers. Will you tell us now? Izuku's voice pipes up, and Dabi looks away from Shouta to face him instead. Whatever it is you know about the commission, will you tell us? Dabi presses his mouth into a hard line and looks like he's barely managing not to look away. Maybe, he concedes. Maybe we should take a look at what's on that drive first. Whatever it is you don't want us to know may very well be on there, Shouta reminds him flatly without pity. He knows Dabi won't want any. The man shrugs in response. Easier than me telling you then. Shouta huffs and shakes his head, though he can't really argue with that. The drive is highly secured, Tsukauchi reminds them. How exactly are we planning on getting into it to begin with? Should we try and give it to Nezu? No, Shouta shakes his head sharply. I don't doubt that Nezu would be able to crack it, but that risk is too high. The commission has always had its eyes on UA, on sinking its claws in and having more control. There are going to be a lot of eyes on them now, and we can't risk Nezu being caught with that drive. That would be the perfect excuse for them to tear UA apart. To tear every hero school apart. I can do it, Izuku whispers. He won't look at them, his eyes fixed down on the table. With my quirk. I already when I made the copies, and it was open, my quirk started trying to work out the code. We'll need, I don't know how to get into the files that are locked or encrypted, or whatever that is. But once we can get them open, I can decode them. Shouta has some concerns about that, from what he's seen of the boy using his quirk. But with him there, to turn Izuku's quirk off if something starts going wrong, it's relatively safe. And it's their best option. We'll try that then, he agrees, and he smiles gently when Izuku looks at him in shock. If you say you can do it, we can try it after we move. We need to find somewhere more secure to set up, with less eyes. and then we need to figure out who we're sending to the drop spot. After that, we'll give the drive a go. Aizawa. Tsukauchi calls his attention, and Shouta looks from Izuku to the detective. The man has his hands steepled in front of his face, and Shouta can read the tension in his shoulders, the uncertainty and the fear. Tell me we can do this. Shouta swallows the lump in his throat when he hears the desperation in Tsukauchi's voice. We can do this, Shouta says firmly, and it sounds like a promise. We'll stop them. We have to. For Kiora, for Sansa. For everyone. Toshinori pauses outside of a moderately sized house, looking down at his phone to double-check that he's at the right address. True to her word, Mystic had contacted him a few days after the banquet and invited him to her home for coffee. He appreciates the private location, and he knows this place well. There are several high-ranking heroes that live in the gated community. It takes him some time before he works up the courage to knock on her door, and he's pleasantly surprised when Mystic answers. At the banquet she was, obviously, dressed formally. Here, of course, in the comfort of her own home, she's dressed casually, and Toshinori is reminded of how young she really is. She invites him inside, and sets about making them coffee. He's led to the living area, and they sit in a corner nook framed by windows, cushions, and plants that flow out of their pots. Have you thought about what I said? Mystic asks after they sip in comfortable silence for a few minutes. I have, Toshinori nods. And I'll admit that I'm not sure I understand. He'd spent hours the first night, lying in bed and turning her words over and over in his mind. That's all right, she says gently. I know it's not a common opinion, at least not a common public one. Especially from a hero. But it's how I feel. All Might dash. Yagi, Toshinori says quickly, before he can lose courage. Mystic blinks and stares for a moment in shock. Yagi, she repeats slowly, followed by a pleased hum. Yagi, have you ever thought about how people become villains? Quite often, Toshinori nods. Sometimes it's all I can think about during the aftermath. Mystic nods and holds her mug close, seeming to soak up the warmth. Have you ever thought about how quickly we assign that word? How the smallest act of crime gets the label of villainy slapped on it, especially if the person has a less than ideal quirk. I'm not sure what you mean, Toshinori frowns. He feels awkward admitting that, especially to someone far younger than him. Mystic nods and shifts in her seat, leaning forward. Let's try this, she hums. A woman with a quirk that strikes intense fear in anyone she makes eye contact with uses her quirk to frighten a store clerk into giving her enough money to buy groceries. Is she a villain? Or is she a mother who hasn't been able to hold a job because of her quirk, and she has children who need to eat? Or how about this? An 18-year-old fresh out of high school has spent the last decade being called a villain by everyone around him. His parents, his classmates, his teachers, strangers on the streets, all because his quirk causes anyone he touches to have intense bad luck. He has no one to love him, no one to support him. He tries to get a job, he tries to get into university, but those people check the quirk registry, and they turn him away. But then he meets a group of other villains, who accept him unconditionally. They help him find somewhere to live, provide food and water, shelter and companionship. In return, all he has to do is help them move illegal goods. Who's at fault then, Yagi? What about Dash? Toshinori sets his mug aside and moves to crouch in front of Mystic as her voice takes on a desperate edge and tears fill her eyes. He pulls her mug from her hands and gently clasps them. Her mouth snaps shut and trembles, all of her trembles. Toshinori uses the moments of silence to think on her words. I don't have an answer for you, he almost whispers. I know what society, what the world would say about those people. What I might have thought about them without knowing their story. Mystic grips his hands tightly. That's what I mean, she sounds urgent. We've created these categories. Hero, villain, civilian. We force people into these boxes and pretend there's no gray, pretend that it's normal to call people villains. We've been doing it for so long, and we've ignored that most people who become what we call villains would have chosen otherwise if they could have. There are some truly horrible people out there who deserve the title, but Yagi, so many of them don't. And we treat them all the same. It's not sustainable. That pile is going to get bigger and bigger faster than we can create more supports to hold it up, and when it comes crashing down. She takes a deep breath and sets him with a determined look. We have to fix it. It's our job to fix it. If we're going to call ourselves heroes, then we have to be heroes. Toshinori stays crouched in front of her, still grasping her hands, as her words circle him and reignite something in him that he didn't even know had been doused. He finds himself smiling genuinely for the first time in a long time. "You are quite the remarkable woman," he says at length. "I'm in." Mystic tilts her head at him, and he laughs his signature booming laugh. "You've got a head full of big ideas, and I like them." He pauses and his smile fades to something melancholy. "And well, with Sergon admittedly I've lost my compass. But you've got an idea of what the future should be, and I'd like to see it." And really, it's hardly any surprise what happens next. It takes only a few weeks for Toshinori to reveal his true form to her, to share his full name and learn that hers is Kiora, and to tell her the tale of his quirk. Somehow, she's shocked when he tells her what he wants, that he wants her to be the ninth holder of One for All. To see her carry the mantle forward. Toshinori is more than willing to pass it on immediately, as soon as she agrees. She convinces him to wait, to slow down, to give them time to create a transition. They make a plan, to begin teaming up and working together, more and more until Toshinori can announce his impending retirement. At which point, he will then announce that he has been training Mystic to take his place. And in the meantime, Toshinori will support Kiora to his fullest ability. He will make sure the people know who their next symbol will be. They will know her as the hero who rocks the boat, who questions the system, who doesn't turn away from the true root of the problem. She will fight for them. For all of them. Shouta wakes early, much earlier than he'd really like to be awake. It's strange how much more time he has to sleep now. There's a monotony to being on the run that he wasn't expecting, and he's still not used to it even after 4 days. He wakes every morning around 5, and carefully extracts himself from the mattress without disturbing Izuku. There's a codependency building there that Shouta knows he needs to keep an eye on. They both sleep better when the other is nearby, close enough to lie side by side. Shouta feels better knowing where the kid is, knowing he's safe, and Izuku. He does better when he feels safe, which seems to happen the easiest when he sleeps next to Shouta. He's been having nightmares, not that it's all that shocking. He only sometimes tells Shouta what they're about. The main competing episodes seem to be Kiora's murder and when Izuku accidentally buried the knife in Synapse. Shouta is painfully aware that the kid is probably going to end up with PTSD, or at the very least feel the long-term effects of everything that's happened. They'll have to do their best to support him until this is all over and they can get him into some real therapy. Honestly, until they can all get into some real therapy. Shouta goes about his routine, slowly climbing off of the mattress without disturbing Izuku too much. When he gets to the kitchen, he's not surprised to see Tsukauchi already there. From what the man had told him the first morning in Dabi's apartment, this isn't too far off from the normal start to his day. But he still looks a bit lost when Shouta nods his greeting to him. Not that Shouta can blame him. Shouta is still feeling the ache of Sansa's death and Kiora's. It's no surprise that Tsukauchi is too. He's lost a friend just as Shouta has. Dabi doesn't have much in the way of breakfast food, but Shouta is fine making do with shitty coffee and some eggs. Izuku hasn't complained yet about the food. Shouta almost wishes he would. In a way, it's disturbing how little Izuku fusses or complains about their situation. Shouta is used to teenagers that beach about the little things to distract from the bigger problems they're facing, the realities of hero work. "We're going to need more food soon," Tsukauchi says quietly, just barely rattling the quiet of the morning. Shouta grunts his agreement and hands Tsukauchi a plate with eggs, joining him at the table to eat. "I know," he says. "I've got some money on me, but not a lot." Tsukauchi smiles faintly and sips his coffee delicately, an antithesis to the way Shouta gulps his down. "I've got quite a bit," Tsukauchi says between sips. "Should last us a while if we're smart." Shouta nods and finishes his eggs, wishing he could feel the pleasant thrum of relief at Tsukauchi's words instead of the almost empty feeling that has clung to his ribs since their first morning here. He misses Hisashi. Shouta can't help but feel that his last night of sleep and last morning before everything went to shit were cruel in a way. He wouldn't trade Hisashi's clinging and affection for anything, but it's hard not to dwell on the fact that those may have been his last moments, his last chance to tell Hisashi the truth, how he feels. To ignore his cowardice and finally confess. Shouta meant what he promised to Tsukauchi. He does think they can do this, but it would be illogical to ignore the very real possibility that they could also die trying, without getting to see their loved ones again. Aizawa. Shouta blinks to clear his eyes and looks up from the unappetizing plate in front of him. Tsukauchi looks half amused, half concerned, so that likely isn't the first time his name was said. Sorry, Shouta grunts. Just thinking. Tsukauchi hums and watches him while he sips at his coffee again, looking thoughtful. Shouta returns his attention to his eggs, hiding shamelessly. You know, Tsukauchi says slowly, laying the words out carefully. I was up even earlier yesterday. Around 4. Dabi was asleep by then, so I had an hour or so to myself. Shouta pushes the remaining food around on his plate, content to let the pause and silence settle around their shoulders. I made coffee, and at first I thought about how much I'd rather be home. Drinking my own. Shouta nods, because he's had that same thought pretty much every morning in Dabi's apartment. But then, Tsukauchi continues. Then I imagined waking up next to Tsunagu. Shouta stills and glances up at him through the fringe of his bedhead. I've imagined that before, since we've been together. Of course I have. But it was different this time. Aizawa, I thought about waking up next to him, having coffee and breakfast with him every day for the rest of my life. I thought about marrying him. That isn't something when we started dating, I never considered that as an option. Objectively, we haven't even been dating that long. Something inside Shouta is twisting, clawing and clambering its way out. Why are you telling me this? He asks quietly. Because we're going to see them again, Tsukauchi says firmly, pinning Shouta with his voice. And we can't let them go. Shouta exhales sharply, forcefully, anything to relieve the pressure in his chest, as his eyes sting. Yeah, he agrees, more of a croak than anything. Yeah. How long have you loved him? Tsukauchi asks softly, resting his chin in his hand. Shouta sighs and leans back in his chair, shaking his head. I don't know, he answers honestly. I can't. It's not something I can pinpoint. I don't think there was any one moment that it started. For all I know, it could have started the moment we first met. Your first day at UA? When we faced each other in the final event at the sports festival, Shouta corrects with a small smile. He was the first one, the only one really, who didn't underestimate me. And he's had my back ever since. Tsukauchi smiles and finishes his coffee, and Shouta joins him at the sink to handle the few dishes. He's it for me, you know, Shouta says, not to Tsukauchi, not to himself, just to the world. No one else, I've never. It's only ever been him. Tsukauchi pauses under the weight of his words and lays a hand on Shouta's shoulder, squeezing tight. There's nothing more to be said, so Shouta dries his plate and leaves the kitchen with a silent promise to himself that next time, those words will be to Hisashi. The next morning, Shouta decides that he is, in fact, not fine making do with shitty coffee and some eggs, if only for Izuku's sake. It's odd, and probably a bit concerning, that his reaction to the disappointment on the boy's face when he sees the meager attempt at breakfast is relief. But it's reassurance that under Izuku's attempts to be brave and handle this well, he is still a kid. He doesn't go so far as to refuse to eat, and he doesn't voice any of his complaints out loud, but the way the corners of his mouth pinch downward and the time he spends just pushing the food around on his plate is loud enough. Shouta sets his own fork down with a light clatter, letting it catch the attention of the three sitting at the table with him. We need to find a new place, Shouta says bluntly. Dabi snorts. What? My glorious home isn't enough. For you? He drawls. Normally, Shouta would play along with the sarcasm, but he's been around Dabi for a few days now, and he's started picking up on a few things. Namely, the tones that underlie his sarcastic biting remarks and how to mostly read them. Barring that, he can tell when Izuku picks up on more than what is said, because of the way the boy will fixate on Dabi. So while it would be easy to play the game Dabi's way, he can read between the lines. Dabi doesn't sound offended. He sounds almost hopeful. "You want out of here as much as we do," Shouta retorts, satisfied with the responding huff he gets in return. "I'm not saying I expect us to live in luxury. That would be naive. But it's illogical to act like this is sustainable. And it needs to be. For how long?" Tsukauchi braves the question that's been on all of their minds. Shouta sighs heavily and shakes his head. "I don't know," he admits. "I can't know, not yet. We don't have enough information. The smart thing to do is plan as if it's permanent." There's a sharp creak that rings out alongside that last word, and Shouta looks at Izuku, realizing that he must have jerked in his seat. Internally, he berates himself for being so careless with his words. On the outside, he keeps his expression calm and his voice steady. "I don't think it will be permanent, Izuku. I don't intend to let it be. I only mean that our plans are more likely to succeed if we plan as if it was. Because we're more likely to consider all angles and possibilities that way," Izuku whispers between deep breaths. Shouta nods and models his own deep breathing for Izuku to match, feeling his heart break a bit at the wobbly little smile of gratitude Izuku sends his way. "Do you think we'll know better when we start looking at the files?" "I do," Shouta agrees. "I think that will give us the information we're missing. But I don't want you to start trying to decode that drive until we move." Izuku's brow pinches together and he frowns at Shouta. "Why not? If it will give us the information we're missing." "It will, but it may also give us more unknowns," Shouta explains. "And I also think it would be healthier for you if we wait. A new place with a solid plan will give us all some structure and stability, and that's the environment you should experiment with your quirk in." Izuku tilts his head as he considers that, and Shouta recognizes his expression, a curious, thoughtful one that reminds them all of his youth. "Like school," Izuku murmurs, clearly still lost in thought. Shouta answers anyway, knowing that Izuku will still hear him. "Yes," he confirms. "It's a lot like school. I'm used to guiding students while they try new things with their quirks. To do that properly, I need to make sure I can ensure their safety as much as possible." Izuku smiles a little, a small sad curve of his lips. "You sound like a good teacher," he says softly. Shouta doesn't know why it hurts so much to hear that, but he's not left to wonder for long. "I've never," Shouta sighs heavily. "You haven't had good teachers," he guesses, sighing again when Izuku nods. "For what it's worth, I'm here now. I can't teach everything, but I'll teach what I know." Izuku's smile brightens, and Shouta has to resist the urge to look away. Sometimes he can't help but wonder what it is about him that draws in such bright people. He tries not to think about the track record of those bright people surviving. Not to, ruin the moment or whatever, but if you're serious about getting out of here, I may be able to think of something, Dabi cuts in. "The issue living here is people being around, right?" "Yes," Tsukauchi agrees. "I'd say so. No matter how careful we are, even if we use the sewers to travel, we run the risk of someone in or around the building seeing us should we leave the apartment. And I am assuming that we'll have to eventually." Shouta nods. "It'd be safest for us to stay in and never leave, but that's not the reality," Shouta says. "Whatever's on that file, we're more than likely going to have to do something about it. Eventually, Kuroda's people will start looking in areas like this, and they'll offer a lot of money for information. Desperate people will talk. But if we," Izuku starts, but his voice quiets and he looks hesitant to continue. Shouta gives an encouraging nod, watching as Izuku's pupils begin to glow faintly. Even without his quirk, Izuku is smart, and Shouta sees no reason not to take his ideas into account just because he's a child. Shouta is no stranger to the fact that children see the world differently. They see things adults don't, or maybe can't, and they have a unique way of problem-solving that Shouta sees grow out of them as they age. If we move somewhere too secluded, it'll be just as dangerous. They'll start looking those places too, and will stand out more if we're leaving a city and going somewhere more remote. We could easily be followed that way. Sheet, that's a good point, Dabi mutters. I guess we can say goodbye to any dreams of a farm in the middle of nowhere. That would defeat the purpose of us doing something about what's on those files, Shouta agrees. The problem here isn't that there are too many people, Izuku continues. A lot of people is a good thing because the more faces someone sees every day, the more likely they are to forget them. The problem is being in an apartment. Yes, Tsukauchi nods. So if we were in a house maybe? Houses still have neighbors, Izuku frowns. And any houses with space between them are going to be farther from the city. Which takes us back to the problem of seclusion, Shouta confirms. And any safe houses are too dangerous, because it's likely the commission can find out about them. Keep going, Izuku. Well, we should stay near Tokyo. Izuku tilts his head, touching a hand to his chin. Plenty of crowds to blend in with, hiding in plain sight, that kind of thing. Plus, whatever is on those files that you say we'll need to do something about could be anywhere in Japan. Staying near the center will give us more flexibility. Plus, we need to stay close enough to work and communicate effectively with Hawks and my mom and Yue. So we're basically back to the beginning, Dabi groans. We need to stay near here, but we can't stay here. We just know why. Not where. Shouta watches curiously as Izuku's eyes abruptly stop glowing and he leans forward in his seat, looking excited. Maybe we're trying too hard to come up with something. Izuku says. Dabi levels him with a look, reaching out to poke a finger against his forehead. What's that supposed to mean? Dabi asks, grinning as Izuku blinks up at his finger. It means we're trying to come up with something new, Izuku answers, tipping his head back out of Dabi's reach. When what we should maybe do instead is, well, look for something that already exists, Shouta finishes, suddenly connecting to what Izuku is trying to say. Izuku grins brightly at him and nods. Yeah. I see. Tsukauchi leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. You think there may be something out there already that will work? In Tokyo? Shouta raises a brow. There'd have to be vigilantes, villains, criminals, civilians who don't want to be bothered by heroes. They have places already. We just need to find one and slip in. Or acquire it. I might have something, Dabi speaks up. I haven't been as much, not since it changed hands. It's a bar, and it's got some pretty solid built-in security. Can't remember what it's called these days, but it used to be called the Aviary. It sounds familiar, but Shouta can't place why. Tsukauchi, though, seems to know what Dabi is talking about. He frowns and steeples his hands against the bridge of his nose. It would certainly fit our needs, Tsukauchi says thoughtfully. But I don't know if it would work. I'm law enforcement and Aizawa is a hero. You were, Dabi corrects him. Besides, that's not actually how it works. Not technically. Dabi grins wryly. It's not about what you are. It's about intent and permission. Shouta remembers now why the name is familiar. It was a rumor he never followed through on, a hideout of sorts that heroes couldn't perceive or enter. He dismissed it as either a lie or not worth his time and effort when there were others who could try to track it down. The quirk would have to deal with interaction to achieve both of those conditions, unless it's more than one quirk, Izuku mutters, catching Shouda's attention. Shouta feels a bit of smug pride when he sees the look of surprise on Dabi's face. Yeah, Dabi confirms. Pretty much. I don't actually know who had the quirk, but from what I was told, you can't see or interact with the door unless your intention is what they want. I want to meet them, Izuku says decisively. That quirk sounds amazing. Right, well like I said, the place changed hands, Dabi says. Used to be. Owned by a few vigilantes until they got arrested. Small group of villains took it over. I don't know if the one with the quirk is still around. They'd have to be, Shouta says, and Izuku nods in agreement. The quirk would have limitations, maybe wear off over time, or maybe they even have to stay near the door for it to work at all, Izuku muses. It would be smart to keep them around just in case. But that's not what we need to focus on right now, Shouta continues, biting back a smile at the small pout on Izuku's face. You remember where this place is? Yeah, of course, Dabi says. It's in Koto. Shouta nods and leans forward. Alright, he says. You and I will go check it out. Shouta looks at Tsukauchi. I want you and Izuku to stay here. What you mean today? Dabi interjects. Shouta frowns at him and nods, wondering what the issue is. Dabi snorts. Well, we're gonna need to do something about this first. Dabi gestures to dot all of Shouta, but mostly his face. His confusion must be visible, because Dabi gives him a sheet-eating grin. Your hair. Izuku's too, for when he goes out next. Shouta settles back and crosses his arms, glaring at Dabi. I can wear it back, he grumbles. Nah, that ain't gonna cut it and you know it, Dabi smirks. We'll have to, cut it. Shouta groans and lets his head drop back. He knows Dabi is right, and it's stupid really, to still feel so much trepidation over something as simple as hair when he's faced the fear of dropping every other part of his life like it was nothing. He's right, Tsukauchi says gently. Your long hair is enough for people who know you to recognize you, and it's the most distinctive thing about you that civilians would recognize from any pictures the commission and media have been sharing. That and your capture scarf. Can I borrow some of your hair dye? Izuku asks, looking at Dabi. Cutting mine probably won't be enough. Dabi stiffens in his seat and looks at Izuku. Who says I dye my hair? Dabi grouches. Izuku just stares back at him imploringly until the older boy sighs sharply and nods. Alright, fine. We'll dye your DMN hair. Let's get you both cut first. Shouta sighs and massages at his temple while Dabi is gone, shaking his head. Aizawa? Izuku calls out softly. Is Dadayu okay? Shouta buries another sigh, worried about making Izuku think he's the cause of Shuta's bad mood. I'm fine, kid, Shouta replies. Just not big on having my hair cut, that's all. Oh, Izuku says quietly. How come? It's usually not so bad, right? Shouta hums and considers his response carefully. Usually it's not, he agrees. Sometimes all it takes is 0.1 bad experience. The F is this? His father snarls, stalking towards him, enraged by the sight of his hair, cut short earlier that afternoon. He turns his rage towards Shuta's mother, who pushes her way in front of Shouta and Kenshin. His cousin tugs on his arm, edging in front of him protectively, hand slipping down to grip Shuta's tightly. I said no, Fumi. His father shouts at his mother, and Shouta strains against Kenshin's grip. We're not going to indulge this disgusting fantasy of hers. I won't allow it. You are not his only parent. His mother shouts back, her hair raising as her quirk activates with her protective anger. A familiar red energy pools in her palms, but Shouta doesn't see it move towards his father at all. I am his mother. It is my duty, my honor, to love him for who he is. Our duty is to raise her properly, teach her right and wrong, his father snaps. And this is wrong. She goes against nature. Shouta flinches and squeezes Kenshin's hand in a bruising grip. Nature went against him, his mother declares. And I will make it understand. You can't change nature. His father's hands clench into fists at his side, and Shouta flinches back again. His mother stands taller, her hair lifting again with her quirk. Watch me, she retorts, turning to Shouta and Kenshin, the fierceness in her eyes softening as she ushers them towards the door. Kenshin pulls Shouta along, rushing him towards the exit. Where the hell do you think you're going? His father's voice cascades over them, and Shouta can almost imagine it shaking the walls. Fumi! Don't you dare turn your back on me! Fumi! They are almost to the door when it reaches them, the wave of his father's quirk, a concussive force of air that knocks them against the wall. Kenshin and Shouta tumble to the ground, and time slows as Shouta watches his mother's head crack against the wall. His father is still coming towards them, and Shouta can stop him, should stop him, but all he can do is crawl to his mother. Stay back! Kenshin cries out, planting himself in front of Shouta and his mother. Shuta's father all but ignores him as he continues towards them, teeth bared. Shouta trembles violently and watches as Kenshin's hair lifts, and a red energy crackles around him for a split second before it travels up his arm and into a beam that he directs at Shuta's father. It collides with the man's chest, and Shoyuta keens fearfully when nothing happens at first. But then, his father seems to stutter to a stop, and he collapses to the ground. Neither of his parents died that day. Both could have. His mother got lucky and his father, Kenshin, was too close for his quirk to be deadly. Kenshin's quirk, like Shuta's and his mother's, is a release of energy that is harmless at first, providing a faint amount of levitation to anything with their own DNA. Shoyuta is the only one of the three of them whose energy isn't visible when it's released. His mother's energy pools in her palms until it is directed, and Kenshin's always travels along his arms and outward. Nowadays, as Nightscope, he uses a support item similar to a rifle to help him guide his energy. Shoyuta often wonders where his own energy pools and travels. The energy is only dangerous when directed, when the second part of their quirks kick in. Thus, Shoyuta can target and direct his energy to deactivate quirk factors. His mother could target and direct her energy to erase or alter memories. Kenshin can target and damage the heart, but his quirk requires distance. Shuta's father was close enough to survive Kenshin's quirk, and he's still in prison 19 years later. His mother, that she got lucky that day. Her luck ran out during Shuta's first year at UA. The villain who killed her and 9 other people, violently enough for there to be no bodies left behind, is in Tartarus for life. Any attempts to cut his hair short since that day have ranged from intensely uncomfortable to invoking full-on panic attacks. Even if it's illogical to keep his hair long, even if it makes for an obvious indication of when his quirk is activated and when it deactivates, he's never been able to cut it. Over time, Shoyuta learned to stop associating his hair with his father's control and misgendering, and instead began to associate it with his mother. With the sight of her standing firm in front of him, hair cascading upwards as she refused to back down, as she protected him. While it makes for a convenient intimidation factor against his students, Shoyuta has also always secretly hoped that someday, it would bring people the same relief his mother brought him. You won't have to do it alone. Izuku's voice jars Shoyuta from deep thoughts and deeper buried memories, and for a moment all he can do is stare at the boy. "Ali, you can hold my hand, and squeeze when it gets bad, and if it gets really bad, we're all here." Shoyuta feels a rush of fondness for this boy, this child who has seen so many horrible things, and who less than a week later is offering comfort and kindness to an adult, a hero. It's not often that Shoyuta encounters people outside of the heroics industry who remember that heroes are people too. Human. Just human. "Thank you, Izuku," Shoyuta says softly. "I think I'll be all right." And he will. Cutting his hair this time isn't for him, for some expectation of what he has to look like to be a man. This time, it's about staying hidden and keeping Izuku safe. He does hold Izuku's hand the entire time Dabi does his hair, and he's not ashamed to admit that his grip tightens a few times. Izuku distracts him when it happens, asking him questions about his quirk, and Hisashi's and Nomuri's, about UA, and what kind of classes hero students take. Shoyuta feels that familiar surge of affection, as well as a reminder of his drive to ensure that one day this kid has his chance. It's unnerving in the end, having his hair so short. The back and sides are shaved close and short to his scalp, and Shoyuta will admit that Dabi managed a nice fade into slightly longer hair on the top. Shoyuta activates his quirk, and watches in the mirror as little seems to change, save for maybe a few longer strands that shift slightly. Izuku's hair is similar to Shuta's, albeit with a lot more length on the top, and Shoyuta watches as he turns his head side to watch the curls bounce. "We kinda look like we could be related now," Izuku says, grinning at Dabi and Shoyuta. Shoyuta elbows Dabi sharply when it seems like he might open his mouth with a sarcastic retort and ignores the glare he gets in return. "Yeah, we do," Shoyuta agrees, smiling at the kid. Dabi sighs when he sees the way Izuku perks up, and even though Shoyuta can practically feel his reluctance, he agrees too. "I guess you and I could pass for brothers," Dabi says to Izuku, reaching out to ruffle his curls. He grins devilishly then, and Shoyuta is already preparing himself to be irritated with whatever comes out of the young man's mouth next. "I suppose that makes Eraser here our dad." Shoyuta activates his quirk out of habit, huffing irritably when he remembers he doesn't have his long hair to lift menacingly. He'll have to settle for the glowing red eyes. Eldest brother, Shouta argues. I am no one's father. Dabi snickers and reaches out to ruffle his hair. Sure, Pops, keep telling yourself that, he taunts, laughing as he dodges Shouta's swipe at his hand and moves out of reach. Shouta sighs and rolls his eyes good-naturedly as Izuku giggles at them. He elects to ignore Tsukauchi's light chuckling and pushes Dabi towards the table. Alright, enough, Shouta says. Show me where this bar is and let's figure out how we're getting there. Deep down Shouta already knows how, but he's clinging to the hope that there will be a way to avoid the sewers. Of course he's not that lucky. Izuku feels a little bad holing up in the spare bedroom while Tsukauchi is out in the living room. He knows he should probably go out there, bring his laptop and his journals and do his analysis there while Tsukauchi reads. But he just can't. Izuku always does his analysis either on his own in his room, or after dinner in the living room while his mom watches something on TV or reads to wind down for the night. Izuku meant what he said earlier, about them looking like they could all be related now. It's nice imagining this as a family. But he won't replace his mom. So he sits in the spare room on the middle of the mattress with his journal and laptop spread out in front of him, and some of his sketching pencils ready. He's already prepped and labeled the document on his laptop and the journal pages. One for 30, and another for the man he now knows is called Synapse. It's maybe not the best idea to try analyzing the men who hurt him and were going to do worse. But Izuku is tired of the nightmares. Maybe if he gives his brain the right information, Dream Izuku could escape, and real Izuku can stop reliving the moment with the knife. He's on a half dose of his suppressants today, in an effort to make them last and give him the chance to wean off of them. So Izuku starts without his quirk, dropping himself into the memory of what happened in the underpass. He writes what he thinks he knows about synapses. Quirk, based on what he experienced, the man's hero name, and what Aizawa has told him. Obviously a touch-based quirk, Izuku mutters as he types. And I think I was right before about it needing all 10 fingers. Though it's possible that it needs all 10 to be the most effective, but could still function at a lesser intensity with only 5. Possibly only a few limbs or directions impacted when 5 fingers are used compared to 10 fingers. Likely uses his quirk to quickly incapacitate his targets, somewhat probable that his non-quirk combat skills are lower because of this. Quirk duration is... Ugh, Izuku groans, jarring himself out of his quirk. Enough. I don't need you, I'm doing fine on my own. He sighs and takes a deep breath, concentrating harder on not using his quirk as he goes back to typing. Quirk duration is approximately 1.5 minutes, but it is unclear whether the interference of my own quirk or me fighting back had an impact on the duration. It's possible that individual factors may alter the duration. It's also possible that Synapse's concentration plays a role, and me fighting back negatively affected his control. The role of individual factors is a fascinating and concerning variable that is difficult but not impossible to interpret given enough input. Stop! Izuku snaps, clapping his hands over his ears as if that could prevent him from hearing the hyperspeed of his own thoughts as his quirk keeps trying to take control and take him through it all faster. In the end, he's simply just focusing too hard on the thing his quirk does best, and he finally gives in. About 15 minutes later, he has 2 pretty extensive journal entries on the men who attacked him, and he thinks his quirk is finally satisfied. But then he can't help but poke the metaphorical bear in his mind. Okay, Izuku takes a deep breath and whispers to himself. It's crazy, and it doesn't make any sense to me, but I think I read Dabi's mind. It was like hearing my thoughts when my quirk is on. I heard, offer it. He's helped you, now help them. But it doesn't make any sense for that to be my thoughts. Dabi is the one who wanted to offer something. And I could tell he wanted to because my quirk told me that, but how? Izuku groans loudly and flops back on the bed, sprawling his arms and legs out. He tries to think about what he was thinking or doing when it happened. He remembers concentrating on Dabi and everyone and everything around them. More than usual. So that I'll try that again? Izuku ponders quietly. He sits back up and looks around, concentrating as hard as he can on the room around him. His quirk throws a few random details at him, but it doesn't feel the same. Or not. Something isn't quite right. Izuku doesn't know what it is, but he knows something is missing maybe? Why was I concentrating so hard? He murmurs. We climbed out of the sewer and Dabi was there and Izuku pauses and blinks a few times as he realizes it, breathing out sharply. And it felt like I was back in the alley with Mystic. I did it then too. He could tell Mystic was being followed, chased. It makes complete sense for his quirk to have processed that much. But he shouldn't have been able to tell exactly when they were coming or how close they were. His quirk is good, but it's never been that good before. Back then and with Dabi, it's almost as if, oh, Izuku says. Oh. His uncle's quirk, the one they thought Izuku got and subsequently named his after, was Processor. The ability to more rapidly take in and process or analyze information, often unconsciously. His mother's quirk is Pull, a telekinetic ability to pull small objects towards her. Ever since Izuku's quirk came in, they've assumed that it was a copy of his uncle's. And he's been on quirk suppressants pretty much the entire time, which hasn't really given them the ability to see his quirk in action at full strength, until recently. And given his recent experiences with his quirk, Izuku is now realizing that he likely doesn't just have Processor. He has a version of Processor that's been altered by Pull. If Izuku's guess is right, he can pull input in from other people. In the alley, he pulled enough input from Torpor and Periphery to know exactly when they were approaching. But what about with Dabi? Izuku wonders. I was focusing on how Dabi knew Aizawa and what his intentions towards us were. I pulled input related to that and my quirk interpreted it. Dabi's input told me that he wanted to offer something and that he felt like he owed Aizawa. My quirk put that into thought. What it assumed Dabi's thoughts were based on the input it had. So it's not mind reading, Izuku says. It's more like mind guessing. That's a horrible name. I'll have to come up with something better. The more important thing is though, can he do it again? Should he do it again? What are the limits of that ability? Will he start to do that unconsciously when he's no longer on the suppressants? Izuku has so many questions, and in the back of his mind he remembers Aizawa saying that it's best to wait to experiment with his quirk until they're somewhere safe and stable. But this isn't that much of an experiment, not really. All he's going to do is try to pull in some input, maybe from Tsukauchi in the living room. And if that works, maybe he'll pull some in from the apartments on either side of them. It'll just be a quick experiment, and then he'll be done. Of course he has to figure out how to even do it in the first place. Both times so far, he's done it in moments of panic as a form of defense, for survival. For all he knows, that's the only way he can do it. But he's not so sure that would make sense. If he does in fact have a version of Processor that's been modified by Pull, it wouldn't create some special limited ability. It would be an inherent natural part of the quirk. So maybe he needs to consider the source of that. Part of his quirk. His mom's quirk. Izuku dives across the mattress to grab his duffel bag and digs through until he finds the journal that he knows has his mom's quirk entry in it. It takes up about a third of the entire journal, and it's the most detailed analysis he has, followed closely by Kaken's entry. He opens the journal to the beginning of her entry and then flips through the pages until he finds what he's looking for. Him and Mom spent a lot of time theorizing about her quirk and thinking up creative ways she could use it. And to do that, Izuku had needed to know what it felt like to use her quirk. They call it Pull, but when Mom actually describes how it feels to use it, it's more than that. It's a reach and pull. She has to reach out, sense and feel the objects, and then pull them. Maybe Izuku's quirk is the same way. So he closes his laptop and journals and puts them all away, and sits himself on the middle of the mattress again. He closes his eyes and tries breathing deeply. He's not really sure why, but it feels like the right move. And now he just needs to reach out. He keeps breathing deeply and concentrates on reaching out beyond the room he's in. He can feel something is different, like a strange, faint humming in the very back of his mind. He tries focusing on that, reaching out to it, but it feels like there's something getting in his way. Maybe. Mom reaches out specifically to feel the small objects that she can pull to herself. She doesn't reach out to feel everything around her. Could the same apply here, he wonders. He's not trying to pull input itself to him, but rather sources of it. So maybe that's what he should reach out for. With that in mind, Izuku closes his eyes and tries reaching out again, and focuses on reaching out to the source of the humming instead of the humming itself. Against his will, Izuku feels his eyes snap open, at the same moment that the humming peaks in volume before abruptly stopping. Izuku looks around the room and notices that it seems like everything is sharper than it was before. And without leaving the room, Izuku knows that Tsukauchi is in the kitchen. He can't see him or see what Tsukauchi is seeing. He just knows that Tsukauchi is standing in front of the stove and is about to set a kettle down. It's like when he was in the alley with Mystic, and he just knew where Torpor and Periphery were, knew exactly when they would reach the alley. With Dabi, he was concentrating on wanting to know what Dabi's connection to Aizawa was and what he intended towards them. Maybe he can do something like that here too. He could not try reading what Tsukauchi is thinking about. It gets him nothing but a dull ache in his head, and Izuku's focus nearly slips. The humming starts to come back and the sharpness of the room fades momentarily before Izuku lets go of that thought and reaches out to the input source again. Apparently he can't just use the mind guessing once he's reached out. Maybe it's not just the input sources I have to reach out to, Izuku mumbles. I have to reach through the source too. It's like a filter. I need to filter out some of his input, be more specific about what I'm looking for. I want to know what kind of tea Tsukauchi is making and why. Izuku repeats that mantra mentally and concentrates again. Hojicha. Only kind brought with me. Izuku can't help it. He immediately loses the focus he'd built and feels Tsukauchi's input slip from his grasp as he bursts into excited giggles. It worked. Can he reach farther now? Izuku takes a few calming breaths and closes his eyes, and this time when he reaches out, he ignores the humming he knows is Tsukauchi and tries reaching farther. He can feel that something past Tsukauchi. But it's so faint and distant, and the something blocking him feels stronger now. Izuku sighs and stops reaching out, flopping back on the mattress again. Probably the suppressant, Izuku mumbles. With that thought in mind, Izuku rolls over to look at the clock on the floor next to the mattress. Since he's only on a half dose, it should wear off in the next 2 hours or so. As long as he's feeling okay, he can skip his afternoon dose like normal. Maybe then he'll be able to reach. Izuku passes the time by taking a short nap and then reading through and updating old analysis entries, and he can tell when the suppressants start to wear off. He loses his grip on his quirk more frequently, and it gets harder to pull himself out of the analysis spirals. He sets his journals aside once again and sits up, closes his eyes, and takes a few minutes to breathe slowly. When he's ready, Izuku reaches out like before. It's incredible how much easier it is now that the suppressant is out of his system. It feels almost effortless, and he's able to hone in on Tsukauchi's input within a few seconds. He's back in the living room now, and filtering through his input, Izuku can tell what book he's reading and that it's an old favorite. Izuku doesn't stick with Tsukauchi for long. He returns his attention to the sources of humming past the detective, and this time when he reaches towards them, he doesn't feel anything in the way. He can tell that there are 2 people in the apartment next to them, and 1 person in the apartment across the hall. 2 people in the apartment across the hall. Number 1, 1 person. 1.2. Identical. Created. Real but not? What is going on? Have to find out, have to know. Naomasa returns to the living room from the bathroom, and there's a brief moment when, in a perfect cliché, time seems to stand still. The door to the apartment is open, and the only reason he knows it's not because someone broke in is because he can see Izuku at the door to the apartment across from them. He should call out to him, ask what he's doing, tell him to stop, to come back. Instead, he watches with a cold sense of horror as Izuku opens the door. "Kid, don't!" He finally cries out, darting across the room and through the threshold of the apartment. He doesn't reach Izuku in time, stumbling to an abrupt stop behind him a few paces into the apartment across the hall. There are 2 men standing in the middle of the living room staring at them. 2 identical men. And a half? One of the men has his arms out in front of him, his hands splayed, an odd flowing material coming from them and pooling into the form of half of another man in front of him. Naomasa notes that the clothing so far perfectly matches both men. A cloning quirk of some kind, it seems. As fascinating as that is, he can't really concern himself with that at the moment. Because they've just barged into the apartment and What the F dash? The two men shout in unison. Shouta is horrified to admit that he's starting to get used to traveling through the sewers. The skin-crawling feeling of disgust has started to fade, and he's too much of a coward to consider what that says about him. At the very least, he still has the sense of relief to hold onto when he and Dabi finally exit the last sewer line they've had to follow. Though the side street they climb out onto isn't really that much more open than the sewer was, and Shouta already feels both on edge and at home in the shadows that blanket them. How far from here? Shouta asks as Dabi slides the manhole cover back into place. It's just around the corner, Dabi replies, pointing down the street. As Shuta's eyes adjust, he can see an opening between two of the buildings, and he nods. As much as he doesn't want to, he lets Dabi take the lead. It's not that Shouta doesn't trust Dabi, or that he needs to be the one leading. It's simply in his nature to put himself between kids and danger. Although Dabi isn't a kid anymore, he technically was when he and Shouta first met 2 years ago, for all that he didn't act like it. Shouta follows Dabi down the small street between the two buildings, looking ahead at the dead end, sandwiched by a fenced and plant-shrouded area on one side and an empty parking lot on the other. The small building itself between the other two looks like an abandoned or condemned apartment complex. The few evenly spaced and identical windows on this side are boarded up, but what stands out the most is the lack of a door. Shouta figures that probably has to do with the quirk Dabi told them about, so he decides not to worry about it as he and Dabi approach the building. Dabi stops them a few paces away from the building and they don't wait. Shouta isn't sure if they need to do anything for the door to become visible, or if this is it. After a few minutes of nothing, Shouta clears his throat. How long does this usually take? Not this long, Dabi answers, frowning. Maybe it's taking longer because you're new and used to be Shouta nods and falls silent once more, watching the blank wall in front of them for any sign of a change. Several minutes pass before finally, to his relief, something begins to shift. It's an interesting process, the way the boarding on the windows fades from view to reveal curtains and blinds, and a rather unassuming door takes shape on the wall. Dabi grins and saunters forwards and through the door, and Shouta is surprised and a bit confused to be met with a run-down and rather plain entryway and hallway. He wasn't exactly expecting it to still look like an apartment building on the inside. Although, he does notice that none of the apartments seem to have doors. They are actually apartments, Dabi murmurs, answering Shuta's unspoken question. And no, I'm not sure why we can't see the doors. Probably the same quirk, but with different requirements. Come on. Ahead of them down the hallway is the only visible door, along with a man and a woman standing on either side of it. Dabi, the woman greets. Haven't seen you around in a while. Who's your friend? Hey Vertigo, Dabi smiles easily. This is Mamoru. Shouta bristles a bit, wanting nothing more than to remind Dabi that he can decide on his own fake name. Instead he gives a polite nod and stays silent. Dabi and Vertigo exchange a few more pleasantries, though Shouta isn't stupid. He can hear the subtle code being used. Updates on mutual contacts, information that benefits them both. Even Vertigo's final words before she waves them down the stairs carry meaning. Try not to fall off the face of the earth next time, Dabi. A reminder that he shouldn't go so long without showing his face. Do we need to be worried? Shouta asks quietly as they walk down the stairs. Dabi shakes his head. Nah, he replies. Just careful. Shouta nods, and as they exit the stairwell into the bar itself, he's careful not to let his eyes linger in one place for too long as he looks around. It's not much different from bars he's been to above ground. Too small, crowded, badly lit, and loud. The bar and seating are off to their right, clusters of high tables and chairs crowded into the small space, about half a dozen chairs lined up at the bar itself. Directly across from the stairwell is seating that Shouta can assume belongs to the villains who run the place. Cushioned booths run along the wall and corner, with high half-walls sectioning the space off. To the left of that are what Shouta assumes to be bathrooms. What's on the second level? Shouta leans in to ask. Dabi's lip curls into a half-smile, half-grimace. Dance floor, more booths, and the fighting ring, Dabi answers. Fighting ring used to be cool before this place got taken over. Now it's more often a FANG bloodbath. And the bedding down there is dangerous. We're better off up here. Shouta nods and nudges Dabi towards a table in the farthest corner when he sees it vacate, and with enough shoving and slipping between the crowd they manage to grab it before anyone else. Shouta immediately takes the chair tucked farthest away from the rest of the crowd, and Dabi rolls his eyes. I'm gonna grab some drinks, Dabi.